This paladin is so despicable. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, The Value of Mastering All Systems. In the courtyard, Emily stood facing Wright. She first inserted the purple crystal card into her belt, then the beast soul card into her belt, and then suddenly turned on the switch. Please look at the result of my hard work. In an instant, Emily's holy domain opened, and the shadows of the fire elemental lord and the earth bear appeared on both sides of her. The soul resonated with the holy domain, and the holy domain wrapped the fire elemental lord and the earth bear and shrank together, completing the elemental armament. This time, the elemental armor contains the style of elemental armament and earth bear, and the energy fluctuation is much stronger than that of simple elemental armament. Lilith was very satisfied with this. Don't say it, don't say it. This strength is already close to the level of the Sky Strongman. If you can complete the resonance of the holy weapon, even among the sky level combat power, you are also a leader. But I remember that you were able to complete more than 2 fusion elemental armaments before. That's different. Emily hadn't spoken yet, but Wright spoke first. She has indeed completed elemental armaments with multiple element or multiple beast souls before, and even borrowed the power of you and Jonah to carry out fusion armaments. But in the final analysis, those are the fusions of different attributes of the same spiritual base. It's like eating oranges and apples together. Even if you add a banana, it's still fruit. But now, she is trying to fuse the energies of 2 completely different spiritual bases. The idea is good and worthy of praise. Unfortunately, your beast soul is still incomplete. Look, although your earth violent bear is mixed with beast souls, it essentially relies on the element of earth to transform and complete the fusion. In other words, the power you are fusing now is actually the earth element and the fire element. That earth violent bear is at most a mutated earth element lord under the influence of the beast soul. In essence, it still failed to make a breakthrough. Emily reluctantly dispersed the armament and pulled out 2 cards. What should I do? I thought I found a new way, but I didn't expect. Didn't I say it? What you need is the inheritance of the druid. After completing the inheritance of the druid, you can completely control the soul of the beast. In this way, your advantage as a witch can be fully unfolded. Emily pouted. You said that you want me to inherit the druid, but now you don't take me to the elf empire. Wright and Lilith looked at each other. Look, you are still upset with me. Who said I won't take you? Isn't this the preliminary work that needs to be prepared? Let me tell you, the current situation is almost ready. We have to go in the next 2 days, and you can't choose not to go by then. But, Wright looked Emily up and down. If you go to the elf empire, if you take a shortcut, you need to shuttle between dreams and reality. Your small body. Can you bear it? I think, why don't you take the normal route and take a carriage? Although it is a bit far, it takes a little more time. The car is a little bumpy, and you may encounter various monsters and bandits on the road. But safety is the most important thing. Why are you safe when you encounter the monster bandits? Nonsense. You are now the 1st tier combat power in the whole world. Legendary strongman. Little girl, do you have any self-awareness? Emily suddenly realized that she had unknowingly reached a realm that others could not reach in their lifetime. Why do you say that to me? I don't have a clear understanding. Isn't it all because of you? Emily was so wronged. Counting the people around her, there is no need to say more about Wright, who is directly out of the standard. Lilith and Pinocchio are directly conceptual strongmen. I didn't think it was a big deal before. After all, one was sealed, and the other was just a wisp of regret. Now both of them have recovered their strength and status, and one has completed the upgrade of self-concept, and the other has become the master of the elemental subspace. Among the others, Alice awakened the witch's feast early, and she is considerate and capable. In addition to being invincible in dreams, she is also the actual ruler of the fairy tale elemental subspace. The only ones who can make Emily feel better are probably Unica and Gladys. In this twisted environment, it is no wonder that Emily's perception of power is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. Seeing this, Wright had to comfort her first. What I mean is that even if there are monster bandits, they are the ones who are unsafe. I don't care. I don't want to take the car. I have a psychological shadow about taking the car. I will take a shortcut with you. Isn't it just the fairy tale subspace? I went there with Alice a few times, and it is not as dangerous as you said. Wright was stunned for a moment after hearing Emily's words. He looked at Lilith, and found that she was also looking at him. When have you been in? Just when you were busy. I was very curious about the fairy tale world, so I wanted to go in and take a look. Alice was also worried at first, but after I arrived at the fairy tale subspace, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. Wright couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that, because of that special training, you really developed some kind of magic resistance to the subspace? At this moment, Alice opened her door and ran into the courtyard. Brother, you're awake. Alice, didn't you go to the fairy tale subspace? Teacher Pinocchio is negotiating with the gods of death in the underworld. I had nothing to do, so I came back first. You came at the right time. Wright stretched out his hand to call Alice over, pointing at Emily in front of him. Alice, go test and see what your sister Emily's affinity for fairy tale element is. Alice was stunned for a moment. Do you still need to test? I have tested it before. Sister Emily's affinity for fairy tale element is very high. She is very suitable as a fairy tale element mage. After all, she is an all-round magician. Isn't this normal? Wright couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's strange. When the witch's curse was first made, there should be no fairy tale element. Then why did she? It can only be said that it is the power of the witch's curse. The power of wish power should not be underestimated. Wright suddenly clapped his hands. That's great. Leopi was still worried about setting up a promotion path for the childhood side. Aren't you a perfect experimental subject? When the time comes, let Leopi use you as an experiment. It will definitely be fast and accurate. Can't you arrange some good work for me? You want me, a tool, to cause trouble, right? Be a human being. How can being a human being be as satisfying as cheating others? Just when everyone was having fun and discussing how to make the most of Emily's physique, the lying demon full of death slowly walked out of the shadows. Boss, Leopi, what are you doing? Why are you so embarrassed? The lying demon shook his head. Boss, don't mention it. I broke the negotiation. What? Broke the negotiation? Wright walked quickly to him. Death doesn't give face. They don't want to cooperate with us? Yes. What's the reason? Because, in this world, the law of death has also been distorted by people. So now, this world has been hated by the underworld. As the agent of the underworld, the death has no way to go against the will of the underworld. Wright's eyes widened, and he didn't recover for a long time. The law of death has also been distorted. How is this possible? I just came back from the divine court, and they didn't mention to me that there was anything wrong with the law of death. Moreover, if the law of death was distorted, then when Dragon Island was destroyed, the Nether Sea would not have been able to take away those wandering dragon souls that should not have remained in the world. Could it be that it was distorted in the past 2 days? The lying devil shook his head repeatedly. Boss, you may not understand that, although each world has its own independently operating law of life, but these worlds do not have their own law of death. In other words, the law of death in the current world is in the Nether Sea. Countless worlds and countless planes. The law of death is collected and managed uniformly in the Nether Sea. There are many worlds, but there is only one Nether Sea. It's like the blooming of life is varied and strange, but death is always the same. After hearing this, Wright was furious, since the law of death is not in our world, but is uniformly managed by the Nether Sea. Now that the law of death in our world has changed, it should also be the responsibility of their underworld and the god of death. Why blame us for this kind of thing? We should hold them responsible for their poor custody, and then let them find a way to repair the damaged law of death. Pinocchio's face was full of grievance. I said it. Boss, I really said it. I'm not lying to you. But the god of death also said that the reason for the change in the law of death this time was because the law of life in the corresponding world was changed. You know, life and death are two sides of the same coin. If one side is affected, the other side cannot stay out of it. Wright slapped his thigh. Isn't this nonsense? We are in need of help now, and they dare to strike with such a boring reason? The world is in trouble, not to mention helping the difficulties, but also adding insult to injury. This is the Hades Sea. Is this the god of death? I will never agree to it. After that, he rushed into the warehouse quickly, and after a series of clanging, he came out carrying a newly made table. Seeing his angry look, Leopi and Lilith were a little nervous. Boss, what are you going to do? Think twice, boss. Right, the other party is the underworld. Don't be too impulsive. Wright put down the table, snorted coldly and said, I tell you, some gods are like candles. They can't light up without being lit. Today I will have a good chat with them. Even if they are still unwilling to help in the end, they have to admit that they were wrong. This matter must not make us, the victims, become the wrong parties. There is no such thing in the world, not even the underworld. Wright slammed the table with one hand and pointed at Emily with the other hand. You. Come here. Ah. Me. Why? Aren't you a full system mage? Then you should also have the qualifications to become a necromancer. Now I want to borrow your ability to have a good chat with those guys in the Nether Sea. Emily was a little unhappy. That's not right. I remember that you could communicate directly with the god of death and the Nether Sea Dead Zone before. Yes, I can communicate, but I don't have an affinity with the element of death after all. If we communicate in that way, it's okay to have a peaceful cooperation and win-win situation. But today, it's a confrontation. Okay then. Emily stood by Wright's table with righteousness. Wright reached out and grabbed Emily's wrist and directly cut her palm. The bright red blood was against the table. Wright took out a black swan quill pen and began to draw a spell with blood. Finally, before the blood ran out, the rune of the magic circle was completely formed. As Wright chanted the spell, a strong breath of death gushed out of the magic circle like a fountain, tilted down along the table, and formed a human figure in front of the table. It was a god wearing a black hood and holding a sickle. There was nothing under his hood, but it seemed to hide a pair of eyes that could see through everything in the world. Death is not the origin, but it is the end of everything. Therefore, nothing can escape the eyes of the god of death. He stood there in a black robe, not very tall, but with a feeling of looking down on all living things. However, the next moment, Wright summoned his sunlight sword and smashed it towards the head of the god of death. The god of death was so scared that he quickly raised his sickle to resist, and his arms and legs were shaking wildly. The noble and mysterious feeling of being independent from the world just now disappeared in an instant. Put away the sickle. Let me cut it with the knife to vent my anger. The voice of the god of death was hoarse and low, illusory but firm. Emily and Alice looked confused, and it was obvious that the two girls didn't understand at all. Fortunately, Lilith, who was standing by, kindly translated for them in real time. The death god said that we are all old acquaintances, so we shouldn't fight as soon as we meet. This is not good. Old acquaintances? You are an old acquaintance and you don't want to give me face, right? You think this is not good, and you feel embarrassed. What about me? Where is my face? Wright pressed down with his giant sword, and one foot had already stepped on the table, blocking the way back to the death god's escape. The death god's hands trembled slightly, and he tried his best to resist, while constantly explaining. Death said that things are not as simple as you think. We also have our own difficulties. Of course, we are willing to cooperate with you. After all, it is a win-win situation. However, the underworld has its own ideas, and we can't do anything about this. Wright snorted coldly, don't fool me with your great will. I don't buy it. The underworld, right? At worst, I can come back with some small surprises and find a way to put them into the underworld, so as to stir up some waves in the calm underworld. Death said that it's better not to do this. And he also said that there are other ways, because the underworld has not been peaceful recently. Not only your world, but also the laws of death in several worlds have also had problems one after another. We have investigated it to the point that the initiator of all this is. What? Are you sure? The death looked at Lilith, nodded slightly and whispered again. Lilith took a deep breath and continued to translate for the two girls. The initiator is the apostle of the gate of truth. Madame Decay. Chapter 277 Shock. The apostle's attack. At this time, Wright's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. The name of the gate of truth was really familiar. It was what the crazy people in the Tower of Truth believed in. It was the ultimate manifestation of truth and a symbol of omniscience and omnipotence. They believed that, as long as they kept climbing up the Tower of Truth, they would eventually reach the Gate of Truth. As long as they pushed open the door, they would gain all the knowledge and wisdom in the world. In the cognition of these crazy people, knowledge is power. Knowing everything naturally means controlling everything and getting everything. The Gate of Truth is the ultimate goal pursued by the followers of the Tower of Truth. Emily became panicked when she heard the name. The Gate of Truth. Does the Gate of Truth really exist in this world? The God of Death said yes, the Gate of Truth certainly exists. Moreover, it is very powerful and indescribable. Emily had heard Wright talk about the levels of gods more than once, so she naturally knew how terrible the indescribable was. It actually exists, yet it is indescribable. What about the apostles? What are apostles? The God of Death did not answer this question, but the devil of lies next to him spoke. It's very simple. Apostles are the minions and lackeys of the unspeakable, or servants and slaves. Most of them are all level or even concept level masters, and they were all conquered by the unspeakable before he was promoted, when he was still a concept god. These apostles will work for the unspeakable wholeheartedly in order to obtain the unspeakable's gift and be able to continuously advance on their own path. At the same time, loyalty to the same unspeakable will also make this small group more united and more competitive. After all, after the concept level advancement to the unspeakable, they will inevitably become stupid and blind. It is very difficult for them to complete the advancement to the unspeakable by themselves. At this time, the task of helping the unspeakable complete the promotion fell on these apostles. Because they have obtained the unspeakable's gift, the apostles will benefit every time they make the unspeakable stronger. At the same time, they can avoid the weak period when the concept is upgraded. Just like when Lilith swallowed the blasphemy before, she was so weak that she couldn't fight. This is why there are no other concept level masters in this world, and there is also the deterrence of Wright. Otherwise, there will be people who covet this power and come to attack or even hunt Lilith. Just like what happened to the Blasphemer monarch. By the way, the Blasphemer monarch was about to be promoted to the indescribable level. He even found 6 apostles, all of whom were loyal. As a result, just when he was about to be promoted, 2 of the apostles betrayed him and attracted a large number of conceptual level strongmen to attack, which eventually led to the fall of the Blasphemer monarch. Otherwise, there would definitely be one more indescribable level strongman in this world. After listening to the explanation of the devil of lies, Emily couldn't help but look at Wright beside her. What should we do? Did the Gate of Truth notice that we destroyed the Tower of Truth, so it came to seek revenge on us? Wright waved his hands repeatedly. It's unlikely. After all, the Tower of Truth was created by the Sage of Wisdom herself. I have read her memories, and the Tower of Truth has not been able to get in touch with the Gate of Truth. In other words, this organization that has always worshipped the Gate of Truth is actually an unknown and unnamed civilian fan group. The Gate of Truth has never responded to their calls. But it is not difficult to understand. After all, even their doctrines were made up by the Sage of Wisdom. However, in the native world of the Sage of Wisdom, the people there are indeed believers of the Gate of Truth. But what happened? When the world was destroyed by the Dragon Clan, the Gate of Truth did not bless its believers. This is the case with the indescribable strongman. It has evolved from a subjective self to an objective phenomenon. If you pray to the storm, it is very likely that it will not respond to you, no matter how pious you are. Therefore, this incident may not be a simple act of revenge. Not to mention that there have been multiple victims before. This is more like a sacrifice. The 7th apostle, Lady Corruption, should have some kind of mission. After saying this, Wright looked at the Grim Reaper who was still struggling. The information you just provided, are you trying to drag me down, right? The Grim Reaper shook his head and began to whisper again. Lilith on the side fell into deep thought, and the Devil of Lies took the position of translator. The God of Death said that they didn't mean to drag anyone down. It's just that they can't do anything about this disaster. Because they have tested the worlds that fell into the underworld before and found that all the decays can be traced. So, they have no way Alice obviously didn't understand and pulled the sleeve of the devil of lies and asked, "Teacher, what does this mean?" The devil of lies pondered for a moment and explained, "It's probably that they found someone dead, but the cause of death was various diseases or accidents. Because it was a normal death, not murder, so no case can be filed. But this is not right. It seems that this decayed lady did something legal and compliant." Wright sneered, "I can probably guess that those who have distorted the law of death and eventually fell into the underworld must be like this world. In the repeated grazing of the gods, the tortured world was riddled with holes and was about to collapse. That shitty lady probably just gave a light push and put a straw on these worlds and completely crushed them. Although the world was destroyed because of her, her actions did not constitute a violation. Just like the blooming of the tree of life this time. On the surface, it was the overexploitation of the gods that led to the birth of tragedy. But among them, the Tower of Truth secretly fanned the flames. Humph, picking on this kind of suffering world, it is really vicious and insidious. The god of death spoke again, and the devil of lies interpreted at the same time. In short, because the other party did not violate the rules, the great will of the underworld will only be hostile to those worlds where the law of death is distorted and mutated. In order to prevent the entire underworld from being affected by it, the great will of the underworld will take the initiative to cut off contact with such worlds. Wait until this world completely collapses, and then let it sink into the underworld. Emily was furious when she heard it. Why is this happening? Wright had a blank expression. Stupid great will. The god of death was very angry. It wanted to resist, but it couldn't push away the sin light in Wright's hand. In desperation, he made concessions. Let's put it this way. If you can find a way to catch this apostle of the gate of truth and let her evil deeds be recognized by the will of the underworld, then the next thing will be left to us. The underworld will make her get the punishment she deserves. In addition, it will reward you in this world. Wright exerted force suddenly and pressed the god of death to the ground. He stood on the table with the sin light sword pointed directly at him. I will deal with this so-called apostle, but not for some bullshit reward, but because she dared to covet the world I love. As for the debt owed by the underworld, I will go and get it myself. Remember, it is you who owe us, not you who reward us. Do you understand? The god of death collapsed to the ground. He felt the unmatched power on the edge of Wright's sword, nodded helplessly, and then slowly dissipated. The aura of death dissipated, and Wright also jumped off the table. It seems that the memory of the Sage of Wisdom is not that accurate. Someone in the Tower of Truth may have established a connection with the Gate of Truth or its apostles without telling her, the founder. Emily. Pack your things. We are going to the Elf Kingdom now. Wright licked his lips. This enemy should not be underestimated. We must take it seriously. Chapter 278. Holy Sin Support Group. Monthly ticket plus 13. Wow, change it to 100 monthly votes for one more chapter. Please vote for some monthly votes. Huangdao wants to add more chapters. When Wright led Emily and the others out of the Emerald Dream, they were stunned by what they saw. In the square outside the exit, a group of elf girls dressed as dancers were on standby, and there was a luxurious symphony orchestra ready at any time. When the elf princess Rasatina saw Wright coming, her eyes suddenly bloomed with enthusiasm. She jumped in front of the symphony orchestra and picked up the baton. Ready, go. With the waving of her baton, the symphony orchestra began to play a beautiful and sacred ensemble. At the same time, the elf dancers who had been preparing for a long time also began to dance to the music. The scene was magnificent. The music was beautiful. Wright's expression was exceptionally wonderful. Emily's eyes widened, and she was fascinated. Lilith smiled, and I don't know what she was thinking. Wright was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Right. Are you an apprentice saint of the Holy Light Church or an apprentice saint of the elves? I feel that the pump you showed when you returned to the Holy City is nothing compared to what you show now. Tell me honestly, are you an undercover agent planted in the Holy Light Church by the elves? But according to legend, no male elves have been born in the elves for a long time. Could it be that you are actually a girl? Wright glared at her and tapped her on the forehead. Come to my room tonight. I'll let you know what a real man is. I'm not going. Emily glanced at Lilith beside her. You want me to be a cannon fodder? I'm not stupid. Wouldn't it be nice for me to wait for the results? Lilith reached out and grabbed Wright's arm. So you like this tune? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll summon a group of succubi from the demon world for you. Humph, it will definitely be much more beautiful than their dance. Emily looked at the symphony orchestra, then at the group dance in the center of the square, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. I've heard that the elves have high artistic attainments and are a naturally elegant group. From this point of view, they are really good at singing and dancing. Wright snorted coldly. Do you think they are good at singing and dancing voluntarily? Then you don't know how good the elves were in fighting. The conflicts between groups are always ugly and bloody. Emily shuddered, and when she watched the elves singing and dancing again, her mood was not as pure as it was at the beginning. When the song ended, Wright took the lead in applauding. Seeing that Wright liked it so much, the elf princess suddenly became interested and stretched out her hand to start the second performance. Enough. 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 You came here to hold a cultural performance? Great lord. Are you satisfied with our gift? Lord. Lilith and Emily looked at Wright in confusion, and the latter coughed twice in embarrassment. This matter is quite complicated. I will explain it to you slowly later. Rasatina, right? We have something to do with the elf queen. Can you lead the way for us? Of course, my lord. I will go and prepare a carriage for you. Rasatina's pupils dilated with excitement when she heard that she could serve Wright. She turned and ran away, while the other dancers and performers were left there. They all stared at Wright, with an indescribable strange feeling of worship in their expressions. Wright stood there, and accepted the attention of so many people, feeling uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, it was a gaze. If it was a laser, I would probably be shot into a sieve. What's going on, Wright? It seems that these elven girls are looking at you strangely, as if they would pounce on you the next moment, if there weren't something restraining them. You didn't leave any romantic debts with the elves, did you? Even if it is a romantic debt, you have too many. I see. You must have set up another weird and inexplicable cult, right? Wright was very unhappy with Emily's remarks. Why do you say again? I have always been a law-abiding person. I never do anything crooked. Besides, I have never been to the capital of the Elf Empire before. How can such a thing be blamed on me? At this moment, the elf princess had parked an extremely luxurious carriage outside the square of the Emerald Dream. She jumped out of the car excitedly and walked quickly to Wright. My lord, everything is ready. Please come in. Hello, beautiful elf lady. Your name is Rasatina, right? My name is Emily. Before Wright could speak, Emily stepped forward and said, Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Miss Emily. Although her royal highness was a little strange, she had not forgotten the court etiquette. Miss Rasatina, what did you mean by calling Wright your lord just now? Rasatina blinked her innocent eyes and answered with a face full of honor. Of course it's the abbreviation of Honorable Master. Emily and Lilith immediately looked at Wright, who helplessly spread his hands and said, I told you, I will explain it to you in a while. Let's talk about it later, okay? Rasatina, this name sounds familiar. Lilith suddenly clapped her hands and said, I remember. Isn't this the elf princess who was scared to tears by you? Scared to tears? Emily also reacted. Was it the last time on the holy day of Advent? Rasatina said shyly, yes, I'm indeed a princess of the elves. My fate with the master was indeed on the bloody holy day of Advent 3 years ago. Wright immediately felt that the eyes from Lilith and Emily became sharper. Ahem, let's talk in the car. Wright pulled the two women into the carriage without saying anything, and Rasatina followed closely behind. With the turning of the wheels, the carriage drove towards the palace of the elves. On the carriage, the elf princess talked freely, telling Lilith and Emily how the organization of the Holy Sin Support Association had grown so big step by step. She told how she had an epiphany in the dark night, and how many days she had spent perfecting her closed loop of thoughts. After all the theories were self-consistent, she successfully cured her inner demons and dispelled nightmares. After her thoughts were sublimated, the way she looked at the world changed dramatically. Her life began to have goals, her life began to have hope, and everything became logical. Cowardice, laziness, arrogance, and all bad emotions were expelled and cleared, and the whole person was like a new life. Her changes were obvious to all, and her confidence came from the inside out. Gradually, some of her fellow elves began to confide their troubles to her. After all, the elves had been living a very depressed life for so many years with external and internal troubles. The sudden departure of the gods made their hearts extremely empty, and they even began to doubt themselves, judge themselves, and condemn themselves. Throughout the Elf Empire, most of the elves are in a state of psychological subhealth. At this time, the Elf Princess and the president of the Saints in Support Association, Her Highness Rosatina, appeared out of nowhere, with her set of theories that are not perfect but perfect enough, and began to fill these gaps. Lost lambs, if you can't find the direction of life, why not join me in becoming a supporter of the Saints' Sin? Let's sing the glorious deeds of the Saints' Sin together, and study the Saints' Sin's quotations together. Let's hold a reading club around the fire of the Saints' Sin legend together. The Elf Princess Rosatina even composed and choreographed a set of Saints' Sin support dances, and led everyone to dance together. The rhythm is simple and the movements are not complicated, but when everyone dances together in the square, the sense of coordination and belonging in a uniform manner makes people unable to stop. Gradually, the elves who joined the Saints in Support Association also had a qualitative change in their mental outlook. Their lives began to become regular. In the morning, get up at 7 o'clock and recite the selected quotations of the Saints' Sin. At noon, we had lunch at 12 o'clock, and then copied the selected chapters of the Legend of Saints' Sin. In the evening, after finishing a day's work, we gathered in the square and started to dance the support dance for Saints' Sin. At night, before going to bed, with a pious heart, I wrote a diary of the members of the Saints' Sin support group. Gradually, the scale of the Saints in Support Association expanded rapidly and has become the largest organization in the Elf Empire. It is worth mentioning that the second largest organization in the Elf Empire is the Saints in Salvation Association. The reason for the emergence of this organization is that some of the more radical members of the support club believe that Saints Sin is destined to save the Elf Empire in the future. Just reciting the quotations of Saints Sin and dancing the support dance for Saints Sin cannot save the Elf Empire. They gathered together and were always ready to support Saints Sin. After listening to the story of the Elf Princess, the carriage fell into a dead silence. At first, Lilith and Emily were still gossiping about this matter with the mood of watching a joke, but now they heard a chill in their hearts. These guys, these elves with broken brains, don't seem to be joking. They are very serious. By the way, Lilith's tone even had a hint of asking, the classic quotes of the Saints Sin you mentioned, where is it from? Rosatina immediately became excited. If you want to talk about this, then I won't be sleepy. She took out a palm-sized booklet from behind and handed it directly to Lilith. This is the classic and philosophical speech of the Saints Sin that we collected and sorted through various channels. Among them, there are many words that make people excited after listening to them. Lilith took it and flipped through it, and her expression suddenly became strange. Excuse me, what is your standard for identifying these words as classic quotations? Rosatina proudly puffed out her chest. Every word of Lord Saints Sin is full of philosophy and thought-provoking. In my opinion, they should be recorded and circulated, widely sung. But for the sake of fairness, we discussed internally and finally determined a standard. That is, when Lord Saints Sin's holy sword bursts out with brilliant light, it means that this sentence is very classic. We compared it according to this standard, and found that the quality of the selected quotations is very high. So since then, we have continued this tradition. What the hell? Wright was still calm when listening to the previous part, but when he heard this, he almost jumped up and opened the carriage. Judging by whether the holy weapon emits a dazzling light, then aren't all the selected ones his previous social death remarks? What kind of classic quotations of Lord Saints Sin are these? This is simply the social death quotations and black history of Saints Sin Wright. And everyone recites it. Everyone. Recite it. Every day. Even if Wright had a good attitude, he couldn't stand it anymore. Lilith grabbed Wright and gently stroked his hair. Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, we have been traveling outside for the past 3 years, and the holy sword Sin light has been inserted in front of the gate of the holy city. In other words, those quotations are all your remarks in the holy city more than 3 years ago. The elf empire is located in a remote area and has little contact with the human world. They can't collect anything. The elf princess was suddenly unhappy. If you say that, you are looking down on the loyalty of our support group members. It is really difficult to collect these quotations in the elf empire. Fortunately, there are many bards among humans who like to spread these deeds. We spent a lot of money to let them collect them on our behalf. In order to ensure the authenticity of these quotations, we will also let these bards sign a magic contract to ensure the authenticity of the content. The quotations in this book are authentic. At the same time, we also authorize them to sing the heroic deeds of the Holy Sin Lord in other places and chant the classic quotations of the Holy Sin Lord. The Lord is an apprentice saint of the Holy Light Church. Even if these bards have great courage, they dare not make up the deeds of the Lord. After listening to this, Wright felt his scalp tingling and his heartbeat quickened. His eyes went dark and he fell into Lilith's arms. After Emily flipped through the booklet for a few times, the dog sneaked up to the elf princess's ear and whispered, Princess, do you still have this booklet? Can you give me a set? Yes. As long as you join the fan club, we will give it to you for free. And if you consume at the fan club certified merchants, you can get a 20% discount. Wow. There is such a discount? Do your certified merchants have any special marks? The elf princess shook her head. No, we have a special way of identification. That is, you walk into the store and recite the first half of any paragraph of the classic quotes of the Holy Sinner aloud. If the store owner can match the second half of the sentence, the interaction is completed. Wright had just woken up, and after hearing this, he fainted again. Lilith rubbed his temple helplessly. I thought that the Holy Rose Knights were strange enough, but I didn't expect that there were masters in the Elf Empire. Ah. We are at the palace. The elf princess lifted the curtain of the carriage and jumped down first. My lord, please get off the carriage. Chapter 279. The elves want to fight, asking for monthly tickets. Wright walked towards the palace of the Elf Empire with heavy steps. Although the first 2 times he came to the Elf Empire were less than a day apart, his mood was completely different. Sure enough, some things are easier to go through when you don't know them. Lilith followed behind him and couldn't help but giggle. She never expected that the thing Wright had been worried about did not happen in the Holy Light Church, but happened in the Elf Empire by accident. It was just like the saying in his hometown, what is coming will come. After the last incident, no one in the palace guards dared to stop him. Wright led everyone into the palace and met the elf queen who had been waiting for a long time. Lord Light, what's the matter with your visit to the Elf Empire this time? Light looked around. Why is Her Majesty the Queen the only one here today? Where are the other high-ranking officials of the Empire? Oh, because today is not a court meeting day, no one is here. The Elf Queen smiled awkwardly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but there are actually not many things in the Elf Empire that need us to decide and solve. After all, our people are very self-disciplined, and because of the magic of life, material things are absolutely abundant. There is no poverty in the country, let alone exploitation, and no one needs to commit crimes to obtain extra wealth. Therefore, there are not too many political affairs, and court meetings are not held too frequently. However, the princes and ministers are on standby. If Mr. Light needs to find someone, I will ask them to ask for someone immediately. But, can you tell me what you want to do first? Light glanced at the elf princess behind him, then looked at the elf queen, and immediately smiled. Okay, then I'll tell you the purpose of my visit this time. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I'm going to drag the entire elf race into the vortex of war this time. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the elf queen and her daughter suddenly changed. After all, the queen is the ruler of the elf empire. She is very cunning and well hidden. But the princess is still too young. She ran to Wright excitedly and asked in panic. My lord, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by dragging the entire elf race into the vortex of war? What war? Where is the war? The elves have never had any war in recent years, let alone launched any war against humans. The war between humans has nothing to do with us. Wright ignored Rasatina and looked at her mother, the elf queen. I have received the news. The first holy empire in the human world, the Holy Racina Empire, has completely angered the Holy Light Goddess because of the actions of the first Princess Vanessa and the inaction of the royal family. It won't be long before the Holy Racina Empire will be expelled from the Holy States. In other words, they will lose the protection of the Holy Light Goddess, the constraints of the Holy Light Church, and the support of other holy states. Your Majesty, I remember that your elf empire borders the Holy Racina Empire the most, right? It was also the Racina Empire that annexed the most territory of your empire back then, right? Now is a great opportunity. While they are abandoned by the Holy Light Church and the Holy Light Goddess, the Elf Empire can declare war on them, and you swore in victory, to take back your homeland. In addition, show your strength to the world and let people know that the elves are still very powerful. Use a hearty victory as a gift to welcome the return of the Goddess of Life. How about it? The elf princess was overwhelmed by the sweet talk. She couldn't help but imagine that the Elf Empire defeated the Racina Empire, recovered the lost territory, and washed away the shame of so many years. What a glory! When the elves gained this glory, the Goddess of Life returned again, and blessed the elves again. This will be a glorious deed recorded in the history of the Elf Empire. At that time, her and her mother's names will be recorded in history. Even, they can do some tricks to make it look like they defeated the empire, thus regaining the favor of the goddess and finally welcoming the goddess back. In that way, future generations will also attribute the credit of the return of the Goddess of Life to them and their daughter. What a glory is this! This is overwhelming wealth. After eating, they will reach the point where all the monarchs of the empire in the future will look up to them. They are legends that are out of reach. But the queen is the queen after all, and she thinks more deeply than the princess. Mr. Wright, you are a real human. You care so much about ourselves, even at the expense of the interests of the human race. To be honest, I'm a little suspicious of your motives. Wright spread his hands. You should think so, and it is reasonable. You are an elf, and I'm a human. There is also an old saying in my hometown, that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. If I have to choose between humans and elves, I will choose humans without hesitation. But your majesty, I think you seem to have made a mistake. That is, although this war is between elves and humans, and between empires, but it is not a life and death battle. This will be a carefully planned war. It is a war that the God Court needs and wants to see. It is also a war that is very necessary for the peace and long-term stability of the whole world. Sometimes, if you want to go south, you have to go north first. Even gods will be a little helpless in these matters. After this war, the elves will take back a large area of lost territory, regain their former glory, and gain the respect of other ethnic groups again. The human world will realize how important the protection of the Holy Light Goddess is, and will understand the significance of the Holy Light Church's existence. Those fools who are ready to make a move will wake up, and those rebellious people who have already revealed their rebellious intentions will be liquidated and wiped out. But in the final analysis, whether it is the Holy Light Church or the Court of Life, whether it is the Holy Light Goddess or the Goddess of Life, in the end, they all belong to the Court of God. Although it is not easy to say, this is a civil war planned by the Court of God. The elf princess suddenly realized, so this is what happened. The elf queen chuckled. Your highness, the holy sin is really good at calculating. Let our elf empire attack the Racina empire. Your holy light church will not send a single soldier, nor will it provide any help. When the war is won, you can get the greatest benefit. This is probably a bit unfair, right? After hearing this, Wright laughed. Fairness? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about fairness? I think Her Majesty the Queen knows the current situation of the elves better than me. Listen carefully, this opportunity is given to you elves by me. Although the words are hard to hear, this is the situation. You need this opportunity, but if I don't give it to you, you can just try it with your own abilities. I promise that this will be the last swan song of the elves. This is not a threat, but a fact. If I ask you to do it, you have to do it honestly. They say that cooperation is to take care of your feelings. Do you really think this is cooperation? The benefits obtained by the Holy Light Church can be obtained even without your elves. It's just more troublesome, more time consuming and laborious. But the income of the elves is your life-saving straw, and it is also an opportunity you have been waiting for 1,000 years. If you can catch it, you will be qualified to sit back at the table. If you can't catch it, you will be a delicacy on someone else's menu. Am I clear enough? The elf queen's expression was a little embarrassed, and then she quickly walked down the throne and came to Wright. Don't be angry, your highness, the holy sin. I just want to get some more benefits for the elves. You don't know that our elf empire is in a state of disrepair right now. We can get together some guards to protect the borders, but we can't get together an army to go to war with the first human empire. Of course, our elves are willing to do this. After all, it's such a huge benefit, isn't it? But your highness, the holy sin, we really have the will, but not the strength. Do you think it's possible to mobilize some troops from the Holy Light Church to help us fight? I heard that you have established a new force called the New Holy Army, and its combat effectiveness is very strong. How about you talk to them and give us some military support? Our elf empire is willing to pay for it with magic potions and magic scrolls. If that doesn't work, we can also divide the territory we have fought back in half. Looking at the queen whose temperament suddenly changed, Wright felt like his waist was sprained. Ahem, it's impossible for me to help you. After all, if someone finds out, the position of the Holy Light Church will be very delicate. Even if we win, it will only have a counter effect on the Holy Light Church. However, I can help you with the reconstruction of the elves' army. After all, the elves still have some individual combat power. They are all natural all-round magicians and rangers. With a little training, they can become good sergeants. Besides, the elves are born with the advantages of magic scrolls and magic potions. Even if they don't need help from outsiders, there will be no problem. You know, the First Empire has lost the protection of the Goddess of Holy Light, and there will be no assistance from the paladins. After losing these, their people are in chaos and their combat effectiveness has been greatly weakened. Moreover, the territories lost by the Elf Empire are all mountainous and densely forested. This is the part where the elves are best at fighting. As for the plains outside the forest, the elves are indeed not suitable for fighting. But the problem is that we don't need to occupy those places. I said, this is not a life and death battle. You just need to give the other side a slap in the face, a loud and painful one. It will have the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. After you are done fighting, the Holy Light Church will naturally come down and deal with the follow-up matters. So, don't worry. After listening to this, the Elf Queen thought again and finally grabbed Wright's hand. Okay, we elves are willing to be the sword in the hands of the Holy Sin. I will give the order now. Appoint Rasatina as the commander-in-chief of this military operation. Your Highness Light, is the Elf Empire honored to invite you to be the chief consultant of this military operation? Light took a deep breath. Help people to the end. I will be the chief consultant. Elf Princess Rasatina was a little flustered. Mother, can I do it? I haven't participated in any war. Perhaps you should find a more experienced general to serve as the commander-in-chief this time. No, my child. This war is a war of rejuvenation, which is related to the future destiny of our elf empire. Such a big responsibility, only you and I can bear it. This is your honor and your destiny. Don't be afraid, everyone will assist you. I will sit in the rear for you and ensure your logistical supplies. Moreover, don't belittle yourself. The Queen Mother has seen everything you have done. You can set up such a large organization in such a short time and manage it in an orderly manner. Your talent is higher than that of all the elf kings in the Elf Empire. Besides, we have Mr. Light, the general advisor. If you have any questions, please rely on him. The elf princess eyes lit up when she heard this, and her enthusiasm gradually overcame her fear. My lord, I'll leave everything to you. Light smiled slightly. He naturally knew what the mother and daughter were thinking. Tie himself to the elf's chariot, and at the same time, put the only heir of the elf royal family on it. This is a decisive and ruthless way of gambling. Anyway, this bet has been bet so much, so let's bet the princess too. Win. Maximize the benefits. Lose, it doesn't make any difference. What's more, I have already promised that I will never lose. Since you two have agreed, I think we should give this action a code name. A loud code name can make things more efficient. Do you two have any good ideas? The queen and the princess looked at each other and shook their heads. After all, this matter came too suddenly, and it is understandable that they couldn't think of a good name at once. Wright pondered for a moment. This battle is for the humiliation the elves have suffered, and to take back the homeland that has been taken away. I propose that the name of the action be the Wrath of the Blood Elves. The elves must use blood and anger to wash away the shame they have suffered and take back the land where their ancestors have lived for generations. Moreover, the First Empire, which has been bullying the elves for years, must pay the price with blood. Let the elves be great again. The Wrath of the Blood Elves. What a good name. What a good name. The Queen of the Elf kept repeating the name, very satisfied. Princess Rasatina clenched her fists excitedly and shouted like Wright. Make the elves great again. Now that the code name for the operation has been decided, please ask Her Majesty to quickly draft an edict and issue it. Time is short and the task is heavy. The Elf Empire has a weak foundation and needs to enter a state of combat readiness as soon as possible. It's just right. Rasatina, come with me to the military headquarters of your elves. Rasatina was confused. Military headquarters? What military headquarters? It's the military headquarters. Wright suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Why don't you elves have a military headquarters? Chapter 280 Saint Wright said. Facts have proved that Wright still underestimated the extent of the decline of the Elf Empire's armaments. The Elf Empire, which was once so glorious and arrogant, now does not even have a decent military department. After leaving the palace, Wright felt his head swell. He originally wanted to trick the elves into boarding his pirate ship, but in the blink of an eye, he boarded the elves' broken ship that was leaking everywhere. At this moment, Wright finally understood why the Elf Queen had a weird expression throughout the whole process, and finally agreed so smoothly. It's true that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Wright couldn't help but think of the two twin sisters of the god of life in the god's court. Sure enough, not wearing shoes is a common thing. Although, don't be barefoot in such things. After the Elf Queen's in-depth and easy to understand explanation, Wright knew the military strength of the Elf Empire. Because there have been no wars for many years, and they are also good at fighting. In addition, the Holy Light Church is relatively responsible, so that the Elf Empire has not had any conflicts that can be called wars with other bordering human countries. The Elf Empire disbanded its original army, and it has been disbanded for hundreds of years. As the Queen said, apart from the border troops responsible for guarding the border and the Royal Guard, there is no organized military force in the country. Then Wright learned in detail about the so-called border guarding teams mentioned by the mother and daughter. As a result, they are really just teams. The largest of these teams has only more than 80 people, and the smallest is about 40. The internal professional ratio is completely in the shape of a mercenary group. In fact, they are mercenaries. These mercenary groups affiliated with the Elf Empire will go to take on some mercenary tasks near the border when they have nothing to do on weekdays. These mercenary groups even undertake more than half of the border material sales of the Elf Empire. After hearing this, Wright was in a bad mood and reprimanded the Elf Queen for allowing the border garrison troops to work part-time and do small business. This is simply ridiculous. As a result, the Queen said that, because the military department was cancelled, the border troops could not legally pay their salaries. In desperation, the Elf Queen had to use the name of the Elf Empire to post several border patrol missions at the mercenary headquarters. Then let these border troops reorganized into mercenary groups take on such mercenary tasks. In this way, it is equivalent to outsourcing the garrison mission and then having the internal team undertake it, which is a disguised way of paying military salaries. Such a wonderful operation made Wright applaud. At the beginning, these mercenary groups were still conscientious, but later the Elf Empire had financial difficulties, and they had to find a way out on their own. Gradually, it evolved into this situation. Wright had still held a little hope. After all, the border garrison troops have always been synonymous with hard work and iron will. If their framework is still there, then these troops will be treated as seeds of the Legion, and cultivated and expanded. With the individual quality of the elves, they will soon be able to form a combat-capable force. As a result, now it seems that they are completely finished. Don't even mention using them as seeds. These guys can be directly pulled out as negative teaching materials. On the carriage, Wright rubbed his cheeks. Looking at it this way, we can only form a blood elf army from scratch. As for those mercenary groups on the border, call them all back. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Not to mention that they know the situation on the border best. After they come back, they will form a vanguard army. It will also be good if they can play the role of scouts. Okay, my lord, I will arrange someone to send a message to them later. Lying in the carriage, Wright rested his head on Lilith's thigh. It must be said that after Lilith regained her original size, she is indeed much more useful than before, when she was small. If it was before, it would probably feel a bit uncomfortable to rest your head on her legs, right? Bang. Lilith reached out and knocked on Wright's forehead, staring at him angrily. I felt that you were thinking about something rude just now. What? How did you feel that? Please, I'm the malicious Lilith. How could I not feel it at such a close distance? Ah, how could I forget this? Emily asked excitedly, looking at the elf-like streets outside the window. Light, what are we going to do next? To the Leaf of Life library of the elves. Light stretched and changed to a more comfortable posture. Don't forget, the main purpose of our coming here is to help you find the inheritance of the druids. After listening to this, Rasatina looked at Emily. Your Excellency, this Miss Emily looks like a human, right? In fact, I wanted to ask just now. She gave me a strange feeling. Humans, I'm afraid, can't become druids. That requires a very high affinity for life element, and it requires resonance with nature and recognition from the beast soul. Moreover, even among the elves, only male elves have this ability. Light waved his hand. Her situation is rather special. In short, let her try. Since your lordship has said so, of course there is no problem. However, in the Leaf of Life library, there are only relevant information and technical records of druids. As for the beast soul, we don't have it. The inheritance is broken, and the last beast soul has dissipated. At this point, Rasatina's eyes were filled with sadness. The sudden departure of the goddess of life, the disease of the ancient tree of life, the catastrophe of the tribe, the loss of the country, the slaughter, capture, trafficking, and bullying of compatriots. When these things happened, Rasatina should still be a child. The immortal species has a long lifespan, and the accumulated memories of suffering over a long life are much more than other tribes. There is an old saying in our hometown that after suffering comes happiness. The sun always comes after the rain. Be happy. Her Royal Highness was stunned at first, then took out a pen and paper and began to take notes frantically. What the Lord said is so right. This sentence is so profound and full of philosophy. After listening to the Lord's teachings, I feel enlightened, and my life has become much brighter. I must write this sentence down. No. I want to write down every word the Lord said. Then compile it into a book. For everyone in the support group to admire, worship, pass on and read. What's a good name? Yes. It should be called Saint Wright Says So. Wright almost collapsed. Why didn't you have a lot of ideas when naming the military operation just now? Don't write this sentence down. The carriage slowly stopped, and everyone had arrived at the Leaf of Life library. While they were noisy, Wright got off the car with the three women, and couldn't help but sigh at the towering library. The library in the Holy City only has 3 floors, but this thing has at least a dozen floors. As expected of an elf. Lilith nudged him with her elbow. You're not here just for the druid heritage, right? Yes, I want to check the mother copy of the elves' major events to see the exact year when the Tree of Life mutated. Maybe I can find some other clues. Chapter 281 The Elves Backers, Monthly Tickets plus 24. The huge Leaf of Life tower contains the knowledge and wisdom accumulated by the elves from generation to generation. To be honest, this is probably the place that magicians yearn for the most, except for the Tower of Truth. When Wright saw this library with a terrifying collection of books, he couldn't help but wonder, should I find a way to get all these books into my own Holy Wisdom Cloud library? While enriching the cellar, this knowledge can also be better applied. The more the Holy Wisdom Cloud library and the Holy Principle Ring are used, the more the magician group relies on them, and the higher the dominance and authority of the divine court over the world will be. It has to be said that the magician group is the easiest to cause trouble among all the promotion paths. A little carelessness can cause big trouble. It would be great if this group could keep their duties while not wasting their energy for innovation and development. While thinking about this, Wright followed his little fangirl Rasatina into the tower. What is surprising is that the decoration and layout of the Leaf of Life are all in the ultimate natural style. Whether it is the tables, chairs, benches, or stair chandeliers, they are all magical plants. Seeing such a dreamy scene for the first time, Emily's eyes widened immediately. She looked at this and that for a while, having a lot of fun. Wright walked around with his hands behind his back and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the elves' research on magical plants has reached this level. It's exquisite and elegant, and it's really in the style of your clan. After taking a look around, Lilith suddenly laughed. This place reminds me of the undead king in hell. His palace is full of bones and flesh, and various organs are used to make furniture and decorations. It's similar to here. It's similar. It sounds so scary. Huh. You, a guy who keeps the evil god of flesh and blood as a pet, have the nerve to say such a thing. Doesn't your feast of the god of flesh and blood have the same effect? Wright stroked his chin. It seems to be like this. Rasatina, you are here. While the two were talking, a woman in a light blue robe floated down, reached out and held the elf princess in her arms. Oh, my little Rasatina, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Teacher Cecilius, let go, I can't breathe. Rasatina waved her hands helplessly, but she was unable to break free from the other's arms. Seeing that a breast murder case was about to happen, Wright suddenly exuded a fierce murderous aura, which scared everyone present, including Wright himself. Don't look at me like that, it's not me. Before Wright finished speaking, a faint light suddenly flashed in his hand, and the Dragon Slayer's lament emerged, and automatically locked onto the woman in front of him. The other party exclaimed, and was so scared, that she let go of Rasatina, and stood there trembling. My lord, calm down. My lord, calm down. Rasatina did not expect that Wright would suddenly get angry, and quickly stood in front of her teacher. This is my acquaintance, my enlightenment teacher, when I was a child. She has no ill intentions. We were just joking. Your teacher doesn't have dragon blood. Hey, how did you know that, my lord? The teacher is indeed one-quarter dragon blood. Moreover, it is a very rare elven dragon. Wright held the Dragon Slayer's lament tightly in one hand, suppressed the restlessness with a powerful force, and put it away. Sorry, my sword is a bit obsessed with dragons. When the killing intent was completely suppressed, Cecilius, who had the elven dragon blood, breathed a sigh of relief. What a terrible weapon this is. Standing there, I feel like my soul is stinging. She circled around Light again and again. Sir, can you take out the knife just now, and let me see it again? Are you trying to kill yourself? Rasatina smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, my lord. My teacher has a bad habit, which is that she has an irresistible desire to explore unknown things. She is curious about things, and she will always find out at all costs. For this reason, she has caused a lot of trouble before. For the safety of the entire elves, the mother ordered her to reflect in the Leaf of Life, and not leave here. Teacher, this is His Highness Saint Light of the Holy Light Church. He is of noble status. He is powerful. You can't do anything rude. But after Cecilius circled around Light, he looked straight at the two girls beside him. Demon. Such a powerful demon, but a little strange. It's really curious. Hey, why does this little girl have the talent of all kinds of magic like ourselves? No, it seems a little different. Her soul is very pure and huge, but mixed with misfortune and sadness. Poor child, you seem to be carrying a huge and sinful curse. But it seems that you have benefited a lot from this curse. TSK. It's really sad. Wright suddenly became interested. Miss Cecilius, I didn't expect you to get so much information with just one look. It's not simple. But why can't I see through you? This sir, you, make me feel scared. Wright laughed. That's not necessary. As long as you don't stand on the opposite side of me, or block the way I want to go, I think we will become good friends. You want to see the knife just now, right? Sure. But, Wright stretched out his hand, and pulled Emily in front of him. As long as you help her find all the books and records about the Druid heritage, I will take out the knife for you to study. How about it? Okay. Cecilius stretched out his hand, and waved it towards the sky. Suddenly, a breeze rushed up, and swept across the entire Leaf of Life tower. The selected books were like butterflies, flapping their wings and heading downwards. Soon, they piled up into a small mountain as high as a person. All the books about druids are here. This half is about inheritance, and this half is about miscellaneous records. So many. Emily looked at the books that were half a head taller than her and began to back down. Actually, I think it's good for me now. There's no need to accept the inheritance of druids. Wright glared at her. Captain, are you scared? Who is scared? I just think that, since things are so busy now, I have to stay by your side and help you. There are so many books, there will be plenty of time to read them later. Stop talking nonsense. Go. This poor excuse certainly didn't work with Wright. Emily had a sad face, and she used the breeze to hold up the books and walk towards the big desk beside her. Wright shook his head helplessly, then he summoned the Dragon Slayer's Lament again, and applied multiple seals, and handed it to Caecilius, who was full of desire. Even though it was sealed, when Caecilius got the long sword, he still felt the burning sensation from his soul. Fortunately, she was only 1/4 of the elven dragon bloodline, so she could still bear it. Looking at her painful and excited expression, Wright couldn't help but lean over to Lilith Seer and whispered, "Guess who I thought of?" "Who?" "Saint Iranoa." "Ah, that paranoid. Look at their desire for knowledge, don't they look alike?" Lilith laughed. "Are you referring to the incident when they wanted to drug you and then dissect you?" Wright shook his head. Obviously this was a bad memory. "There are not many normal saint apprentices in your class." "Nonsense, I'm so normal. Harmless to people and animals." After Caecilius walked away, Rosatina smiled apologetically. "My lord, I'm really sorry. Teacher Caecilius's personality is indeed a bit strange. I hope I didn't scare you." Wright shook his head and looked curiously in the direction where Caecilius left. "Your teacher's personality is quite unique. Why is there a strong loneliness mixed with enthusiasm?" Rosatina sighed. "My lord, you don't know. Because my teacher has the blood of the dragon clan, his body is much taller than that of ordinary elves." "Really?" Wright looked at the other's back. "It seems to be a little bit. It's not so obvious now, but when she was a child, she could be said to stand out from the crowd and seemed out of place. So from that time on, she was not very sociable. Instead of dealing with people, she prefers to study magic and repair ancient documents. After years of research, her personality has been greatly affected. But because the elves are inherently yearning for freedom, the power of her bones and blood conflicts with the habits of many years, and she has become like this now." "Is her research on magic circles the strongest among your elves?" "Not only magic circles, but also magic patterns, magic potions and other research directions. She is the top." "Lord, do you have any questions about magic circles that you want to solve? You can ask her directly. The teacher always welcomes exchanges and research." Wright smiled and waved his hand. "No, I just asked casually." "Oh, we want to stroll around here. You don't have to accompany us. Go and see if your teacher can help you with anything." Rosatina naturally heard the meaning of Wright's words. Although she was not happy, she still bowed. "Then Lord, please take a look around. I will go to the teacher. If you have any instructions, just call my name directly, and I will rush to your side immediately." Rosatina turned and left after saying that, and Wright took Lilith up the stairs and walked towards the upper floors. As they strolled in the leaves of life, they chatted in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "The elves are weaker than I thought. Have you concluded that?" "That's true. My definition of strength is not just based on combat effectiveness. If it's just a duel between a few people or a few groups, the elves still have an advantage. But if it rises to the level of war, the competition is not the same as before." Wright said, waving his fingers. "It's a competition of fighting will, combat mobilization ability, logistics support ability, group execution, group solidarity, group belonging, and a series of other things. War is the most comprehensive and rigorous test for a country and a nation. Shortcomings in any aspect can be fatal, especially when the war has passed the early stage of attack and entered the stage of pulling and consuming. At that time, it is a test of the endurance of both sides of the war, and even torture. Which side has a higher tolerance rate and a stronger ability to withstand pressure can reap the final victory. The elves have a sparse population and insufficient fighting will. because of the long-term lack of faith, and being abandoned by the gods, etc. All aspects can be said to be shortcomings. If we continue like this, even if we succeed in recruiting soldiers, they will just be a bunch of tofu, a bunch of rabble. If we really confront an iron army, they will break at the first touch. Lilith reached out and took Wright's hand, drawing circles on his palm with her fingers. Okay, you just like to think of things in the worst possible way. You've mentioned so many shortcomings of the elves, but why don't you think about the shortcomings of the First Empire? The elves haven't fought a war for so many years, and there have been few wars in the human world in the past 100 years. The quality of the First Empire's army is not that high. At the same time, because the holy title has been taken away, the army within the empire will probably be uneasy, and the cohesion and execution may not be much better than the elves. Of course, they have always maintained the structure of the army, and if you really want to talk about it, they are indeed stronger than the elf empire. They even have the Truth Workshop and many black magicians as their backing. This is indeed their advantage, which cannot be denied, and cannot be ignored. But don't forget that the backing of the elves is you. If you are there will be no problem. Just now you also said that when the war enters the late stage and they are consuming each other, those qualities are tested. But I think this war will not last until that time. Because we didn't plan to fight to the end. We just relied on the advantages of the elves to stun and hurt the opponent. Wouldn't that achieve the effect? Besides, I don't think the things you said the elves lack are fatal. Especially cohesion, fighting will and the like. Isn't it super simple for you? Wright was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? No. Lilith shook Wright's arm. There is nothing that can't be solved by a passionate speech. As long as you gather the elves together, and then use the speech to inspire them, and ignite the fire in their hearts. I believe that they will be able to unite, and become a qualified war machine. Wright scratched his head. That's what I said, but I don't really like to do this kind of thing. You know, I prefer to convince people with reason. Lilith spread her hands. This is also a way to convince people with reason. Chapter 282 Fairy Tale Sequence Grey Wolf, asking for monthly ticket. Wright and Lilith were strolling in the Leaf of Life Tower. They hadn't been alone like this for a long time. As they walked, Wright actually felt like he was dreaming back to the 3 years before when he traveled. The two walked all the way to the top of the tower. When they were about to walk back down the stairs, a strange wave suddenly came from the bottom of the tower. Fairy Tale element. Which power? Wright and Lilith looked at each other and quickly jumped down from the top of the tower, falling rapidly downward. The Leaf of Life seemed to think that the two had fallen accidentally and quickly grew countless vines and branches to catch them, but they were all dodged accurately by the two. When Wright and Lilith returned to the ground, they saw Emily meditating with her eyes closed in the pile of books in the distance. And right next to her, a humanoid wolf was slowly taking shape, and its body exuded strong fairytale element fluctuations, which echoed the witch power in Emily's body. What's going on? We don't know either. The elf princess and Cecilius also ran over and stared at Emily blankly. I know. Cecilius suddenly shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the hostility of the half-human half-wolf fairy tale elemental individual. She quickly lowered her voice and quietly explained to everyone. The state this little girl is in now is called the ethereal state, which is an extremely rare state. Whether it is a magician or a druid, meditation is needed when gathering magic and exercising mental power. However, meditation is also divided into different levels. The highest level is called selflessness, and the level before selflessness is called ethereal. This is a very precious state. Once a magician falls into it, both mental power and magic power will make great progress, and there will be a qualitative leap in what he has thought and learned before. The previous shackles and obstacles, some things that are not easy to do, may be solved after the ethereal state. We'd better not disturb her. However, what does this energy body beside her mean? It feels like an element that has never been seen before. It's amazing. Wright frowned, and his will was firmly locked on the humanoid wolf beside Emily. If the other party makes any rash moves, Wright will destroy it at the first time. But until now, Wright has not felt any hostility from the other party. Wright, do you feel it? Lilith whispered. This evil wolf has a lot of willpower. It's similar to Pinocchio and the witch. Wright nodded slightly. The wise sage is dead now. There is probably no one in the world who knows the witch's plan better than him. He even imitated the witch's plan and sealed the lie demon with the story of Pinocchio when it was still a clone. As Lilith said, this evil wolf is similar to Pinocchio in terms of structure and breath. But both the witch and Pinocchio are artificially created. But this evil wolf in front of me feels like it was born. It must be related to Emily, who is now in an ethereal state, but Emily is definitely not its creator. Finally, with the last trace of fairy tale element injected into the body, the energy fluctuations of the evil wolf gradually stabilized. At this time, Emily slowly opened her eyes and showed a satisfied smile. "Hey, why are you all here?" She quickly stood up and introduced the fairy tale monster behind her to everyone. "Let me introduce you to this new beast soul I tamed. The fairy tale creature, the big bad wolf." The half man, half wolf shook its head. Its sharp teeth and claws, its well-developed muscles, and the fierce light in its eyes all showed that it was not a creature that was easy to mess with. Fairy tale creature? Oh, it's a fairy tale elemental creature. But it's a little different from ordinary elemental life forms. It has a certain willpower core, just like us witches. Emily reached out and rubbed the wolf's head as skillfully as stroking a cat or a dog. How should I put it? After all, in fairy tales, the big bad wolf is a well-known villain. To be honest, its popularity is higher than that of us witches. It's just that no one will worship to be a big bad wolf. Naturally, it will be a little worse in this regard. But fortunately, most people are afraid of this fairy tale image, which invisibly makes up for the missing part. Wright walked up and circled the wolf. "Hey, this big bad wolf is very strong. I feel that it is at least the level of a 6th level magic beast, which means it can match the saint level strongman. In fact, it still has a lot of potential that has not been stimulated. It's interesting. I feel some natural breath and dream breath from it. Did you use part of the inheritance of Arc and Druid?" Emily clapped her hands excitedly, as expected of Wright. "You guessed it all at once. When I was reading the Druid inheritance just now, I had already learned all the seals and methods in it. Then I tried to use it twice and found that the beast soul was indeed missing. So I thought about using the beast souls you prepared for me in Arc. As a result, it failed. It is not feasible to use things in dreams directly. In Desperation, I added a lot of fairy tale element to the dream beast soul, hoping to use this method to make it manifest in reality. But unexpectedly, as I injected fairy tale element into the beast soul of the Kanking god wolf, it resonated with the fairy tale subspace. Then, the fairy tale spirit of the big bad wolf gathered here and completed the fusion with the beast soul of the Kanking god wolf. I saw this, so I just went with the flow and directly increased the injection of fairy tale element. But in my self-consciousness, this big bad wolf actually wanted to bite me back. I got angry, so I meditated directly and then fought with it in the consciousness space. As a result, it was no match for me at all. I defeated it in a matter of minutes and made a contract with it. From now on, it is the first fairy beast soul I have conquered." Emily patted the big bad wolf's head. "Now, I can completely transform into a druid. Although I don't have the natural beast soul, I have the fairy soul." Big bad wolf. "Emily, you have picked up a treasure this time." Wright couldn't help but give a thumbs up. How does that sentence go? A fool has a fool's luck. I didn't expect that you could have such an adventure. This is a top villain in fairy tales. Moreover, you seem to have accidentally created a new way to advance in the fairy tale sequence. It can be regarded as a disguised help for Pinocchio and reduce his workload. What? There is such a thing? Emily immediately became interested. That won't work. I have to find a way to get some benefits from him. Lilith covered her forehead helplessly. It's true that there is a teacher and there are disciples. Where did the noble daughter who hated evil go? Under a strange combination of circumstances, the biggest problem of your druid heritage has been solved. Wright rubbed Emily's head. This is good, and it saves me from making a batch of beast souls for you. Hey. Can that kind of thing be made? Of course, that kind of thing doesn't appear out of thin air. Since others can make it, there is no reason why I can't make it. Then why didn't you say it earlier? If I had known that you could make it, I wouldn't have spent so much effort to piece it together myself. Wright rolled his eyes and tapped her forehead with a finger. You are so lazy. You learned bad things from your teacher Lilith. Rasatina asked in a low voice. Hey, didn't Miss Lilith just say that Miss Emily is the master's student? How come? Emily rubbed her forehead and cried. The two of them are like this. If I do something very proud, they will rush to recognize me as my teacher. If they think I'm embarrassed, they will push me to the other side. Wright and Lilith said in unison. Isn't this normal? Rasatina, Rasatina. Cecilius excitedly held Rasatina's hand. I feel that there seems to be an inexplicable connection between Emily and this energy creature. The relationship between the two of them is indeed very similar to the relationship between a druid and a beast soul. Does this mean she has become a druid? Rasatina nodded slightly. I think so, teacher. Then, she is a girl. If she succeeded, does it mean that other girls in our elf tribe can also become druids? Yes. Rasatina couldn't help but slap her forehead. She had been obsessed with studying the deeds of Lord Light recently. Gradually, her sensitivity to some things has decreased. After all, Lord Light is an incomparable and extraordinary man. He has created countless legends that turned decay into magic. So in her heart, the elf princess is very insensitive to the behavior of Light and the people around him. No matter how remarkable the event is, Her Royal Highness the Princess can still remain calm. After all, it is as natural for Lord Light to create miracles as drinking water. There is nothing to be surprised about. But after being reminded by Cicely, Rasatina instantly jumped out of her original circle. When she thought about this problem again, she realized, this is a great breakthrough that is enough to change the entire elf race. If female elves can become druids, then the difficulties that have plagued the elves for so many years will suddenly be solved. Lord, is it okay? Looking at Her Royal Highness the Princess with stars in her eyes, Wright looked at the grey wolf beside Emily. It's unlikely that you want such a high quality fairy soul. But for other ordinary ones, it is possible. And, even, because it is a fairy creature, you may be able to get more than just a beast. As long as this road is opened, you can even sign a contract with any fairy creature. By then, I'm afraid it won't be called a druid, but a new, stronger and more comprehensive way of promotion developed on the basis of druids. Wright patted Emily on the shoulder. How about this? You write down the detailed methods and steps, and then let the Grey Wolf send it to Leopai, and let him develop the fairy path as soon as possible. When the mature promotion path is successfully built, the elves will be able to make up for the missing parts of the druids. It will be even more powerful. Emily's face was full of reluctance. I thought I had completed the task and could take a break. Wright suddenly laughed out loud when he heard this, and even laughed to tears, which made the other girls around him look confused, and Emily was even more at a loss. Why was what he said just now so funny? Where was the joke? What was the punchline? Young man, I thought the same as you before. I thought that if I worked faster and worked overtime, as long as I finished all the work in advance, I could save time to have a good rest. The result is that I finally finished my work and other work came. The result is that the harder you work, the more you do. Work is like the sour plum juice in a certain bottom drinking soup. The faster you drink, the faster it will add. After Wright finished speaking, the people present were silent. It was obvious that, although everyone did not understand the meaning of these words, they tasted unprecedented bitterness from them. Only Princess Rasatina took out her little notebook again and began to record frantically. Obviously, the content of Saint Wright Says So has become much richer. I say, since Emily has already got what she needs, there is no need for us to disturb her here anymore. Lilith took Wright's arm. We still have a lot of important things to do, don't we? Oh, yes. Rasatina put away the small notebook. War preparations are arduous and complicated. Please give me more guidance, my lord. What? You are leaving? Cecilius was a little reluctant, but I haven't studied the knife thoroughly yet. Just keep it for your research. I'm not in a hurry. It's just that this knife has a strong murderous aura, so you have to be careful. Really? Can I continue to study it? That's great. Sisyphus danced with excitement and even didn't want his beloved apprentice and turned around and ran to continue studying the Dragon Slayer's elegy. Wright smiled and said nothing. turned around and called Emily and others to leave. Emily had no choice but to send the grey wolf back to the fairy tale subspace first, and turned around and followed as quickly as possible. My lord, wait a moment, I'll call the car. The princess of the elf empire has now become a little follower, and she is so enthusiastic about doing such chores. She admires Light and has just witnessed the miracle created by Emily. After learning that Emily is actually the disciple of Lord Light, she admires her even more. The belief in her heart that only the holy Synolite can save the elves has become more firm. Looking at the princess's back as she walked away, Lilith asked, "You just left the knife behind. Are you worried about Sysilis?" Light sneered, "Of course, she is the best at magic array among the elves, and the ancient tree of life is not something that ordinary elves can touch. As the enlightenment teacher of the elf princess, she has been hiding in the Leaf of Growth library for many years, and her whereabouts are simple and secretive. Moreover, she is a half-blood elf, and she must be unwelcome in the elves. No matter how you look at it, she is very suspicious." Leaving the Dragon Slayer's lament behind, one is to deter, and the other is to monitor. At this time, the elf princess had driven to the door of the library. "My lord, where are we going next? It's getting late. Please take them both to their accommodation. I have something to do and need to go back to Harbor City first." Chapter 283 Wright's Curiosity. It was obvious that Wright had not informed the two women beforehand about his decision to return to Harbor City on his own. Lilith couldn't help but frown slightly. "Why do you want to go back suddenly?" "I want to see Poseidon." Emily was not very happy either. "You're going back right after you got here, but why don't we go together? You have to work overtime tonight and write down your experience and give it to Leopai. It's not suitable for you to run around with me. Besides, I will be back tomorrow for you. Taking a shortcut cannot achieve no effect on your body. So, for a short time, you should stay with the elves. Isn't the palace in the Elf Empire more comfortable than the cottage in the Harbor City?" Emily didn't hear the rest of the words at all. What? Why do you want me to work overtime at night? Overtime is part of the job. Don't play if you don't like it. Then why did you pull me out just now? Wouldn't it be more efficient to do this in the library? Working overtime in the company is illegal, and it also consumes the company's water and electricity. But if you go home to work overtime, it is a voluntary act of employees, and you are responsible for your own water and electricity, energy saving and emission reduction. Emily almost jumped up. "I didn't volunteer. If I say it is, you are, and if I say it is not, you are also." Wright looked at Lilith, who was standing by, and the latter nodded slightly, saying everything. The two had been together for so long, even without saying hello in advance, Lilith knew what Wright was thinking. He asked him to stay so that there would be a high-level combat force on the elves' side who could respond at any time and deal with some crisis events. As for not letting Emily stay in the library, it was to give Cecilius enough space and time to see if the other party would make any unusual moves. "I'm leaving. You should go to rest early." After Wright sent everyone to the carriage, he walked towards the Emerald Dream alone. The reason why he had to rush back to Harbor City so late was because he was inspired by Emily's behavior of creating the Grey Wolf. There are many spirits in the fairy tale world, all kinds of strange and bizarre. Of course, their circulation is not as wide as that of the witch, so in the witch plan, even the powerful Tower of Truth only has 7 materials. It's not that they don't want more, but that other fairy tale images are not strong enough. Although Wright had created Pinocchio before, it was just a shell to stuff the demon of lies into it. If Pinocchio was fabricated out of thin air, it would not be enough. The problem with Pinocchio is the same as that of the big bad wolf. They are both well known, but unfortunately they are not positive images. Just like many girls of humble origins hope to be Cinderella or worship themselves as a certain princess. But no one wants to be the big bad wolf or a puppet whose nose grows longer when lying. It is this gap that makes them miss the witch plan. Another decisive factor is that they are not human, let alone women. The target of the witch plan is human women, which kicks out players like the big bad wolf and Pinocchio. The only outlier is the daughter of the sea, but the record of the sea witch is relatively vague, and it is not marked whether she is also a mermaid. The ugly duckling and the cunning fox have the same experience. Therefore, the selection conditions of the witch plan are very harsh. But since the successful establishment of the fairy tale element subspace, the fairy tale element is in a state of abundance. The power of witches no longer relies on generations of witch candidates sacrificing their souls to earn it. The hard days are over, and everyone suddenly becomes rich and strong. At this time, those fresh fairy tale creatures may have the opportunity to appear again. This will be a strong fighting force. In addition to the fact that Leopi's work has not been completed, there is another more important thing. The materialization of fairy tale creatures cannot all go through Emily. In other words, it cannot go through any witch. Perhaps witches are born with this ability because of the curse. They can use a curse mechanism in their bodies to materialize fairy tale creatures. But in the long run, there must be more efficient and more ordinary means. Otherwise, if it all depends on Emily and the others, then there is no need to do other things, and they will be exhausted. And the ethereal state like Emily is simply an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Even if the witches' souls are purer and larger, there is no guarantee that they can enter that state every time. The most important point is that Wright just didn't tell anyone. He took the opportunity to touch Emily's head to explore her soul, and found that there was a part missing. Although compared with her huge soul, that part is nothing. But it is obvious that the missing part is actually used to shape the big bad wolf. This is exactly the operating principle of the witch's curse. If Emily continues to create like this, sooner or later she will face the exhaustion of her soul. If other elves use this method, their souls will also be damaged. It's okay if it's only once or twice. After all, no one can guarantee that the soul will be perfect for a lifetime, just like no one can live without any injuries or bleeding. But this method is flawed. He went back to the Temple of Poseidon to find a way to see if he could solve this problem. Because when he was creating the flesh and blood angels, the angels all had souls. But he himself did not pay the price of his soul. So if the part of the angel's soul and body is copied and pasted into Emily's newly discovered fairy tale creature materialization step, can this defect be solved to a certain extent? Cecilius in the Leaf of Life is a research maniac, so is Wright. After thinking of this possibility, he was anxious and realized that he would not be able to sleep tonight. After passing through the Emerald Dream and the fairytale subspace, Wright returned to the misty sea at the bottom of the sea. After passing through the defiant line of the flesh angel, Wright floated up quickly, rushed out of the water like a rocket, and landed on Poseidon Island. At this time, the sun had sunk into the sea, and the night was shrouding the sea. But the lights on Poseidon Island were still bright, and there was an endless stream of Poseidon believers coming to worship. Not far away, there were groups of Poseidon believers doing flesh aerobics and flesh radio gymnastics, forming a beautiful and weird landscape. Wright's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Not long after, Unica and Gladys hurried to see him. Light, why are you here? I'm here to inspect the work and talk to you about alchemy. Do you have time? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Legend of Hungry Wolf, monthly ticket plus 34. The two alchemists have their own strengths in alchemy. Gladys has a solid theoretical knowledge and a solid foundation. Unica has a rich imagination and often has wonderful ideas that amaze people. The two have different views on how to materialize the spirits of things in the fairy tale subspace into the real world. But in the final analysis, they are stuck on one problem, that is, the soul. With the power of alchemy, it is easy to create a body. Even mechanical, flesh and blood, mixed and stitched can be made. But when it comes to the soul, everyone is in trouble. The soul subject is also a link that alchemy has not been able to overcome. So far, they can only create some puppets for themselves to drive, and cannot really create creatures with souls. But the two have different views on angel creation. Creating life is the privilege of God. There is nothing strange about it. God's creation of living things has gone beyond the scope of alchemy, and cannot be generalized. Unica did not agree with the words of the mermaid princess. The gods must have mastered taboo knowledge that we don't know and can use taboo methods that we can't use. Long ago, humans could only make some soft metal copper, but later, with the update and iteration of technology, they were able to create more powerful iron tools. If we compare the two eras, for those humans in the backward era, they only lacked the corresponding knowledge and experience, and lacked more professional tools. That's all. The basic principles of the world have existed since the birth of the world. It is us who are discovering and learning little by little. That's all. The holy light gathered in Wright's hand. Then I will show you the magic circle created by the angel. Can you analyze it? The two women answered in unison. No. Wright stretched out his hand and gave them a brain slam. Then why are you talking so lively? The key is, Wright, you already have the means of the god level. Why do you have to settle for second best and use alchemy? If you want to create a body with a soul, wouldn't it be better to use the power of the gods directly? Faced with Unica's question, Wright sighed helplessly. This technology is not prepared for me, you know. I can do whatever I want. I have several methods. But we must find a technique that ordinary users can operate smoothly. Unexpectedly, the little mermaid shook her head after hearing this. No, Wright. You know, even in alchemy, which has no taboos, creating life is a taboo technology. This is not only because it blasphemes life and death, but also because of many problems, including sociology, biology, ethics, and philosophy. Mortals cannot create life through all chemical means. Perhaps this is not a restriction or confinement, but a protection. Therefore, if you want to create life, it is better to get the approval of the gods. Wright stroked his chin. I understand what you mean, but the technology must be realized first, before we can find ways to add shackles, constraints and bottom lines to them. Unica suddenly clapped her hands. I have an idea. Since the gods must be involved, can we break this behavior into two parts? Just like a divine spell. The believers complete the mana structure and part of the divine power supply, and then submit it to the gods for approval. If approved, the gods will help the believers to make up for the missing part. In this way, they can ensure that their technology is restricted and can run smoothly. This is a good idea. Wright stretched out his hand and summoned the Holy Principle Ring, and if the Holy Principle Ring is running, there is no need to worry about individuals without faith not being able to use it, and users of different faiths will not be bound by their faith. Great. Unica and Gladys didn't know much about the Holy Principle Ring, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Right, is this the Holy Principle Ring you always talk about? Yes. Then if we believe in the sea god, can we also use holy light? Of course. Can we also use magic? That's right. Gladys suddenly raised her head. But, Lord Sea God basically won't respond to the calls of believers. And it has no binding force on believers. In other words, Sea God believers are not subject to the inspection and restraint of the God they believe in. Is this okay? Wright was stunned for a moment. I forgot about this. The flesh and blood that grows is essentially without any wisdom and spiritual awareness. It relies more on its own nature to do things, and usually listens to the orders of Wright and Lilith. When Wright was in charge of the Flesh and Blood God Church, he didn't have to worry about these problems. But now the Flesh and Blood God Church has become the Flesh and Blood Sea God Church, and the number of believers has exploded, even comparable to the Holy Light Church. In this case, it is obvious that the ignorance of the Flesh and Blood evil god cannot cope with this situation. But if he is given wisdom, it goes against the original intention of creating it. Seeing Wright's thoughtful look, Gladys made a suggestion. Mr. Wright, do you think it is possible to find some servants or subordinates for the sea god? Let these servants and subordinates complete the daily complicated work. Oh, this is a good idea. After all, Aphra is basically not in charge now, and it is the 4 high-level angels under her who are busy. If you think about it carefully, isn't her situation the same as the flesh sea god? Unica swallowed her saliva. Goddess Aphra will definitely be angry when she hears this. Indeed, recruiting a few servants and subordinates for the sea god can solve the urgent problem. Wright immediately conveyed this idea to the god court in the form of prayer. The Holy Light God Court is now very popular, and there are many gods like the two sisters Nalanoi who want to join. Let Jonah and Afra do the preliminary screening work first, and then I can investigate it myself during the final interview. There should be a room for studying alchemy in the temple, right? I'd like to borrow it. Are you going to study the alchemy of cooperation between man and God that I just mentioned, Mr. Wright? Gladys and Unica were very excited. Great. Can we too join us? No. Wright rejected them both with a righteous look on his face. For you, some knowledge is still taboo. With your current spiritual awareness and cognition, if you come into contact with too much incomprehensible knowledge and wisdom, it will cause confusion in consciousness. At the very least, your soul will be damaged, and at worst, you will fall into madness. Seeing the two girls' disappointed faces, Wright reached out and rubbed the two girls' heads. However, I will sort out the experimental diary, select the ones you can read, and compile them into a book for you. It's a deal. You can't lie to me. There is a large laboratory in the basement of the temple, which is made according to the alchemy workshop in Harbor City. It should be able to meet your needs. Wright clapped his hands. Great. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Take me there quickly. At this time, there were still many pilgrims on the island, but Unica and Gladys had a special status in the Poseidon Church. Under the guidance of the two of them, Wright soon came to the underground alchemy workshop of the Poseidon Temple. Wright walked into the room alone and said to the two before closing the door, "If someone comes to see me, don't disturb me if it's not a particularly urgent matter. Do you understand?" "Okay. Got it." The stone door slowly closed, and Wright turned on the lighting system in the room, and the entire underground alchemy workshop was as bright as day. This place is well made. Taking a deep breath, Wright smelled the unique smell of alchemy, which was as refreshing as hospital disinfectant, making people tremble all over. Oh, it's been a long time since anyone has studied something seriously. I hope this time it can be successful as soon as possible. It's really uncommon to help others sharpen their knife while using a knife to kill someone. Wright's series of plans are all based on the fact that the Elf Empire can defeat the First Empire. And it can't be a narrow victory or a tragic victory, it must be a big victory, preferably a crushing, undisputed big victory. It's best to show the strength of a downgraded strike to achieve the effect he wants. He wanted to kill the monkey to scare the chickens, but ended up fighting with the monkey and both sides were injured, and finally the monkey was barely killed. It is estimated that the chickens watching will not be afraid, but will find it ridiculous, and even eager to try. Therefore, the revival of the druids is necessary. Since the traditional druids cannot be revived in a short period of time, then come up with a similar or even stronger substitute. The magic circle created by the angel. Ready. The method of making the little man in the bottle. Ready. Alchemy summary. Ready. The flesh and blood part of the body. Ready. The two little girls have prepared quite a lot of related alchemical materials. Wright moved his shoulders. If it was just a simple human body refining, there would be no need to prepare so many things. With the flesh and blood, plus a certain amount of seawater, it basically covers almost all the necessary element. Flesh, soul, and spirit. They are the three main elements that constitute life. Among them, the flesh comes from the forbidden refining of alchemy. The soul comes from the soul body created by the magic circle created by the angel. As for the spirit, it will undoubtedly be taken from the fairy tale subspace. In the alchemy workshop under the palace of Poseidon, Wright began his experiment. Because it was in a completely enclosed room underground, there was no clock in the room. Wright, who was immersed in it, did not notice the passage of time at all. He stayed here for 3 whole days, completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and did experiments tirelessly, until the door of the alchemy workshop was kicked open by someone from the outside. At this moment, the alchemy workshop was filled with smoke, and pungent gas poured out from the door. Wright, are you still in there? Hey, that voice is Emily? Wright finally came to his senses, and walked quickly to the door of the room. Why are you here? Nonsense. When you left you said you'd be back soon, but it's been 3 days since I saw you. Sister Lilith asked Alice in her dream, and she said you weren't in Harbor City either. I thought you were probably on Poseidon Island, so I came to find you. Wright fanned the smoke. Even so, there's no need to kick the door, right? Emily pouted and said unhappily, "We didn't want to, but we called you for a long time and you didn't respond. I had no choice but to kick the door. So what are you doing? Why is there such a mess?" With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain to you. Then you've been working on it for so long. Have you achieved any results? Of course. Wright took out a stack of palm-sized cardboard. "Look, this is the result of my research." Gladys and Unica hurried forward to take it, holding it in their hands and looking at it repeatedly. "Hey, is this paper or metal? It feels cool and hard, but the texture is very light. There are complex magic patterns on the north side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guards, queen, king. Isn't this a deck of cards?" "You are wrong. This looks like a deck of cards, but in fact, it is the key connecting the fairy tale world and the real world." Emily nodded continuously. "Well, listening to your sentence structure, it does feel like it is produced by a reliable grocery store. But can you give us a brief explanation of how to use this thing? What this thing and that thing?" "It has a name. It is called Fairy Tale Poker. With it, users of the Fairy Tale promotion path can contract fairy tale creatures of different strengths. After the contract, the promoted person can use its power or materialize it into reality. This is the ultimate product that contains 12 disciplines such as alchemy, magic pattern science, potion science, contract magic, fairy tale sequence, etc. Not only did I solve the problem of figuration of fairy tale creatures in one fell swoop, but I also helped Leopi solve the problem of energy carriers and rank distinction in the fairy tale promotion path. As long as this thing is mass produced and equipped to the female elves on a large scale, and they are all allowed to capture fairy tale creatures corresponding to their own strengths, then the new era of druid troops can be formed in an instant. The last shortcoming of the elves will soon be made up. By then, the First Empire will surely be beaten and cry for its parents. My perfect plan will be able to proceed smoothly. Ha. However, there is still a small problem at present. Emily looked like I knew it. "So, what is the small problem?" "This thing cannot be mass produced yet. If you want to form an army, you have to work overtime to produce it. It is indeed a small problem of the fatal level." Emily rubbed her head, but Wright took out a card with the number 1 while she was not paying attention and put it on her head. With a dazzling light, a big wolf with bloodshot eyes appeared on the playing card. "Look, it worked. Now this grey wolf is your natal fairy tale contract beast. From 2 to 10, you can use them to capture other fairy tale creatures to match your natal beast. Different combinations will have unexpected results. However, for the 3 cards of guard, queen and king, you must find fairy tale creatures that are strongly related to the big bad wolf. Otherwise, the contract cannot be successful. For example, with the guard, you can contract the hungry wolf. With the queen, you can contract the wolf grandma. With the king, you can use the wolf king. Believe me, the gamma play after my modification is definitely much more fun than your previous version." Emily was dumbfounded holding the cards, "But I have already materialized it before. If you do this, didn't I materialize it in vain?" Wright was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. "Rework and redoing this kind of thing is also part of the job. By the way, you are so anxious to find me. Is there a problem with the elf?" Chapter 285 Large-scale social death scene. Asking for monthly tickets. You guessed right. The elves' recruitment has encountered a big problem. There is a group of elves in the Empire who are opposed to going to war with the First Empire of mankind and accuse the Elven Queen of leaving the fate of the elves in the hands of an outsider. They have gathered a lot of anti-war factions and had a big fight with the royal family, and the whole empire is in an uproar. After their instigation, some neutral elves have also become a little war-weary. Even the reputation of the royal family have been seriously damaged. If this continues, even if the elf empire can forcibly recruit some troops, it will be far behind the normal progress. The elf princess is now trying to turn the tide through the power of the support group, but with little effect. The anti-war factions and the support team are two completely opposite groups of people, and this time the contradiction has been completely intensified. Seeing that the situation is out of control, Lilith asked me to come to you. She is still in the capital of the Elf Empire, monitoring Sicilius. After hearing this, Wright sneered, "Humph, don't worry, everything is under control." Someone rebelled and took the lead in singing a different tune. Was that also in your plan? Of course. The elves have not had any war for so many years. You don't need to think about how lazy they are. You originally had no worries about food and clothing, and lived a happy life. Suddenly, you were called to go to war. Are you happy? Of course, there will be emotions. But, for the common interests of the tribe, I will not resist. Wright gave a thumbs up. Your ideological realm is not low, but there are so many elves in the Elf Empire. It is inevitable that some of them want to keep out of trouble. There are all kinds of people in the same rice, and there are all kinds of birds in the forest. With such a large population base and the lack of ideological construction in normal times, it is inevitable that a group of people with ideological decline will appear at this time. And their appearance just gave us the opportunity to completely unite the elves. As the old saying goes, the world always needs a Lich King. I just want to use these people to add the last handful of firewood to the Elf Empire, so that this fire can burn vigorously. Let's go. Let's go to the Elf Empire. Wright closed the door of the alchemy workshop with his backhand. Although there have been some achievements, the product has not yet been mass produced on an assembly line, and the process needs to be improved. The four of them returned to the temple of the sea god. Wright took Emily to say goodbye to the two little ones and returned to the Elf Empire from the foggy sea under the sea. As a result, before Wright could speak, he heard a group of people outside shouting in unison. Holy light people. Holy light souls. Holy light people are all the best. Work hard. Keep practicing. A happy life is in your hands. Buzz buzz buzz. Wright felt the sunlight greet sword in his palm tremble, but finally calmed down. Before he could ask, he heard shouts from outside again. This sword. For justice. This sword. For righteousness. This sword. For the sunshine, flowers and children's smiling faces. Wright was completely dumbfounded. What is this? What the hell is this? If the sword is not swung for justice, then everything will be meaningless. Listen. My heart is trembling. My sword is roaring. Today's holy light is a little noisy. I'm the holy light. Stop shouting. Wright really couldn't help it this time, turned around and rushed out of the sea god temple, and then stood there in a daze. Wherever he looked, the believers of the sea god were in groups of 3 or 5, while exercising and shouting these extremely familiar and extremely shameful words. The key is that what they held in their hands and on their waists was obviously the classic quotes of Saint Wright that was once very popular in the Elf Empire. Why? Why do those things appear in such a place? Why? When Wright roared to the second half, he had already realized who the culprit was. He turned his head angrily and looked at Emily, who was dodging his eyes. Is it you? Are you ruining my reputation? Emily blushed and explained with excitement. This, how can it be called ruining your reputation when believers volunteered? Then there were incomprehensible words, such as, everyone volunteered, dream, bond, and other incomprehensible words, and the air was filled with awkwardness. She hesitantly explained for a long time, and with the supplements of Unica and Gladys, Wright finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Gladys, the princess of the Sea Tribe, and Rasatina, the princess of the Elf Empire, have been good friends since childhood, and have grown up to be very good girlfriends. Due to geographical restrictions, the two have not seen each other for a long time. Knowing that Emily was about to return to the harbor city in New Gladys, Rasatina asked her to help her bring back some local specialties of the Elf Empire. But because they had to go through the Emerald Dream, the fairy tales of space and the Sea of Mist, bringing too many things would be a heavy burden on the soul of the carrier. After all, Emily's strength is just a legend. She can't compare with Wright and Lilith, and she can't come and go freely like Alice. In desperation, she had to give up the small cart of gifts prepared by the elf princess. After careful selection, the elf princess finally chose her favorite classic quotes of Saint Wright as a gift for her best friend whom she hadn't seen for many years. A small booklet, or a hardcover edition, is naturally not very big. Emily gladly accepted this request, and took the booklet on the road. She left the Emerald Dream of the Elves, and returned to the harbor city. Because she didn't find Wright, she turned back to the Sea God Island. Because Wright had instructed that she should try not to be disturbed. Emily knocked on the door at first, and when there was no response, she waited for a while and prepared to try again later. During this period, she handed the booklet to Gladys. After the latter got it, she liked it very much and could even say that she couldn't put it down. After quickly reading the hardcover booklet, the mermaid princess was deeply moved and her blood was boiling. After all, according to the total lifespan of the royal family of the Sea Clan, the little princess Gladys is just equivalent to a certain delicate age group of humans. With her blood boiling, she decided to distribute such a positive energy booklet to everyone. So, she pulled Unica, who was completely confused, and used the power of the witch to mass produce a large number of hardcover booklets, and distributed them to the followers of the Flesh and Blood Sea God Church. Everyone knows the predecessor of the Flesh and Blood Sea God Church was the Flesh and Blood cult. The members of the cult were originally cultivated by Wright. In order to allow the growing flesh and blood to have the power of the law of reality as an anchor, he madly encouraged the believers to exercise. The chicken blood was like free money, and the pie was even more overwhelming. The flesh and blood believers born under such crazy training had passed down this fine tradition. The entire Flesh and Blood Sea God Church was filled with the weird atmosphere of the Flesh and Blood Church. However, after Wright left the church, everyone in the Flesh and Blood cult had not heard the inspiring shouts and speeches of the founder for a long time. Hearts were empty, helpless, they could only fill their lives with desperate exercise and numb their hearts. And when they saw the classic quotes in these pamphlets, an indescribable sense of familiarity came to their hearts. Ah, this damn fit. Ah, this damn satisfaction. This is simply the most perfect meal replacement for the founder's motivational speech. Is there anything else that can make the biceps tremble more than this? There was almost no obstacle. These pamphlets were completely spread out in an instant and successfully became classic readings of the Sea God sect. Although many of the words above were mixed with words such as Holy Light, the Divine Court had been established, and the Flesh and Blood Sea God and the Holy Light Goddess were in the same camp. No problem at all. Looking at everyone who was training hard on Poseidon Island, and listening to the sound of the quotations coming one after another, Wright covered his chest, feeling a little short of breath. He looked at Gladys and Unica tremblingly. Tell me, these booklets have not left this island. Of course not. Gladys vowed. The number of classic quotations printed in the first edition is limited. It is only enough for everyone on the island to read frequently, and they cannot leave the island. Huh, that's good. Wait. Didn't you just say the first edition? Yes, the first edition. Gladys blinked her big watery eyes, her face full of innocence. After reading the first edition of the quotations, these believers were moved, and then they took the initiative to collect and organize the motivational quotations of the previous founder of the Flesh and Blood God Church, and handed them in. I heard from Unica that the founder they were talking about was you. So, we directly added the collected classic quotations to the original version, and made a second edition together. A large number of them were produced, sent to Harbor City. The merchant ships passing through there will evenly cover all the coastal cities of mankind. After all, as you know, the people in coastal cities also believe in the sea god. I believe that they will definitely like to chant classic quotations loudly while doing flesh and blood fitness exercises. Let the cleansing of the soul and the exercise of the flesh go on at the same time. Perfect. After listening to this, Wright almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Why do you do this? Of course it's for justice. For justice. For the sunshine, flowers and the smiling faces of children. Don't answer my questions with my words. Wright rubbed his temples and looked in the direction of Harbor City. Since the thick fog crisis at the seaside was resolved, the maritime trade route has become more prosperous. The new city lord of Harbor City, who he personally promoted, is capable and responsible, and has made Harbor City the most shining pearl city on the maritime trade route. The goods distributed from Harbor City will cover all the cities along the coastline in less than a day. 1.5 days. There's still time. No, you don't have time. Emily hugged Wright's waist. The elves are still waiting for you to rescue them. If you go back later, the opposition may surround the palace. Don't worry about those trivial matters. Come back with me. What are you talking about? Are you talking about my reputation? It's not your reputation that is ruined. Can you imagine that when I walk on the street in the future, I will hear my social death remarks and Black History slogans from time to time? Have you thought about it? No, you only care about yourself. Emily hugged him tightly. It's useless even if you burn the books. These devout believers will continue to spread these classic quotations. Look at them. They must have memorized them by heart and can recite them by heart. Do you know that there is a kind of ascetic in the sect? The more difficult it is to preach, the more vigorously they will preach. Give up, right? This situation is like a drop of ink falling into a cup of warm water. It's too late for you to save it. Wright nodded repeatedly. You are right. In this case, we should change a cup of water. Or even change the cup. Let's not save the world. Let it be destroyed. Then we will find a place where no one knows me and start again. Tomorrow is another beautiful day. Hey, Emily, release your Noah's Ark. Goodbye world. I will sail away tonight. Don't worry about me. I have the oars of happiness and wisdom. Why did you suddenly start singing while talking? Are you in good spirits? Emily didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Also, don't destroy the world for such a thing. In that case, wouldn't the world be too pitiful? Okay, relax. Time will smooth everything out. Since you don't like it here, let's go back to the Elf Empire first. As long as the Elf Empire declares war on the First Empire, everything will be fine. Wright suddenly became excited. Yes. The best way to divert public attention is to come up with a new big news. As long as the elves and the First Empire fight, no one will care about my dark history. Ha. Great. But I feel that the battle between the two empires is not enough. Just involve the whole world. Emily, let's go. I can't wait. Hey, a war that sweeps the whole world. Are you kidding? Wright jumped into the sea without looking back and kept diving into the depths of the sea. Emily was afraid that he would do something strange, so after hurriedly saying goodbye to the two, she also jumped into the water and chased after Wright. Oops. Unica suddenly slapped her forehead. I forgot to return this card to Wright. It should be okay. He still has a lot of them. No, he just said that it was a complete set of playing cards. If one card is missing, it would be very troublesome. I think we should ask Alice to help deliver it. Gladys nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Yes, although we can't go, Alice can. Oh, by the way, what is the code of this card in your hand? Unica picked it up and took a look. It seems to be one card too. Chapter 286. Let's talk. The situation in the Elf Palace was precarious. The opposition was so powerful that they blocked the entrance to the palace, shouting for the queen to come out and respond to the people's inquiries. The guards of the palace guard blocked the entrance, but more and more opposition gathered. Her Royal Highness stood at the gate, trying to calm the emotions of these angry elves, but unfortunately the effect was not very good. She wanted to call everyone in the fan club to help. Apart from anything else, they definitely had the advantage in numbers. And whether it was a quarrel or a confrontation, they were confident that they could win over this mob. After all, the fan club was disciplined, well organized, and very combative. But before she came, her mother, the Elf Queen, had repeatedly warned her not to let it turn into a vicious confrontation. Otherwise, as the strong party, even if it was reasonable, it would become unreasonable. In this way, it would play into the other party's hands. As long as the conflict does not escalate, everything can be saved. As long as the queen does not show up, everything has room for maneuver. If there is no end to the road, everything will be easy to say. But no matter how much she restrained herself, the elf princess couldn't help herself. Because the other party had gone from a simple protest to a personal attack, and it was getting more and more excessive. She knew very well that the other party was just trying to provoke her, but there were some things that she really couldn't stand. Just as the elf princess was about to take action, Emily and Wright finally arrived at the scene. Spare his life, Wright roared, shocking the whole audience. Everyone was stunned, and it was obvious that they didn't react in time. What do you mean by spare his life? Where is the knife, and who is being spared? In this situation, shouting this, isn't it wrong? Even Emily looked at him blankly. You haven't recovered yet. You shouted the wrong thing. Huh. You're right to shout the wrong thing. Wright walked over and quietly answered Emily's questions. In this case, shouting the wrong thing is more effective than shouting the right thing. First, it can make them shut up temporarily, and second, it can confuse them. Third, before they understand my purpose, they will subconsciously not dare to act rashly. Although it only takes a few seconds to think about it, everyone is stuck here, and the situation becomes quiet. After it becomes quiet, it will be costly to start a quarrel again. And before they can reorganize, I have already entered the battlefield. Remember, Emily, this move is called preemptive attack. After saying the last word, Wright was already standing beside the elf princess, looking at everyone with a smile. That's him. He is the human who deceived the princess and persuaded Her Majesty the Queen to start a war. Despicable outsider. War profiteer. Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. He actually wants to drag the elf empire into the war. Expel him out. Expel him too easily. Hang him. Hang him. Hearing these words, the princess was furious. She was about to retort, but was stopped by Wright. Wright just looked at them with a smile and listened to their quarreling quietly. Gradually, the chaotic noise became louder, but after a peak, seeing that the other side ignored them, the voices of the opposing elves gradually became lower. Everyone, you are in your position. We have fully understood your demands. The country is everyone's country. National affairs are also everyone's affairs. It is indeed not good to be arbitrary. Fully listening to the opinions of the people is also an important part of governing the country. The Elf Queen and Her Royal Highness the Princess attach great importance to everyone's opinions. They have never ignored them. In fact, Her Majesty the Queen will hold a special hearing for everyone, so that everyone can express their objections clearly, explain clearly. At that time, all the people of the Elf Empire can freely choose whether to participate or watch. After everyone has fully expressed their ideas, Her Majesty the Queen will ask for everyone's opinions again and make corresponding adjustments to the previous policies in order to make more people satisfied. What do you think? Before the opposition said anything, the elf princess was dumbfounded. Wright had not entered the palace when he came back from outside. These words were definitely not what her mother meant. Moreover, the king's order had been issued. How could it be easily changed because of some people's opposition? If that were the case, where would the dignity of the royal family be? Not to mention, organizing an official hearing to let these people express their opinions. Who knows what treasonous words these guys can say. If this happens, the royal family will be completely passive. And if they continue to pull it like this, there is no telling when the conscription decree can be rolled out. By then, there will be no time to train the soldiers. Going directly to the battlefield? Isn't that a pure death? But just as she was about to speak, Wright gave her a relieved look. Rasatina suddenly felt relieved. She trusted Wright 120%. Human, you have the final say, of course. You said so, Your Highness. Rasatina nodded subconsciously. Ah, yes, that's right. We are already preparing. The elves of the opposition looked at each other, and finally the leader asked, so, when are you going to hold this hearing? We can hold it anytime. Have you sorted out your opinions? Ha. Great. Anytime. That's what you said. The leading elf said excitedly, as if he had caught something. Then tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. The princess's face changed drastically. Tomorrow? Why, you don't dare. Or is it that what you said about being ready is actually a lie? You are just trying to delay time by doing this? Wright laughed. How could it be? Tomorrow is tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a hearing in the large square in front of the lake where the Tree of Life is located and fully listen to your opinions. The square is very large. No matter how many people want to come to listen, they can. In order to show our sincerity, we will not block or screen the audience. When doing things, we must be upright, don't you think? Humph. See you tomorrow. Let's go. The leading elf turned around and left with everyone. The originally noisy entrance of the palace became deserted in an instant. Looking at the backs of the opponents going away, the princess lowered her voice. My lord, are you planning to kill them all tonight? Of course not. Wright was startled by the elf princess. You are very suitable to be the queen. I really plan to have a good talk with them tomorrow and tell the people of the elf empire my ideas. It's not a bad thing for everyone to talk openly. Emily shook her head and muttered, "It's over, the elves are finished." Chapter 287, Battle of Words with Scholars Elf version, monthly ticket plus 44. Early in the morning, the square of the Lake of Life was crowded with elves. The hottest topic in the Elf Empire recently was the royal family's decision to recruit soldiers again with the intention of starting a war. Because the population of the Elf Empire is sparse, this conscription order is basically closely related to every elf. Just when everyone hadn't recovered from the conscription order, news broke that the opposition had blocked the gate of the palace. To be honest, the average elves were disgusted and angry when they heard the news. This kind of open internal friction behavior must be disliked by everyone. But besides this, they were also a little happy. After all, someone was fully in front of them, so they could use this opportunity to understand the true attitude of the royal family. However, the attitude of the royal family surprised all the elves. Open discussion. In the open, in front of the public, openly discussing this major decision that could affect the future direction of the Elf Empire! Exclamation mark. Crazy, crazy. Are Her Majesty the Queen and Her Royal Highness the Princess really crazy? In fact, the Elf Queen and Princess were also surprised. After all, this decision was not made by them. When Her Majesty the Queen knew about this, the situation had already reached an irreversible point. Fortunately, Wright looked calm and at ease. The Queen was a little relieved. But despite this, she did not sleep all night last night. Now, she sat on the temporary platform with a tired face, looking at the crowded elves below, her scalp tingling. If this matter is messed up, the majesty of the elves' high-level officials will be completely destroyed in the future. She looked at the man standing on the platform and shook her head helplessly. You are indeed the Holy Sin, the man who made the Holy Light Church cry and beg to leave the Holy City. Mother, it's okay, I believe in Lord Light. Since he has the confidence to hold such a conference, he must have a solution. My dear daughter, we are pinning the fate of the entire Elf Empire on this man. Mother, where is our fate? This kind of gamble is a big profit if you win, and no loss if you lose. Why not take a gamble? The Elf Queen looked at her daughter and sighed helplessly. You are really becoming more and more like him. If I had known, I would not have let you go to the Holy City 3 years ago. Alas. The Elf Queen sighed behind him, but Light didn't care. His opponent today was the opposition representative sitting in a row under the stage. They sat upright, but they exuded an aura of eagerness to try. As long as they successfully defeated the war party in today's public discussion, they would become the spokespersons of the second largest group of the elves besides the royal family. This is a step to heaven, and from then on, they will become the celebrities of the elves, and even have the opportunity to leave their names in history books. Today, they are full of confidence. After all, they have a natural advantage. The elves have always advocated peace and hated war, and taking the initiative to provoke a war is a crime in itself. No matter from what aspect, provoking a war is a sin and irrational. This obvious argument has tilted the balance towards them before the debate competition has even started. With such a big advantage, they don't know how to lose. Okay, time is almost up. If everyone is ready, let's start now. Looking at the smiling Wright, the leader of the opposition stood up. We are ready. Wright nodded and stretched out his hand to open a magic circle. Countless lights gathered above the platform, reflecting the scene on the platform in real time, and at the same time ensuring that the sound is accurately transmitted to the ears of every elf in the square. Seeing that Wright was so well prepared, the opposition, who had always been full of confidence, was a little surprised. Wright ignored them, but stood in the center of the stage and began to talk freely. Welcome everyone to take time out of your busy schedule to attend this public inquiry meeting. Today, we will be here to publicly accept inquiries from the opposition regarding the recently issued conscription order, and we will broadcast it in real time and keep it on file. Don't worry, we are making such a big scene today to eliminate the grudges in everyone's hearts as much as possible and answer everyone's questions. Well, without further ado, let's invite the opposition to ask questions about this conscription. Come on. Everyone, applause to encourage. There was a sparse applause from the crowd, and finally it barely became one. After all, everyone still didn't understand what the elf royal family was going to do. Seeing this, the leader of the opposition turned his head to look to the side and signaled a member next to him with his eyes. The latter understood, left his position and quickly walked up to the platform. She first bowed to the royal family and the elf high-level people, and then stood at the inquiry position specially set up on the platform. My question is relatively simple. Why is there a human standing here to meddle in the affairs of our elf empire? As soon as this question came out, the scene was in an uproar. The elves were horrified, staring at the big screen with their eyes fixed. They thought it was a peaceful and gentle debate, but they didn't expect the opposition to be so ruthless right from the start, and they wanted to abolish the spokesperson of the elven royal family. Because Her Royal Highness and Her Holy Sin Support Club have grown so powerful in the Elven Empire, almost everyone knows the name of Light. Since most of the elves have participated in the support club, even those who did not participate know Light very well. Especially in this holy ceremony, he won many much needed rights for the elves, helped the elves overcome difficulties, and improved their international status. Therefore, most of the elves regard Light as their own. But in the end, Light is still a human being. The national policy of conscription let a human participate and also provoke the Elven Empire to go to war with the human empire. Indeed, it also made many elves suspicious. But everyone just talked about it in private, but they didn't expect the opposition to be so brave and use a big move at the beginning. Faced with such a sharp question, Wright smiled slightly and stood at the answering seat. Because I accepted the divine will of the twin goddesses of holy light and the entrustment of the goddess of life to help the elf empire recover and do preliminary preparations. I have the holy light decree and the life decree here. Do you want to see them? Wright spread his hands, and two divine seals floated on both sides of him. Feeling the familiar breath of the god of life, the elves were shocked. They knelt down and prayed constantly, and some even cried uncontrollably. Even the opposition had to kneel down to Wright, and they also felt a little regretful. In this way, Wright had an absolute reason to intervene in status. He was no longer a special envoy specially approved by Her Majesty the Queen, but a divine messenger of the goddess of life. Wright took back the divine seal and called everyone to stand up. He looked at the opposition with a smile. His expression was very indifferent. The king's power is granted by God. This is what the elf empire looks like. Although there is also the Church of Life in the Empire, the Archbishop of the Church of Life must pledge allegiance to the Queen of Elf, and finally the Queen will pledge allegiance to the Goddess of Life. The model that Vanessa wanted to promote was actually an imitation of the physical structure of the Elf Empire at the time. Now, with Light holding the divine decree, the legitimacy of his position is basically equal to that of the Queen of Elf. It is untenable to question his human identity again. After the inquiry of the first fatal question, the opposition was slightly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the leader quickly signaled another capable person to come on stage. The latter took a deep breath and walked up to the high platform quickly. As soon as the opposition elf stood in the inquiry position, he spoke directly. "Excuse me, Mr. Light, is the Elf Empire's conscription of soldiers the decree of the goddess?" No, the goddess did not issue such a decree. The opposition did not expect Light to admit it so readily, and the elves on the scene were also shocked. They originally thought that conscription was the intention of the goddess. After all, it was Light, the messenger of God, who made this suggestion, and the one who implemented this decree was the queen who was praised as the closest to the goddess of life. As a result, isn't this God's will? The opposition was overjoyed. That is to say, the goddess didn't ask you to issue a conscription order. You acted on your own. The goddess didn't issue a divine decree to let us breathe. You are breathing now, so is breathing your own will? Wright's expression was very calm, even a little impatient. Does it mean that what color clothes you wear today also needs the goddess to issue a divine decree? If the goddess doesn't issue a divine decree, you won't go out? Do you also need to ask for instructions on which foot to step out of the door? The elves of the opposition panicked. How can this be the same? Then what is the same, and what is different? What kind of things require the goddess to issue a divine decree, and what kind of things don't? Where are the rules? Where are the standards? The elf's forehead began to sweat. The standard should be. Big things should follow the divine will, like small things don't need to. Just as she was stuttering, Wright suddenly slapped the table in front of her. Asshole. Are you really going to set rules for the goddess? The opposition elf was frightened. Then his face turned pale and his feet went limp, and he fell to the ground, trembling and unable to utter a word. Seeing her like this, Wright waved his hand, and several guards helped her down. Why do we need an empress? Why should the empress manage the entire empire? That is to say, the goddess has delegated this part of power to Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen is the executor of Her Majesty the Queen's will. If Her Majesty the Queen has to ask Her Majesty the Goddess again for every decree, then why did the Goddess establish the Queen in the first place? Doubting whether Her Majesty the Queen's orders violate the will of Her Majesty the Goddess. It is ridiculous. It is a blasphemy to the Goddess. Everyone in the opposition, Her Majesty the Queen gives you a chance to raise your questions, but it does not mean that you can say some treasonous words unscrupulously. Speak. Still have to be cautious. Some of the most basic bottom lines cannot be questioned. I hope you will think about it before you speak next. An elf in the crowd responded immediately. That's right. If you want to make suggestions, just make them properly. Don't talk nonsense. Yes. His Majesty is merciful and will give you a chance. Don't be too presumptuous. How dare you question Her Majesty the Queen, who has been supporting the elf empire all these years? Are you blind? The scene was in chaos, and the representatives of the opposition suddenly became very powerful. Wright saw that the effect was achieved, and then he pressed his hands down, and the discussion gradually subsided. We still welcome rational discussions. After all, some things cannot be understood without debate. So, now please let the next person talk about his own ideas. After losing 2 pioneers in succession, the leader of the opposition also realized that she had overestimated the situation at the beginning. She reached out and held the hand of her capable general. Next, I'll leave it to you. You must open up the situation. The opposition elf nodded heavily. She stood up, and in the eager expectations of the opposition members, she slowly walked up to the high platform and stood at the inquiry seat. Your Majesty, before we start the questioning, I would like to apologize for the rude behavior of the person who just asked the question. We are standing here today to discuss these issues, not to attack the royal family, nor do we have any rebellious intentions. We, like everyone else, hope that the elf empire will have a bright future. This paragraph is very clever, and it can be regarded as saving the image of the opposition in the hearts of the public. Of course, we are all for the betterment of the elves. Just now it was just a small episode, and your Majesty will not mind her slip of the tongue, right? Your Majesty? The elf queen stood up quickly. Haha, of course not. Just now the guards just helped her to rest. You don't have to worry, just continue. Wright immediately took the lead in applauding, and the applause at the scene continued. The elf queen smiled and waved to the people, and then sat back gracefully. Being a good person and gaining goodwill. How can this kind of thing be left out of your side? The face of the elf on the opposite side changed slightly. It was not easy for him to regain some goodwill, but the other side took the opportunity to steal the limelight. This man. So strong. Ahem. Then, it's my question. The elf of the opposition supported his hands on the table, staring at Wright. Mr. Wright, can you tell us the purpose of this conscription? For war. Wright answered almost immediately, and this answer caused fierce opposition from the elves present. Although there have been rumors that this conscription is the royal family's preparation for launching a war. But that is just a rumor. But now, this rumor has been officially confirmed, and it is said so bluntly in this occasion. For a while, the scene was a little chaotic. At this time, the elf of the opposition made a gesture to make the people quiet down. She looked at Wright excitedly. She originally planned to use some tricky questions to make him admit this answer, but she didn't expect him to show his cards directly. Then the enemy will not be on guard, and she can attack. The leader of the opposition sitting under the high platform felt a chill in her heart, because she saw a trace of emotion that was not easy to detect in Wright's eyes. A trace of pity. Chapter 288. Elves. Never be a slave. Asking for monthly tickets. Mr. Wright. The elves from the opposition party asked angrily with a righteous look on their faces. Are you going to push the elven empire into the vortex of war? Do you know that the Empire is no longer capable of dealing with a war of this scale? Our army has long been in disarray, and our economy is deeply tied to the human side. The population is declining year by year. If we rashly get involved in a war under such circumstances, we will definitely be crushed to pieces. Although these words are unpleasant to hear, they are ironclad facts. Why should the Elven Empire be involved in a war that is enough to bring about a catastrophe when it is so weak? Can you explain it to us? After the elves from the opposition party finished asking questions, the entire square was silent, and almost all the elves looked at Wright eagerly. The question and answer session has only now asked the questions that everyone really cares about. What the elves fear is not conscription, but the war behind conscription. Wright looked at the crowd calmly, and finally his eyes fell on the elves who were asking questions on the opposite side. You are right. The elves haven't had a war for a long time. The current elf empire can't stand the ravages of war. Even the elf empire itself can still exist, because it relies on the human race. Under such circumstances, continuing to maintain itself is obviously the best choice. But the weak have no right to choose. Wright's voice suddenly rose, like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of all the elves. You think. Avoid war. War won't come. You think. Longing for peace. Peace won't abandon you. You think. As long as you live your own life, you can live in peace with others. Dreaming. If this world is really so beautiful, why are there so many disputes, destruction, and wars? At this point, Wright took out a document and projected the content onto the light screen. Everyone should know my identity. I'm the apprentice son of the Holy Light Church. This is a letter of accusation from the church to the First Empire that I got through special channels. At this time, it may have just been released to the hands of all the high-level officials of the Holy Empire of Mankind, and it has not yet been announced to the public. You are lucky enough to see it in advance, so take a good look at the most important one. Racina, the former First Holy Empire of Mankind, is about to be stripped of its holy title. In other words, the Holy Racina First Empire will become the Free Racina First Empire. This is not just a change of name. Being expelled from the Holy Order means that all the peace treaties signed between the Holy Light Church and the Elf Empire will be invalid when dealing with the Racina Empire. In other words, if Racina attacks the Elf Empire, it does not violate the treaty of the Holy Light Church. As the country with the most borders with the Elf Empire, the most territories annexed from the ancient Elf Empire, and the most evil habits of trafficking in elves. This is a vicious dog that has been untied from its shackles. When this document takes effect, the Elf Empire will instantly become their legal target for attack. Right now, while I'm analyzing these damned articles for you, the First Empire may have begun preparing to launch an invasion of the Elf Empire. They are recruiting soldiers. They are sharpening their knives. They may even be discussing how to divide these fertile territories after annexing the Elf Empire. Capture elven slaves. War. It's just around the corner. The Elf Empire is at the moment of life and death. You are still asking, why do we need to recruit soldiers? The elves stared at the document regulations on the screen in a daze, and an atmosphere of panic began to spread on the scene. Before, they were still discussing whether to respond to the conscription policy, and in the blink of an eye, the war was already in front of them. The oncoming despair made people feel suffocated. There were even elves at the scene who cried out loud. The opposition elf was also pale. She held the edge of the table tightly with both hands, her eyes wide open. But we are not ready yet. Our population, our army, the elves, the Elf Empire cannot afford this war. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? If it really doesn't work, we will just admit defeat, cede territory, and pay money to settle the matter. Anyway, aren't you very skilled? Wright's words made the elves present change their faces. They stared at the man in front of them angrily, but couldn't say a word. Because, all these years, they did exactly that. Wright suddenly sneered. The Elf Empire once had a vast territory, but now, it has shrunk to a corner. Where did those lands, those territories that the elf ancestors fought bloody battles, and gnawed away inch by inch, go? Yes, they were ceded away by you little by little. Piece by piece, over and over again. I went to the Leaf of Life library 2 days ago and looked up the history of the Elf Empire there. I found that the elves have a very interesting phenomenon. Every duel, every war, as long as the situation is unfavorable, there will be a voice in the country opposing the continuation of the war. Then, it is peace talks, ceding territory, compensating for war losses, and even several extremely humiliating marriages. I have read through the history of the Elf Empire's decline for nearly 300 years, and there is a word written crookedly on it. Stupid. How stupid is it to cut off your own limbs and flesh bit by bit, to feed the man-eating tiger? And this feeding lasted for a full 300 years. 300 years. Even if you are a stupid pig, you should react and realize that this won't work. But what about you? You still want to continue feeding? Wright's questioning made the venue silent. The elves lowered their heads with grim expressions and slowly clenched their fists. Just now, she was right. There are indeed various problems within the Elf Empire. With the current situation of the Empire, I'm afraid it cannot withstand the ravages of war. But, it is precisely because of this. We must fight this war. Not only must we fight hard. We must even fight in advance. Take the initiative to fight. Only in this way, the Elf Empire will have a glimmer of hope. Even, the Elf Empire can be reborn from the ashes. Back on the road to revival. Everyone, please look at the map. Wright waved his hand directly, and the map information he had prepared long ago appeared on the light curtain. Guided by his words just now, the elves were aroused by curiosity, and they all looked at the light curtain attentively. Here, and here, are all the territories of the ancient Elf Empire. In the past 300 years, they have been ceded to the First Empire intermittently. But because of the huge area and the deep mountains and old forests, the First Empire does not have much control over this area, and has not made too many large-scale transformations. In fact, there are no decent garrisons and fortifications. Because the First Empire looks down on us, and thinks that our Elf Empire is incapable of counterattack. This is their underestimation of the enemy. The terrain here is very suitable for the elves to fight, and we have an absolute geographical advantage here. Once we take back this part of the Lost Land, we can defend it, greatly reduce the pressure on the front line. At that time, the advantages of the elves with more magicians and more archers can be maximized. The First Empire, his preparation is not sufficient. If we continue to wait, in the same period of time, the First Empire's war mobilization capabilities will definitely be overwhelming. Under the premise that both sides have sufficient preparation time, we have no chance of winning. But if it is a short-term war preparation and a sudden attack, the elves will still have the strength to fight. Moreover, the First Empire's troubles are not limited to the elves. During the period of the Holy State, the First Empire was arrogant and unreasonable, and often bullied other holy states around it. Now that he has been removed from the list, it means that other holy states can also declare war on them. If the elves do not resist and cede land to pay compensation, then the First Empire will have no worries, and they may turn around to attack the surrounding countries. After they annex other human empires, they will definitely turn around and annex the Elf Empire. They will never be satisfied with a little bit of ceded territory, because what they are going to fight next is the Holy Light Church and the entire Holy State system. So they will definitely annex the Elf Empire completely. At that time, the elves will become cannon fodder for the First Empire. Charge for them, and make all kinds of magic scrolls and magic potions for them. If the First Empire loses, the elves will definitely be exhausted long ago. If the First Empire wins, the elves will only change from cannon fodder to slaves, and continue to be exploited. Speaking of this, Wright paused, turned around and looked at the terrified elf people. I know you hate war, but who doesn't hate war? Today we cede them 5 cities, tomorrow we cede another 10 cities. Then we can sleep peacefully. But when we get up early the next day, we see that the enemy's cavalry has set foot on the border again. Are you willing to continue like this? Are elves born to be trampled under their feet? Are you willing to let them trample on the territory of their homeland? Plunder the resources of the tribe? Bully and ravage our flesh and blood compatriots? No. The elven princess stood up and shouted. Some of the elves in the square also waved their arms in response. Wright continued to roar loudly. Yes. That's right. Any sane elf can see that the Elf Empire can't withstand the ravages of war. But is this the reason for you to stand here and wait for death? It is because the elves lack this rebellious spirit of facing death. That's why they are dismembered bit by bit like cutting sausages. At this point, there is no way back. Do you still want to continue to escape? If you fight, you may die. If you continue to escape, you may live. Day after day, until the end of your life. Are you willing to use so many days of survival to exchange for an opportunity? Just one opportunity. That is to fight. Use fighting to tell the enemies. They may be able to take our lives, but they can never take away our glory. Wright slammed his fist on the table, then raised it high. Elves, never be slaves. Elves, never be slaves. Elves, never be slaves. Amid his and the princess roars, more and more elves raised their arms and roared. A feeling they had never experienced before surged in their hearts. At this time, the opposition members sitting below had basically all changed sides. They were equally excited, waving their arms and shouting that the elves would never be slaves. They were so impatient that they wanted to rush out the next moment and die together with the evil enemy. Seeing this, the leader of the opposition also knew that the situation was over, but she was very unwilling to give up just like that. After everyone stopped shouting slogans, she immediately rushed to the stage and replaced the general, who was already a little distracted. Mr. Wright's speech was really exciting, and it made my blood boil. The elves are indeed at the moment of life and death, and they should fight back and never surrender. But Mr. Wright said so much, it feels like, whether we fight back or wait, it's a dead end, right? If it's a dead end, why can't we seek help from the goddess of life? As soon as this question came out, the elves were also stunned. Yes, there is also the goddess. As long as the goddess of life intervenes, everything will be fine. The iron-blooded and resolute atmosphere just now was immediately dispersed, and even a little awkward. Wright narrowed his eyes slightly. This leader is really capable. With this hand, she first agreed with the previous point of view, and then proposed a higher dimensional solution, which immediately resolved the situation and even threw the problem back. But unfortunately, this was also within Wright's calculations. I'm afraid that you won't mention the goddess. The goddess of life will not help us, because you have been abandoned by the goddess of life. Wright's understated words immediately set off the whole audience. Now not only ordinary people, but even the high-level elves widened their eyes in shock. The Queen of Elf even stood up and glared at Wright. What are you talking about? Wright, please standardize your words. Wright said loudly without fear. What? Is it weird? If I were the goddess of life, seeing such a shameful and spineless elf race, I would also want to throw them away, right? The elf empire, which was once so glorious, has been turned into this by you. You still want to get the blessing of the goddess of life. It is already a blessing that the goddess of life has not punished you and completely wiped out you shameful things from this world. Things have come to this. You still want to ask God for help? Think about it with your own conscience. What the elf empire lacks now, is it God? Even if you raise a dog, it will take a year or two to learn how to guard the house. What about you? The goddess of life has blessed you for thousands of years. In the end, she was only away for a while. But you are like this. Do you want to be a child who cries for no milk for the rest of your life? It's time to grow up. Chapter 289, Rage of the Blood Elves. Light's words were like a steel nail, driving into the hearts of every elf. Yes, with the elf empire living in such a state, how could it have the face to beg for the grace of the goddess of life? The fact that she has not calmed down her anger until now is already a sign of the goddess's grace. Things have come to this point, and they are still thinking about escaping and giving in. Especially just now, everyone thought that it was a great idea to beg the goddess of life for help. After Light tore the last fig leaf apart, the strong sense of shame that was enough to drown the whole person surged up instantly. I'm incompetent. It's my fault. I have no way of governing the country. I'm ashamed of the generations of elf kings. I'm ashamed of the grace of the goddess. The elf queen burst into tears and drew her sword to commit suicide, but fortunately she was held down by the elf princess and other high-level elves. Most of the elves lowered their heads in shame, and a deep sense of self-loathing enveloped the whole scene. The leader of the opposition stood there awkwardly, accepting the torture of countless hateful and angry eyes. So, for the goddess, we must fight this battle. Wright slapped the table, and the crisp sound startled the elves, and made them look up. Everyone, I'm not standing here to encourage you to die. Since I want to push you into the fire pit of war, I naturally have a way to make you survive the baptism of war and win the fruits of victory. Finally, use a hearty victory to celebrate the rebirth of the empire. Welcome the return of the goddess. Then, he projected a detailed schedule with the light screen. This is the war mobilization plan I tailored for the elf empire. I call it the Wrath of the Blood Elves. From now on, the elf empire will enter a state of full combat readiness. All non-military production will be suspended, and all alchemy workshops, magic pattern burning shops, magic scroll factories and magic potion manufacturers will be under the management of the military. We must go full steam ahead. Maximize the advantages of the elves. It is estimated that from the beginning of the war to the end of the war, the output of military magic props will reach more than 20 times the original, and all will be supplied to the frontline war. Implement a policy of universal military service, regardless of age, regardless of position, regardless of strength. From now on, in the entire elf empire, no one will be a civilian. All elves are soldiers of the empire. War is your profession. Victory is your mission. Everyone must give everything for this war that will destroy the country. When Wright said this, he clenched his fists and raised them high. Long live the Blood Elves. The elves below cheered. Blood Elves. Long live. Long live. Long live. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Wright turned around and flipped through the plan. The first phase of the war preparation time is 1 week. We will do our best to arm the First War Reserve Army to the teeth and send it to the front line. The mission of the First War Reserve Army is to capture strategic locations as much as possible by surprise. Then use the prepared materials to complete the strategic deployment. The Second and Third War Reserve Armies will be the main force to complete the replenishment of troops and filling of the front line. The Fourth and Fifth War Reserve Armies will be the reserve forces, ready to rush to the battlefield at any time. As long as we can take back the lost land in the plan, we can form a peace, support each other, and build a defensive front line relying on natural barriers to achieve the effect of easy defense and difficult attack. At that time, the military advantage of the First Empire will not be able to be brought into play. They still have their own land to garrison behind them, and they can't deal with us wholeheartedly. As long as they lose in this war, or even get it head on, other holy vassal states around will be eager to attack him, and then his strategic offensive direction will be adjusted. We have won the entire war. Understand the applause. Hoo-ah-ha-ha-ha. The applause was thunderous, and the elves' eyes were shining with hope. Although I didn't understand it very well, this man prepared so detailed, drew so seriously, and spoke so logically. It should be very reliable. After he said this, it seemed that victory was a foregone conclusion. In this case, why not support it? Who wants to be stepped on all the time? It is worth mentioning. Wright spread his hands. The current First Empire has lost the protection of the Goddess of Holy Light. In other words, they are now in the same situation as us, without the protection of gods. In the case of losing the blessing of gods, if our elves can defeat the First Empire, it will be a very valuable victory for the Goddess of Life. By then, the Goddess of Life will definitely have a different impression of the elves. It turns out that without the protection of gods, the elves are not weak, and even perform better. Therefore, this battle, it is also a battle to rectify the name of the Elf Empire. The thought of proving that they are not incompetent and cowardly made the elves in a flames of war burn even more fiercely. They can't wait to rush to the front line and fight a desperate battle with the First Empire. Everyone. Wright raised his fist and shouted loudly. We will use victory after victory to announce to the world what the elves have lost. We will definitely take back with our own hands. Blood elves. Never be slaves. Blood elves will never be slaves. Blood elves will never be slaves. Blood elves will never be slaves. The roaring slogans echoed in the sky above the square for a long time. Then below, the conscription ceremony officially begins. Although it is a national war preparation, we still need to complete the most basic information statistics and ability assessment. Only in this way can we more reasonably complete the division of war preparation forces. However, the elves who complete the registration first will be given priority to be incorporated into the first war reserve army. The number of places is limited. First come first served. If you miss this wave, you will have to wait a long time. I want to sign up. I want to sign up. Get out of the way. Don't block me. Blood elves will never be slaves. I will dedicate everything to the empire. Lady Goddess, please look at me. The elves have never been cowards. The elves below immediately rushed to the high platform, and the palace guards hurried out to maintain order. But even so, the scene was still in chaos. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wright quietly left the venue and reunited with Emily outside. Oh, what a hearty speech. Emily was very dissatisfied. So, why didn't you let me listen? You even set up a soundproof barrier for me. I'm afraid you'll get excited and sign up to defend the elf empire. Emily smiled awkwardly. But, if you tell the plan in public, what if it gets out? What if the first empire is prepared? Who told you that what I told you is the real plan? Wright smiled slightly. It's better to spread it out. If not, wouldn't it be in vain? Chapter 290 A different dinner. At night, in the palace of the Elf Empire, the 9 leaders of the Elf Empire's Border Defense mercenary group gathered with their confidants at the Queen's secret dinner. They all rushed back as fast as they could after receiving the Queen's summons. The Elf Empire was going to war, and as the last army of the Empire in name, how could they not care? Not to mention, they were at the border of the Empire at the moment, and they were also the last force that the Empire could use in a short period of time. The attitude of these people will determine whether the Elf Empire can proceed smoothly in the first step. If the first step fails directly, then there will be no subsequent plans. However, judging from their faces, the leaders of these elven mercenary groups did not seem to agree with the plan to go to war this time. After all, they were active on the front line of the Empire's border all year round. The gap between the enemy and us is naturally much clearer than those greenhouse flowers in the country. Before the dinner started, they had already held a small meeting in private, and they must find a way to stop the Elf Empire's suicidal behavior. Her Majesty has arrived. With the voice of the waiter, the Elf Queen, Her Royal Highness, Wright, and Lilith, who was wearing a black evening dress, all appeared at the banquet. The leaders stood up and saluted, and the Queen took Wright and others to sit down, and then waved to the leaders. Everyone, you have been so tired all the way, so don't stand, sit down. Thank you, Your Majesty. The leaders sat down one after another, but no one said a word. Although they have been away from home for many years, they still have a sense of awe from the depths of their souls for the Empress of the Empire. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet repeatedly fell below the freezing point, the Elf Queen suddenly clapped her hands. It seems that everyone is already hungry and listless. This is not good. Come on, let's serve a dessert first. After this, the leaders looked at each other. The elves have always been a symbol of nobility and elegance, and they have always regarded themselves as such. As for dining etiquette, it was even more complicated, not to mention this kind of dinner hosted by the Queen herself. Suddenly a dessert was served. What was this new trick? Before the captains could react, the waiters came up with plates covered with dinner covers and gently placed them in front of each captain. But there was not a single one in front of Wright and others. It was obvious that this dessert was specially prepared for them. Looking at the so-called dessert in front of them, everyone couldn't guess what the Queen was up to for a while, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Open it and take a look. Seeing that these people didn't move, the Queen gently waved her hand. The captains were uneasy, but in this palace, they didn't dare to openly disobey the Queen's orders. Yes, Your Majesty. The captains opened the dinner covers one after another, but found that there was no dessert on the plate, but a lot of contracts. This is the Continental Merchant Certification issued by the Holy Light Church. Is this the official merchant contract recognized by the legendary Holy Light Chamber of Commerce? Is this true? It's true. I've seen this thing in the hands of a human merchant. However, the one in his hand has a time limit. This one says that it is valid forever. The leaders were shocked by the document on the plate. Perhaps the elves in the Elf Empire didn't know what this small contract meant, but they knew that this thing was a hen that laid golden eggs. It also symbolized power and status. Simply put, even if they had to choose between the Queen's contract and the appointment letter of the Elf Empire's finance minister, they would definitely choose this contract. With it, not to mention that the Elf Empire's finance minister needs to look at their faces. Even human countries have to treat each other with courtesy. This kind of thing. It was actually served on a plate like this. What dessert? Question mark? All the Legion commanders have worked hard for these years. While guarding the border, they can also solve the economic difficulties for the Empire. I have always remembered your achievements. I have also seen the grievances you have suffered. Before, the Empire was in turmoil, and there were indeed some shortcomings. I apologize to you. Now, the Elf Empire will never treat you unfairly again. These contracts are just compensation for your past debts. Please accept it. Wright, who was sitting next to her, was speechless. It is said that elves are born smart, so how can they stutter? After reciting the words, "Your Majesty, where did you get this?" Yes, there are only about 20 of these things in the entire continent. Moreover, most of them are in the hands of human merchants. I tried to apply for a temporary contract before, but I couldn't even get in the door. Looking at the enthusiastic captains, the Elf Queen showed a long-lost smile. This smile came from the heart. For so many years, the Elf Queen has not been very willing to meet with the captains of these border mercenary groups, because their existence is like the most hideous scar on the face of the Elf Empire, and it is a symbol of the complete decline of the Elf Empire. But on the other hand, she still has to rely on these people to maintain the security and stability of the border. Such a contradictory mood eventually evolved into a situation of not seeing and calming down. Even in order to make themselves completely at ease, the Elf Queen and other high-ranking officials of the Empire have tacitly forgotten these legions. People are like this. You know that she is paying for you, and you also know that she is suffering for you. But you don't even have the ability to care about her, and in the end you can only forget each other. Looking at the happy smiles of the Legion leaders, the Elf Queen suddenly had a sense of pleasure that a down-and-out person suddenly made a fortune and returned home in glory to feast the people who helped her in the past. Really, it was refreshing. Ahem. Seeing that the Elf Queen's face turned red and immersed in this weird emotion, Wright had to cough twice to signal her to act according to the script. Everyone, I called you here today. In addition to compensating you for your contributions in defending the Empire over the years, I also want to hear your opinions on important matters. The Elf Queen brought the topic back. I believe you have heard some news through your own channels. Yes, the First Empire of Humanity has been removed from the Holy Land by the Holy Light Church, and our Elf Empire is ready to mobilize the whole country to wage war against the First Empire. You are all soldiers stationed at the border all year round. Do you have any opinions on this matter? Objection. Firmly opposed. Before the dinner began, these group leaders had reached a consensus in private. However, after eating this dessert and appetizer, everyone hesitated. After all, it is easy to be soft-hearted when you eat someone's food, and it is difficult to take someone's money when you take something from him. Moreover, the Elf Queen gave such a big gift at the beginning, and she didn't even frown. Suddenly, her image became extremely tall in the eyes of these people. The strength of the Elf Empire is still a little behind that of the First Empire. If possible, I think we shouldn't rush into war. Yes. Although the First Empire has been kicked out of the Holy Light Church's holy vassal state sequence, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. With the strength of the First Empire, it will be difficult for us to win if we declare war on it. I think it's better to wait until other human empires go to war with it, and when the First Empire is busy dealing with other enemies, we will wait for an opportunity to attack. By then, we may be able to win. The leaders spoke one after another. Although they had taken advantage and softened their tone, in their opinion, the Elf Empire still had no chance of defeating the First Empire. When these people had expressed their opinions, the Elf Queen smiled and nodded constantly. Gradually, when they were tired of talking and finished talking, the Elf Queen still did not respond to their opinions and questions. After dessert, let's serve everyone some appetizers. Before the voice fell, the waiters appeared again. They came up with new plates and placed them in front of the elf captains. This time, without the Elf Queen calling them, the captains opened the lids one after another. As expected, there was no food inside this time. On the plate, there was a letter. It was simple and ordinary. The elf captain picked it up with a puzzled look on his face and opened the envelope. When they read the contents of the letter, they were horrified and almost jumped up from the table. Your Majesty, what's here? This letter? No way. Could it be? The Queen smiled slightly. Yes, the envelope in your hands is a piece of intelligence. When you rushed back to attend the dinner, I had sent someone to deliver this information to the nearest city in the First Empire and handed it to the city lord there. According to the speed of information transmission in the First Empire, I think this important information has now been passed to the Imperial Court of the First Empire. I'm afraid that Pedopoulos III of the First Empire has already summoned his staff to carefully analyze the information in the letter. Too much. One of the Legion commanders with a more explosive temper slammed the letter on the table and glared at the Elf Queen angrily. Your Majesty, you are committing treason. Did you know that? Yes, Your Majesty. Why would you commit treason? You actually used this method to proactively convey the news that the Elf Empire was going to start a war to the First Empire. What are you going to do? The Elf Queen said expressionlessly. Of course, it is to cut off all retreat routes. Let those guys who tried to stop the Empire from going to war completely give up the idea. As the human proverb says, it's done. I know you are very angry and even want to kill me. And what I want to tell you is, my life doesn't matter, but the Elf Empire must fight this battle. If this battle is not fought, the Elf Empire will not survive for a few more days. If this battle is fought and not won, the Elf Empire will die on the spot. If this battle is fought and won, the Elf Empire will embark on the road to revival. Now, there are only these three results. I know that not only you, but many people in the entire Elf Empire still have that childish fantasy. Forget about those people in the country. But what about you? You have lived on the border of the Empire for many years. You are the ones who can feel the pain the most. You are the ones who can see the most clearly. You are the ones who can understand the situation of the Empire the most. Why? Why do you also have such unrealistic fantasies? You are deceiving yourself. Ridiculous. Sad. Pathetic. After the Queen finished her roar, she supported her hands on the table and gasped heavily. The captains were shocked. They subconsciously thought that Her Majesty was too excited and was trying to relieve her emotions. But Wright and others knew that Her Majesty had forgotten her words again. Now she was taking a breath to relieve her guilt and cover up her embarrassment and to think of words at the same time. Suddenly, the Elf Queen turned around and turned her back to the captains. Such a scene gave people an indescribable sense of solemnity. But Wright clearly saw that Her Majesty was quietly looking at the script cheat sheet she took out from her sleeve. I'm the Queen of the Elf Empire. I will fulfill the King's mission. I will bear the King's sons. I will pierce the unrealistic fantasies of the people. The Elf Empire has reached the brink of life and death. The only way to survive is to give up fantasy. Prepare to fight. This step that you are unwilling, dare not, and do not want to take, the King will take it. Sonorous and powerful words. A lonely and desolate back. A compassionate and resolute declaration. At this moment, the Legion commanders stood up from the dining table and then slowly knelt on one knee to salute the Queen's back. We are willing to follow Her Majesty to death. For the Elf Empire, we will go through fire and water, and we will not hesitate. We swear to live and die with the Empire. Hearing this, the Elf Queen wiped her tears, turned around and showed a bright smile. Everyone, please take a seat. Things are not as bad as you think. I'm not unprepared and would rashly go to war with the enemy. Come on, everyone, take a seat. Come on, serve the main course. The elf waiters came over with new plates. This time, the elf leaders could not wait for the plates to be placed on the table. They hurriedly took the plates and opened the lids. There was no other way. They were loyal, but no one wanted to die. Moreover, this was related to the fate of the entire elves. On the plates were a lot of miscellaneous things. It looked a bit messy, but it made the Legion leaders' eyes sparkle. There were data overview tables of the first batch of conscriptions, military magic scrolls and magic potions produced by domestic workshops working overtime. Standard magic pattern equipment was enough to arm the soldiers to the teeth. These things were enough to maximize the individual advantages of the elves. And it also included a production estimate table of various military industries during the war preparation period of the Elf Empire. Seeing these astonishing numbers, the Legion commanders realized that the Elf Empire actually had such a terrifying fighting power. Perhaps it was really as the Elf Queen said, the Elf Empire might not be without the ability to fight. Everyone, whether the Elf Empire can turn the tide, whether the elves can turn the tide and usher in a wave of revival, all depends on you. Come, let's drink this cup. I hope that the next time we meet again, it will be at your celebration banquet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Agricultural Survey. Under Wright's careful planning, this special dinner was successfully completed. As long as the leaders of these mercenary groups are stabilized, the war plan of the elves can be carried out in an orderly manner. Otherwise, they will have to force the issue. At that time, not only will there be unnecessary casualties, but there is even the possibility of a ship capsizing in the ditch. Now, there is no need to worry about these problems. Therefore, early this morning, Wright took the elf princess Rasatina and Emily to the remote farm of the Elf Empire to check the growth of crops. For ordinary human empires, the condition of crops is related to the army's food reserves. But for the elf army, in addition to food and grass, crops are also important raw materials for magic scrolls, magic potions and other war preparations. Wright advocated the confidence to launch a war. One is the common individual combat literacy of the Elf Empire, and the second is the production capacity of military materials in the Elf Empire. The elves, with a sparse population and low breeding capacity, do not have the ability to explode in a short period of time. But they who mastered the magic of life had the ability to produce military scrolls and military potions crazily in a short period of time. If there were not enough soldiers, they could make up for it with firepower. If the effectiveness provided by a magic scroll could not defeat one soldier of the other side, then add another magic scroll and 2 bottles of magic potion. If that doesn't work, add another set of magic devices engraved with magic patterns. War, at least in the initial stage, is to use your own strengths to find the enemy's weaknesses to clash and collide. As long as you seize the initiative, you can further expand the results of the battle and continue to snowball. Many wars are like this. The gap in strength between the two sides is not that big, and the losing side has no fatal mistakes. But it was defeated at the beginning, and then it was always in a passive position, and finally failed completely. Agriculture is the confidence that supports the Elf Empire to snowball. Even if the first empire was stunned by the full fire and unstoppable elf army at the beginning, it would definitely fight back. The elves must withstand this wave of counterattacks to stabilize the results of the battle. And their alliance is firepower. Bigger, more lasting firepower. Wright knew that his ancestral fear of insufficient firepower had come back. But who cares? There's no cure. Let the firepower come even stronger. The carriage was brisk, and not long after leaving the city gate, they stopped at a farm. Led by the elf princess, Wright took Emily out of the car and met the farm manager, an elf grandmother who was over 1,000 years old. Wright was very surprised to see the elf with white hair and wrinkles on her face for the first time. Grandma Mona, we want to see your farm, Your Highness. It's an honor for me to have you visit. You can take a look at the agricultural bank and other things. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Grandma, just continue to rest. We can take a look ourselves. After the elf princess sent the old lady back, she took Wright and the others to the direction of the farmland. Emily looked at the old woman's back as she left and asked curiously, Your Highness, how come this old woman is alone on such a large farm? Rasatina smiled slightly, because our farm can be managed by a skilled elf. One person? Such a large farm. Emily was shocked by the scene before she finished her words. Next to the farm was a colorful flower field, where the most commonly used magical plants for making magic potions were planted. There was indeed no one in the huge medicine field, but it was running in an orderly manner. Vines were laid on the ridges of the medicine field, spraying water mist towards different areas. Some magic potions require an extremely cold environment, while some plants need to be turned over and fertilized from time to time. So many magic potions with different requirements were planted in the same medicine field, but they were all taken care of perfectly. And the magic plants that created these special environments and took care of the magic potions were actually specially modified plants. Under the control of magic power, these magic plants are like high-tech precision instruments, accurately cultivating every flower and grass in the farmland. Even in the wasteland in the distance, different magic plants cooperate with each other to complete the whole process from reclamation to planting to fertilization and watering. Not far away, under the control of magic plants, the mature magic crops are being harvested and neatly placed in a dedicated stacking area. Right size swept across the entire farm, and after a long time, he slowly uttered a word. Fully automatic intelligent mechanical automation? No, that's not right. It shouldn't be intelligent machinery, it should be magic plant automation. My goodness, you elves are really good at playing. Let the magic plant plant magic plant, right? And it has achieved the integration of planting, cultivation, and harvesting. No wonder only one elf is needed to take care of the entire farm. It turns out that fully automated production has been completed. But, when I went to the Leaf of Life library 2 days ago, I felt strange, and felt that your technology tree was a little bit crooked. Now I'm sure this is not only a little bit crooked, this is almost a strange way. Wright leaned on the fence beside the farm with both hands, looking at the vast farm with shining eyes. What a mistake. I should have come to see this farm first. With this farm, why do I have so many conspiracies and intrigues? I can just use the fault level combat power to crush the opponent directly, isn't it? The elf princess and Emily were confused, and they didn't know why Wright was so excited all of a sudden. Rasatina, go and get that old lady here right now. I have some important questions to ask her. Go quickly, this is related to the life and death of the elf empire. Her Royal Highness was shocked. How could she see such a big crisis in agricultural production? Oh, I'll go right away. She turned and ran towards the farmer's room. After a while, she was wrapped in the breeze and brought old lady Mona over. Grandma, this Mr. Wright is the military advisor of our elf empire. He has some questions to ask you. I know him. The old lady smiled at Wright. I've heard your speech. Wright smiled awkwardly when he heard this. He knew that his words could not deceive this 1,000-year-old elf grandmother. I'm sorry to make you laugh. No, I admire it and like it very much. The elves have been depraved for too long. Alas, young man, if you have any questions, just ask. In this elven empire, no one knows these crops better than me, an old woman. Wright pointed to one of the magic plants that sprayed water mist. Old woman, can the force of this thing spray water be stronger? No. The old woman gave the answer immediately. Wright frowned and felt a little disappointed. If it is too strong, it will damage the potion. Some potions are very delicate. Wright staggered and was almost shaken by the other party. Ahem, old woman, I don't mean that. I won't use it to grow potions. Will it become stronger if it is just spraying water? Oh, that's fine. After all, the force is adjustable. How strong can it be at most? Can you demonstrate it? The old woman nodded slightly after hearing this, and she formed a magic circle with one hand, reflecting it on this magic plant. The magic plant then changed direction and sprayed a water blade towards the mast standing next to the farmer's house, cutting the bowl-sized mast in half. The water blade was so powerful that it hit the wall of the house, leaving a fist-sized hole. Her Royal Highness and Emily took a deep breath and looked at the magic plant with hot eyes. Wright was very excited and pointed at the magic plant. Old woman, can this magic plant spray other things besides water? For example, wind blades. For example, fireballs. For example, rock cones? The old woman shook her head firmly and said, of course not. It is used to spray water. The elf princess didn't care at all. That's fine. But after the experience of being almost shaken just now, Wright asked cautiously, Then, old lady, if I want a plant that can spit wind blades or fireballs, is that okay? Why not? Just set it during its growth period. But once it grows up, there's no way to change it. The elf princess was already shaking with excitement, and Emily even covered her mouth. Wright nodded repeatedly. Okay, the technology tree is really deep. Old lady, how fast does this magic plant grow? Natural growth will take at least a year. What about human intervention? If there is enough magic power, it will take about a minute. The old lady smiled slightly, using life magic to catalyze. It's still faster. Then, are there many such magic plants in the Elf Empire? You want to know this? Then wait a moment. The old lady pointed to her residence, and a thick ancient book like a dictionary flew out of her room and fell into Wright's hands. The answer you want is in it. Wright held the heavy book and asked hurriedly, is this all the information about magic plants? No. The old woman pointed to the ancient elven text on the cover of the old book and said, this is the catalogue of the magic plant encyclopedia. The real content is piled up in the Leaf of Life library in the capital of the Elf Empire. After all, if I have all the information, I can't put it here. The information is piled up so high. Emily took a look at the dictionary thick catalogue and asked while swallowing her saliva. Old woman, how high is the information? It must be as high as 3 or 4 floors. Wright licked his lips and shook the book in his hand to look at the dazed elf princess. I'm just saying, how did you elves live such a rich life and end up like this? With such a wonderful start, it ended up being a battle to defend the fountain. You can't play unless you are at a disadvantage, right? To some extent, it can be considered the pinnacle. Rasatina covered her face. No, don't ask me. I'm also a little confused now. Don't be confused later. Let's go back to the library now. Wright threw the heavy book to the elf princess and then bowed to the old woman. Thank you for your explanation, honorable lady. You have solved a big problem for the Elf Empire. Wright hurriedly got on the carriage with the 2 women, turned around and headed towards the capital. They left all the way behind and returned to the Elf Palace in half the time they had gone there, and they didn't even stop and went directly to the Leaf of Life library. When they got there, they happened to meet Lilith, who had just walked out of it. Hey, didn't you 3 go to the suburbs to inspect the farm and test the war preparedness potential of the Elf Empire? Why are you back so early? What war preparation? What potential? Wright waved the book in his hand that was thick enough to kill people and shouted arrogantly. If you are poor, you can use tactics to insert, and if you are rich, you can bombard him. Lilith, I'm so strong now. What happened? What did you guys encounter when you went out? Emily, what's going on? Emily was also very excited. Sister Lilith, this matter is really too complicated. No, it's too simple. Oh, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, you will know if you come with us and take a look. After that, she took Lilith's hand and went into the library together. Miss Succubus was speechless. Hey, I just came out. Speaking of which, why did Sister Lilith come to the library so early in the morning? Ahem. I came to see how Caecilius is doing with his research on the Dragon Slayer's Lament. After all, this knife is also a rare holy weapon, and it has a strong deterrent effect on the Dragon Clan. It is still unsafe to always put it in the hands of an outsider for a search. Lilith said it very obscurely, and Emily also looked as if she understood it and did not continue to ask. The suspicion of Caecilius was only known to Wright and others, and was not told to the elf princess next to them. After all, she had a very close relationship with Caecilius, and it was better to have less trouble than more. After entering the library, Wright began to flip through the books, and finally locked on the 7th to 11th floors. He did not care about the rules in the library, and jumped directly to the 8th floor. After a rough inspection, Wright confirmed what the old woman said. Here are all the information and records of the elves on the transformation of magical plants, as high as 4 or 5 floors. All of them. That's good. Wright threw the catalogue on the ground and looked at the elf princess, who was full of confidence. As long as we use this information well, let alone the first human empire. If the gods do not participate in the war and the Holy Light Church does not intervene, the Elf Empire is even capable of directly competing with the entire human alliance with its own strength. Lilith looked at the three people blankly. Really? What are you talking about? Is it so exaggerated? Emily gestured frantically. Magic plants. Elves can grow offensive magical plants. Lilith is a concept level strongman after all, and she figured it out with just a few keywords. The elves actually hide such a killer weapon. Chapter 292 Come out, pea shooter. What can be grown in such a small flower pot? The hope of the elves. In the palace, Wright placed a flower pot in front of the elf queen. The queen, who was processing the data related to conscription and preparation for war, was somewhat reluctant. So much work had not been completed, but she was called to see this inexplicable thing. Potted plants and the like were the last thing the elves needed. Is there anything better than the greening of the elf empire in this world? However, looking at the smug look on her daughter's face behind Wright, the queen was also very confused. Could it be that they really came up with something extraordinary? However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not connect extraordinary with the flower pot. It was too abstract. Since you are here, just take a good look. As if she had noticed the resistance of the elf queen, Lilith said directly and unceremoniously, "This is the finished product that Wright spent a whole night to make. He did this to reduce the casualties of your elves in the war and to achieve the final victory. As the queen, do you have any complaints?" The elf queen was very rational and did not say anything. As the strongest person in the elf empire, she was a veteran legend who could compete with the legendary paladin Constant. But even so, when she looked at Lilith, she still felt frightened and would subconsciously look away. The intuition of the strong told her that this woman was unfathomable, so it would be better not to cause trouble, otherwise there would be life and death concerns. I know that your majesty is very busy with war affairs now, but please believe me, as long as you see this thing, you will no longer have any anxiety. Yes, it is also a worry. The fruits of victory are too big. What if you can't eat it all in one breath? The elf queen was skeptical. Is it really there? So magical? Wright smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Rasatina, show me a little bit for your mother. Yes, my lord. The elf princess came forward, took out a seed, and gently planted it in the flower pot. Then she used her life magic and slowly injected it into the pot. Under the nourishment of the life element, the seed quickly took root and sprouted, and then began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, it will become 1.56 meters tall. Is this a magic pea? As the queen of the elves, she recognized this magic plant at a glance. But, the shape is so strange. Why does it have a head like a cannon muzzle? Because it is a cannon muzzle. Wright gave the elf princess an order. What are you waiting for? Fire. Yes. The elf princess immediately increased the injection of life element, and the muzzle of this magic pea actually began to gather energy bullets. Then it shot out with a bang, and flew towards the target in the distance. Bang. There was only a loud bang, and the target was directly blown into pieces. The elf queen's face was full of disbelief. She looked at the remains of the target, then at the magic pea, her beautiful eyes wide open. The power of this attack is comparable to the third level magic, the magic bomb. Humph. This is just a normal attack. Rasatina, give Her Majesty the Queen a big one. Yes, my lord. Rasatina injected element into the magic pea again, but this time the magic pea did not fire immediately, but began to accumulate energy. When the magic shells accumulated to the peak, the magic pea sprayed again. Boom. This huge magic shell hit the ground directly on the shooting range, accompanied by a huge explosion, leaving a huge and charred pit on the ground of the shooting range. Such power is difficult to achieve with ordinary four-pole magic. The elf queen swallowed her saliva and pointed at the magic pea with a trembling finger. Mr. Wright, did you come up with this overpass? No. To be exact, it is based on the accumulation of magic plant transformation technology of your elves, and the reasonable use and enhancement. At this point, Wright couldn't help but sigh. I think you are really good. You used such a lethal technology to farm. To be honest, this behavior even makes me feel like I'm back home. Wright said as he walked to the flower pot, took out a piece of attributeless magic crystal, and inserted it into the flower pot. As for this thing, I made adjustments for you to adapt to the war. Even if you don't need the elves to inject magic power, you only need one magic crystal, and it can gather energy and launch. At the beginning, your magic plants cannot change their attributes midway, but I also made corresponding adjustments. Wright took out the original magic crystal and replaced it with an ice attribute magic crystal. The pea shooter immediately began to spray ice magic. When Wright changed the magic crystal to fire attribute, the pea shooter immediately turned into a fire attribute magic. This performance was like a magic trick, and the queen's eyes widened, and her body couldn't help but tremble. This can greatly make up for the disadvantage of our elves' insufficient manpower, and maximize our advantages? That's right. Wright reached out and patted the pea shooter. I roughly calculated that an elf can control at least 10 completely different types of magic plants. If they are the same type of magic plants, this data can be doubled. Different types? The queen's voice rose an octave, sounding like a scream. Could it be that, in addition to this magical little thing, you have invented other magic plants? To be precise, yes. Wright took out a stack of information and threw it on the table in front of the queen. Here are all developed magic plants suitable for mountain jungle warfare. They are simple to operate, powerful, and mature. As long as we work overtime to produce them and undergo a short training, we can equip the entire army. I think that will greatly increase the army's combat capability. In the face of absolute crushing strength, any resistance is futile. I estimate that after all these magic plants are spread out, the First Empire will not even have a chance to fight back. It is even a question whether it can hold on to the second edition. Too brutal. This man's obsession with firepower is simply too brutal. Fortunately, he is an ally of the elves. The elf queen was ecstatic, but she quickly reacted. Second edition? What second edition? Wright pointed at the potted plant and smiled. Oh, didn't I just say that? The magic plant you are looking at now, which is about to be assembled, is actually the first edition. We are still working hard to study the second generation of new products, which is referred to as the second edition. Or, you can also call them a new code name, magic plants. Compared with the first edition, the second edition of magic plants will add appropriate fairy tale element to optimize the loophole that the magic plants are too rigid and not smart enough. Chapter 293. I have offended the holy sin, and I still want to run away, asking for monthly tickets. At the speech conference, Wright told the elves of the country that he would declare war in 7 days. However, the intelligence he asked the Queen of the Elf to send to the First Empire of Humanity stated that it would take 10 days. He expected that the enemy would not believe the number of 10 days after receiving the intelligence and would definitely investigate further. Of course, 7 days was also false intelligence. Wright had never thought of waiting for a specific date to start the war. As long as he felt that the elves had enough strength to prepare for war, he would start the war directly. Originally, he estimated that it would take about 5 days at most, but the discovery of magic plants made him feel that there was no need to make so many unnecessary preparations. After the agricultural survey, Wright was now so confident. What preparations? Go to war directly. So, on the third day after the famous speech that was recorded in history and later elves called it the Blood Elves change, the Blood Elf army had already completed its assembly and headed for the border between the two countries. However, Wright did not go to the front line in this battle. As an apprentice saint of the Holy Light Church, it was already a very unusual thing for him to serve as a military advisor to the Elf Empire. In this case, if the First Empire seizes this matter to make a fuss, it will be very disadvantageous. Although Wright doesn't care, he still needs to pay attention to the impact. Therefore, it is already the limit to make plans in the rear. If he really runs to the front and directly participates in the battle, then even if the Holy Light Church wants to clean up, it will not be able to do so. The first purpose of launching the elves to start the war is to let the elves reverse the national destiny and embark on the road of revival from then on. In this way, when the two goddesses of life return, they can have a good start. Catapult start, speed up faster. After all, only when the Elf Empire is revived and recognized by the crown of the Sun King, this thing will appear in the world. Only by getting this artifact can the patch and upgrade of the Tree of Life be completed. The crisis of the destruction of the Tree of Life can also be resolved. Similarly, it can also be regarded as strengthening the comprehensive strength of the Holy Light World Divine Court. The second purpose is to kill the monkey to scare the chicken. The defeat of the First Empire is to alert those other dishonest holy vassal states. It helps to strengthen the authority of the Holy Light Church and enhance the people's faith in the Holy Light Goddess. By the way, without hurting the people of the First Empire, the royal family and nobles of the First Empire will be replaced. Finally, let this first human power return to the ranks of holy vassal states and continue to shine for the Holy Goddess of Light. The third goal is to completely strangle the remnants of the Tower of Truth. Under the multiple coercion and suppression of the Holy Light Church, a large number of illegal black magicians and the remnants of the Tower of Truth have been driven into the First Empire. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely clean up these unstable factors with one click. In order to prevent the bad reputation of the witch hunt movement 50 years ago, the elves of the alien race are responsible for doing the dirty work this time. At that time, even if there are complaints from the people, it will not be counted on the Holy Light Church, nor will it affect the internal unity of the human world. At the same time, it also takes care of the emotions and positions of those white magicians. If the Magic Association and the Elf Empire eventually develop a subtle hostile relationship, it will be great. Such a deal that kills 3 birds with 1 stone is a sure win. Wright sat in the combat meeting room, his mouth almost crooked with laughter. He was firmly in the center of the army, but Emily, the war correspondent, suffered. Under Wright's coercion and inducement, Emily took the battlefield broadcast magic device and filmed and broadcasted at high altitude. This was an all-chemical secret instrument that the alchemy witch group rushed out overnight, and the effect was very significant. The real-time images broadcast back were very clear. Wright was still directing Emily through the intercom. A little to the left. Turn left. Turn left as far as you can. Look at the right rear view mirror. Oops. Can't you tell left from right? Did you just get to know your limbs and facial features today? Are you not familiar with them? Who told you to step on the accelerator? Apply the brakes. Shift gears. Emily, a reporter on the front line, collapsed directly. This broadcasting equipment is too difficult to operate. Can't you ask them to make it simpler? What do you know? Manual transmission is the romance of men. But I'm a woman. Emily wanted to cry, but had no tears. I can't operate it. Isn't it just to take a picture of the area you want to see? Why are there brakes and accelerators? Also, what do these 2 words mean? Right side, you will never experience the joy of driving in your life. There is a red button on your steering wheel. Do you see it? See? What is the purpose of installing a steering wheel on this thing? Isn't this a broadcast all-chemical secret? Am I not the power of this thing? Wherever I go, it will follow and take pictures, right? I have to manipulate magic power while manipulating it? Press it. Emily muttered as she pressed the button. The secret instrument that was broadcasting the entire battlefield live suddenly made a sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The fully automatic intelligent broadcast system has been successfully activated. The originally bulky secret instrument actually floated up by itself and completed the focus and aperture adjustment at the fastest speed. Emily was stunned for a moment and then picked up the walkie-talkie angrily. Hey. What does this mean? Ding, it's an unspeakable romance. You don't understand. I didn't ask that. Emily was on the verge of going berserk. Fully automatic intelligent broadcasting system. What is it? It's the golden finger I prepared for you. What? In this way, even if you don't know anything, you can broadcast the battle situation very well. Emily gritted her teeth, and the veins on her forehead squirmed. Then you. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? Wright's voice came from the magic intercom. Of course it is to train you. I didn't expect you to be so unable to stand the test. Boy, the whole village is very disappointed in you. Emily was so angry that she held the intercom tightly with both hands. You this. But then she thought that she didn't hold up the battlefield broadcasting secret instrument. Damn, it was all that guy's fault for making herself angry. Emily quickly reached out to rescue, but she was surprised to find that the broadcasting secret instrument automatically hovered in the air, and it was still emitting weak magic fluctuations. Right. What's wrong, Emily? Why can it fly? Of course it can fly. Emily took a few deep breaths, then asked calmly, then why did you let me hold it in the first place? Such a heavy thing. Let me carry it all the way from the capital of the Elf Empire to the border? to save magic crystals. The function of this thing is a standard magic crystal in the body. If you hold it for a while longer, it will consume less internal magic. Emily let out a shrill roar, pulled out her staff crowbar, and smashed it towards the battlefield. Live broadcast secret instrument in front of her. Unexpectedly, this thing dodged in a flash, with a very fast speed and extremely high sensitivity. Can it move by itself? No, I control it. Can you control it remotely? Of course you must. Emily waved the holy sword of physics angrily. This thing can fly by itself, has internal energy, can automatically lock and follow, and you can also stay in the palace and control it remotely. Then, why do you send me to the front line? Change the battery or something. I mean, change the magic crystal. Didn't I give you a bag of magic crystals when you left? Isn't that my salary? Wright's voice came out of the magic intercom slowly. That's the salary for the battlefield live broadcast secret ceremony. You are a temporary worker and you are still in the internship period. Not only do you not have a salary, but you also have to pay the company a training fee every month. Emily took a deep breath and instantly opened her own domain, Element Carnival City. Under the effect of the elemental turbulence, she came to the battlefield live broadcast secret ceremony in an instant and smashed it to pieces with a stick. I have never been so grateful for joining the Flesh and Blood Sea God Fitness Club as I'm right now. It turns out that some things can only be relieved by destroying them with your own hands. For example, this heavy piece of junk and your head. But before she could finish her shouting, 5 more broadcasting secret instruments flew over and circled around Emily in the air. One of them even made Wright's voice. Young man, don't be so young. The manufacturing cost of this thing will be deducted from your salary. Emily looked so hopeless at this moment, and she suddenly felt relieved. What was there to be angry about? By the way, how many of these things have you prepared? A lot. After all, the battlefield is huge, and we have to guard against the enemy's sneak attacks. Adding them up, there must be 3 digits, right? And these magic devices must have backup machines, and the backup machines must have their own backup machines. So, probably more than 1,000. Emily nodded slightly. Or 1,000 magic devices that are so complicated and have so many functions, you let Unica and Gladys rush them out for you overnight. Are you a human being? They are still children. Emily, I'm a person who does things clearly, and I have my own principles. And my principle is that, if you offend me, don't even think about leaving, and I will definitely find a way to retaliate. Emily, do you still remember the pamphlet on Poseidon Island 3 or 4 days ago? Emily thought for a moment, then they are indeed not wronged. But I'm innocent. Who brought the pamphlet over? Emily fell silent after hearing this, and finally forced a smile. Mr. Wright, is there anything I can do for you? Stay on the battlefield, and make sure the direction of the war develops according to the script I wrote. If unexpected factors intervene. The voice from the intercom suddenly became extremely cold. Then make it disappear. Don't worry, I guarantee to complete the task. Sending any equipment was just a joke between Wright and Emily. The reason why she was sent to the front line was to prevent the enemy from coming up with some super standard combat power. Although the elves are not inferior to the other side in terms of high-end combat power, with Emily, the leader of the world's first tier echelon, as the front, it can ensure that there is no risk. The most important point is that the magicians in the first empire of humanity are relatively saturated, and among the high-level combat power that can be taken out, magicians also account for the majority. Emily, the demon-killing witch developed for the elves, is an absolute killer. She is a nightmare for those who are promoted in the mage path. Her sanctuary, Crazy Element City, will make the element in the enemy magician's body run wild, but she can use this to increase her power. Conventional mages don't even have the qualifications to be hostile to her. Not to mention that she has already been promoted to the legendary level, and she is carrying a combat assisting magic guide device created by the alchemy witch with all her heart and soul. There are also belts, magic crystal cards and beast soul cards. Even when she couldn't win, she still knew to call me sister. It can only be said that Emily now has a few trump cards in her hand. Although she is not as unfathomable as Wright, if anyone underestimates her, he will definitely suffer a great loss. With such a chess piece on the chessboard, Wright who has always been cautious, can sit in the rear so confidently and control the overall situation through the real-time mirror. The dark moon is a night for murder. The wind is high and the fire is set. Wright looked at the deep mountains and dense forests under the night sky and showed a creepy smile. Today is really a good day for doing evil. The elven queen next to her was trembling with fear, and the elven princess was writing down the famous sayings of the holy sin. Lilith reached out and rubbed his cheek. Manage your expression. Pay attention to your expression management. Wright coughed lightly and gave orders to the leaders of several elven legions who had arrived at the designated positions at the front line. Ahem. What I mean is, the battle will start in 30 seconds. Crush them. 30 seconds. Fleeting. As a magic arrow pierced the sky, several advance teams of the elves launched an attack at the same time. The human outposts stationed in the border area were attacked, and soldiers were immediately assembled to deal with it. But unfortunately, the sentry towers in the border area were sparsely manned. Even when facing the elves, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Not to mention, the elves launched a surprise attack, and these soldiers of the First Empire who had lived in peace on the border for many years, and relied on the border trade routes to get things done, had no combat power at all. In just a few minutes, several elf advance teams completed their combat objectives. After they tied up all these people with magic vines, they continued to rush towards the next target. The follow-up troops hurriedly followed, detained the captives one by one, and began to arrange magic plant positions according to the drawings given by Wright, and set various traps on the periphery. Yes, they didn't intend to take these positions at all. The mission goal of the advance team is to advance as far as possible to provide sufficient strategic depth for the subsequent teams. The subsequent Elf First Legion will transform and optimize the temporary occupied area according to the blueprint and form 5 battle lines in sequence. They will use one night to turn the entire occupied area into a deadly trap, a devil's death zone that can devour the First Empire's army. Chapter 294 Man-Eating Forest. What? Those bastards actually started a war. Prince Michiel Cepeda-Paulus grabbed the collar of the messenger angrily, gritting his teeth. These damn bitches. They are really tired of living. Come on. Bring me the map. The guards beside him hurried out and soon returned to the war room of the military with the yellowed map. The prince took the map, swept all the miscellaneous things on the desk to the ground, and spread out the map. He grabbed the messenger and put the charcoal pen in his hand. Mark all the lost watchtowers, passes, and supply stations that you just reported on the map. If you mark one wrong, I will chop off your head. The messenger trembled and started to draw crosses on the map. After a while, half of the map was almost covered with crosses. The prince kicked the messenger away in anger, put his hands on the table, and his expression changed. It seems that these pointy-eared bastards are very self-aware. They have taken away almost all the mountain and dense forest areas occupied by the Empire over the years. None of the outposts and passes outside the jungle were lost. In fact, they were not attacked at all, not to mention the 6 fortified cities on the border. Cunning guys. Indeed, it is not a wise choice to fight with elves in this kind of terrain. Father, we must fight this battle. Banda, the son of Michiel, clenched his fists. There are so many eyes watching across the country, and the dignity of the royal family cannot be lost in any way. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Do you think I don't know? Damn it. I didn't expect that one day we would be so embarrassed and passive by this group of elves. Shame. So shameful. It's all because of these parasites in the Empire. They don't think about strengthening the defense on the border, but only know how to make money all day long. What a rotten state the entire southwest of the Empire has become. The prince slammed his fist on the table. The current situation of the Empire is really not good. Previously, the royal family was disgraced because of the incident involving the first Princess Vanessa, and now they have been directly expelled from the Holy Light Church. The entire empire is now in a state of panic. As a result, at this time, a cult of the flesh and blood sea god suddenly emerged in more than a dozen wealthy cities on the coastline of the empire. The preaching speed is extremely fast, the effectiveness is extremely strong, and the believers are extremely fanatical. A large amount of maritime trade was cut by this strange cult, which once caused financial tension in the empire. As a result, this southwest, which was originally the granary of the empire, is also the production site of magic raw materials for many truth workshops in the country. With this interruption, the workshops within the empire will have to stop working on a large scale. The national strength that has been raised with great difficulty will decline again. Even the unemployment wave and the break of the economic chain will cause continued panic in the country and the rise of public dissatisfaction. People will naturally think that the empire is now in disaster and the people are in dire straits because they have lost the protection of the holy light goddess. And the culprit of all this is the imperial family. I dare not imagine what the future will look like. Fight. We must fight. This area is an important source of economic development for the empire. No matter what, we can't let those mean elves take it away. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The prince looked at his military team that had called from the imperial capital. How is the integration of the border troops going? Report to the prince. The reorganization has been preliminarily completed. Give orders to the lords of the other 5 border cities. Let them gather their troops and set off as soon as possible. The target is the outpost closest to the city gate. We must take back our territory. Yes. In the war room, almost everyone knew that this area had always belonged to the elves. But since His Royal Highness said so, it must be so no matter whether it is or not. Looking at the map on the table, the prince frowned. Just 2 days ago, the capital of the empire received an anonymous intelligence, which showed that the elves were preparing to launch an attack. Although the entire high level did not think that the intelligence was true, Prince MacArthur still felt that it was necessary to take precautions. After his repeated insistence, his brother, Pedro Paulus III, agreed to his request and approved him to come to the border to inspect the defense. Almost everyone thought that he was just looking for an excuse to come to the most lucrative southwest border to make some money. But only the prince himself understood that the indescribable throbbing in his heart was not groundless. Sure enough, it took only 2 days for the war to happen. How is the army gathering? Reporting to the prince, the army has been assembled, ready to march at any time. Father, let me lead the troops. His son Band hurried forward. You still have to stay in the base camp and command the other 5 armies at any time. And as the commander-in-chief, how can you go with the army at the beginning? Okay, Band, you lead the troops. But you must remember to be careful. The prince looked at his son and couldn't help feeling a little worried. He only had this one child, and he taught him personally since he was a child. Fortunately, Band was also very competitive and performed very well in all aspects. But after Vanessa died, the child seemed to have some unrealistic fantasies about the throne, which made his temper become a little impatient, which was what the prince was worried about. When people are eager to prove themselves, they are most likely to go wrong. Don't worry, father. I will definitely teach these elves a lesson. Let them know how powerful the First Empire is. Banda was very excited. He had long been eager to make achievements, and now the opportunity finally came. He picked up his sword, took his personal guards, turned around and walked out of the war room. The prince sent all the remaining soldiers out to pass on information for him. With the first ray of sunshine in the morning, the counterattack from the First Empire finally arrived. The 6 border cities sent troops almost at the same time and headed towards the nearest sentry tower pass. For so many years, the 6 border cities on the southwest defense line of the empire have always been full of troops. There is no way these border cities are too rich. In order to put the money into their own pockets, these border city lords found various excuses to expand the size of the border guards. Only when the number of people is large enough, the number of military supplies and weapons required will be large enough to give these empires insects more room for operation. It is precisely this phenomenon that now gives the prince a lot of confidence. At least, they would not be troubled by the lack of soldiers. However, what they did not know was that after a night of transformation, the mountains and jungles here were no longer the mountains and jungles they were familiar with. The prince's son, His Highness Band, was full of pride. He rode a tall horse and led the soldiers of the entire border town to the nearest pass. The journey was very smooth, without any attacks or obstructions. This made Band feel that he was not leading soldiers to fight, but leading people to hunt in the dense forest. However, what is the difference? Those pointy-eared sheepskins are not much different from animals. If there is a difference, it is that living elves can be sold at a good price in the Empire's business. If it is used as a gift, it is also a good choice. Remember this, if you encounter an elf later, try to capture it alive. If you catch an elf, you will be rewarded. Yes, Your Highness. Not only the prince's son, but even the accompanying soldiers did not take the elves too seriously. After all, in their impression, elves are the representatives of cowardice. Some veterans stationed in the border town have even witnessed 3 or 4 territorial cession clauses signed between the elves and the Empire. It is indeed difficult for people to have much respect for such an opponent. However, all this changed when they entered the jungle. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense explosions directly blew the vanguard troops to pieces. The lightly armored soldiers were directly blown away, and the heavily armored guards were also blown to pieces. The whole team was in chaos. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hurry up and be alert. Protect His Highness Band. The Imperial soldiers who had not fought for a long time were in a mess. If Band had not brought some private soldiers, they might have been trampled by these soldiers. Calm down. Calm down. Band pushed away the guards who were protecting him, drew his sword, and the powerful aura of a 5th level warrior rushed over. Under his deterrence, the soldiers finally stopped panicking. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Banda didn't expect that this group of soldiers from the border town would have such a lack of military discipline, and they were all good for nothings. This is a trap. Open your eyes and look. Where are the enemy troops? Banda waved his sword and shouted angrily, restore the formation. If anyone escapes from the battlefield again, not only will he be executed on the spot, but your family members and relatives will also be charged with treason. Line up. Under Banda's tyrannical and resolute command, these mobs finally gathered together again. Your team, 3 people in a group, go to rescue the wounded. You guys, go and see what kind of magic trap it is. Banda was, after all, the successor personally trained by Prince MacArthur, who was known as the military god of the Empire. He arranged the work in an orderly manner, and remained calm in the face of danger. Your Highness, look. One of the guards came to Band with a piece of explosive debris. This is what exploded. What is this? Horse. Potato. What? Potatoes. Explode. Although Band is a noble, he follows his father to the military camp every year to train, eats and lives with ordinary soldiers, and naturally knows this most common crop in the human world. But to be honest, exploding potatoes, is this a new variety? Fortunately, the power is not great. This thing should be a trap set by the elves. Damn, I didn't expect them to have such means. But, Band clenched his fist carefully. This is just some tricks. You two, go and carry a huge stone. The 2 guards didn't know everything, but they still ran to the side, used their fighting spirit to cut off a huge stone, and lifted it in front of Band together. Band took a deep breath, swung his sword several times, and cut the huge stone into a cylindrical shape. Then he kicked it away with a flying kick, and then just rolled over it. There were explosions along the road where the stone pillar rolled. A good trade route was blown up to pieces. But no matter what, his trick was to break the explosive potato formation. Your Highness, you are so smart. Yes. Why didn't we think of it? That's right, I just wanted to let these guys wear heavy armor to explore the way ahead. Your Highness's idea is still good. The surrounding guards flattered him crazily, and the soldiers on the side also cast admiring eyes. All this made Band feel proud. Okay. The whole army advances at full speed. Take back the pass as soon as possible. This time, we have to fight all the way to the elves' hometown. Teach these cheap elves a lesson. When the time comes, everyone will be awarded medals. Everyone will be rewarded. Yes, yes. Forward. Hearing that there were military merits and rewards, these soldiers were overjoyed and rushed towards the pass. Banda looked at the rapidly advancing army, thinking that among the 6 armies, he should be the one that advances the fastest and deepest. In this way, he will surely be the first to break through the defense line of the elves, and go straight to the Elf Empire. By then, everyone will be impressed. Vanessa, the Lancer Princess of the First Empire, is gone, and the remaining 3 children of His Majesty are all useless. Even if the throne is not his, when the older generation retires, and he is in power, He can also be a prince who controls the real power of the empire. The horse's hooves were brisk, and Banda felt that a bright future seemed to be waving at him. He pulled the reins and drove his horse into the depths of the dense forest, towards a bright future. After this trip, there was no news. By the morning, the information was transmitted back to Prince MacArthur's war room. What? Lost contact? Say it again. Dear Your Majesty, don't get excited. The messenger was sweating profusely. After our 6 armies went deeper into the dense forest, they lost contact one after another. None of the messengers we sent out came back. So far, we have not received any frontline battle reports. The 6 armies all disappeared. Damn it. You should look for them along the marching routes. The most bizarre thing is here. All the marching traces of the armies have disappeared. The soldier's face turned pale and trembling. He said, we didn't even find any signs of fighting. But the 6 armies just disappeared out of thin air. As if. The veins on the prince's forehead bulged. Say it quickly. As if they were swallowed by this huge forest. Banda, my son, the army he led. His Highness Banda's army made the fastest progress and was the first to lose contact. Maximum's eyes suddenly went black, and he almost fell to the ground. The guards finally helped the others up, and the prince growled with gritted teeth. Pass the order. The Empire is on war alert. Gather all the nearby troops. Even if I have to raise the entire jungle to the ground, I will rescue my son. If those elves dare to hurt him, I will let the entire Elven Empire be buried with him. Chapter 295. Don't be too evil. From Emily's perspective, the so-called war this morning was very boring. All 6 armies sent by the First Empire were defeated without exception, and a large number of Imperial soldiers were captured. The entire battle process was even simpler and a little outrageous. The Imperial army marched in unison. The Imperial army sang all the way. The Imperial army went deep into the battlefield. The Imperial army discovered the enemy. The Imperial army charged brazenly. The Imperial army was destroyed in one fell swoop. It was originally a boring plot, and Emily watched it 6 times in a row and almost fell asleep. The exploding potatoes buried on the road to the early stage of the army were actually a deliberate trick to lure the enemy in. Their power was deliberately reduced. In Wright's words, it was a euthymeni-castrated version of the exploding potato. The purpose was to scare the enemy and then dispel their doubts. After all, after walking for so long without encountering the enemy, someone would definitely be suspicious. Giving them some small surprises from time to time can make them ensure that they are on the right path of pursuit. A good planner should use methods that are not easy for players to detect to guide players to the correct route designed in advance. This is the most useful quote from the Holy Sin that the elf princess wrote down in the morning. The First Empire's army spent almost the vast majority of their time searching for the enemy, and the actual fighting time was less than 1/20th of the marching time, and they were beaten, and fled in panic, and were directly defeated. Because they went too deep, they had no place to escape, and it can be said that there was not a single fish that slipped through the net. One of the armies was even more miserable, and they didn't even see the shadow of an elf during the whole process. They cooperated very well under the hint of the early guidance trap, walked into the pre-calibrated firepower coordinate point, and then were hit by the firepower of the pea shooter cluster on the hillside, and directly lost their combat effectiveness. Then the magic vines that had been planted long ago grew rapidly, and all the captives were tied up tightly. That is, Wright considered that too much killing sin should not be committed, otherwise it would affect the divinity of the holy light goddess, and it would not be conducive to the later establishment of diplomatic relations between the elf empire and other human empires. Therefore, the power of the magic bomb was adjusted to the point of shock. Otherwise, the 6 armies would have been blown to pieces and turned into bloody fertilizer for the forest. I say, Wright, is this alright? Emily inspected the scene again. What should we do with these captives? Just leave them where they are. The magic vines will slowly transfer them to the designated place. Wright's voice came from the intercom. Wait until the war is over and the high-level blood transfusion of the First Empire is completed, and then release them. These are all faith-making machines. If they can avoid large-scale damage, they will not be destroyed on a large scale. No one will go against the power of faith. Then what is my role? Don't worry, these troops are definitely not the foundation of the First Empire. I think they are probably just the garrison troops of the border city. Capturing them will not hurt the First Empire. If I'm not mistaken, the First Empire has really begun to assemble its army and summon high-end combat forces to prepare to go to the border. In terms of speed, it will take 1 or 2 days at the fastest and 4 or 5 days at the slowest, and they will arrive in batches. At that time, it will be the real counterattack of the Empire. You won't have to worry about having nothing to do. There will definitely be super standard opponents to choose from. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Wright's voice continued to echo in the intercom. Don't be idle. See if there are any hidden big fish in these 6 armies. If we can catch 1 or 2, then our gamma play will be rich and colorful. Emily scratched her head. But, how do I know who the big fish is? Wright snorted and laughed. Use your dead on beast intuition to guess. Anyway, you are idle anyway. If you guess it right, it would be the best. If you don't guess it, there is no loss. Just think of it as adding a little fun to your plain and boring tasks. Emily wanted to refuse, but for some reason, after hearing the words "I'm idle anyway," she always felt a sense of being inexplicably convinced. Then, look for it. So, Emily began to cover her face, control the magic of the wind, and began to wander back and forth in the 6 prisoner gathering places created by magical plants. But in her eyes, these captured prisoners of war were nothing special. However, there were really a lot of people. The first batch of war reserve troops of the Elf Empire was about the same number of people as the least of the 6 teams. The entire population of the Elf Empire was mobilized, which was the same number as these 6 armies. And this was only the number of defense troops in the 6 border cities. If the entire Empire's troops were mobilized, the number would be... Emily wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. It was only after the real confrontation that she realized that, if Wright and his men had not intervened, the gap in military strength between the Elf Empire and the First Empire would be so large. Indeed, it was no wonder that the Elf Queen and the domestic opposition were so unsure. If I were an elf, I would also be nervous. With such a huge gap in strength, could I win? And the scary thing was that even with such a huge gap in military strength, the elves of the entire Elf Empire, from the queen and princess to the ministers of various departments to the people of various professions at dawn, were all instigated by him and were determined to start a war. But this was not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that with his early intervention, the elves, who originally had almost no chance of winning, are likely to defeat the First Empire with almost no casualties. Moreover, all the territories that have been ceded in humiliation over the years will be taken back at once. Emily took a deep breath. She racked her brains, but couldn't think of a word to describe the degree of perversion of this man. Perhaps, using holy sin to replace this new meaning is a good expression. For example, people can't be too holy sin. Or, people can be perverted, but not holy sin. Or, I'm not perverted to the level of holy sin. Not bad. This may become a new cultural trend. Emily flew across the sky with a smile, but Wright's voice came from the intercom. Emily, what are you thinking about? Hey. How do you know what I'm thinking? Although I don't know, but Lilith told me that she just felt a strong malice against me. Is that you? Hey, this. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Emily felt guilty, but suddenly, she frowned, dived and slid one of the prisoners in the prisoner of war camp up. Light. I seem to have really caught a big fish. Chapter 296 I became a target. Monthly ticket plus 55. I'm the son of Prince MacArthur of the First Empire of Racina, and my name is Banged Pedipalus. In the palace of the Elf Empire, Wright summoned a high-level succubus from hell and ordered her to interrogate the so-called big fish Emily caught. Under the mental control of this high-level succubus, Band didn't even have a chance to resist, and his mind was completely controlled. I didn't expect that Emily actually caught a big fish. Wright looked at the captive in front of him with a smile. Prince Massalsa, are you familiar with him? The Elf Queen nodded slowly. He is the most brave and warlike general in the First Empire and the younger brother of Paulus III. He is a very cautious person and is very important in their country. In many of the territorial dispute agreements signed between the Elf Empire and the First Empire recently, he served as the other party's highest representative. The son of the Marshal, We should make good use of him. Oh, right. Emily next to him suddenly took out a small pendant. When the elf guard searched him just now, they found this thing. I checked it and it should be a communication magic device. Wright took the pendant and looked at it and put it in front of Band. I ask you, what is this thing? After Band saw the pendant, his expression began to struggle violently. Lilith frowned slightly and glared at the upper succubus. The latter was immediately frightened and sweated profusely and quickly increased the control intensity. Bender's expression gradually calmed down and he finally answered. This is the emergency communication magic device my father gave me. It can communicate with him by transmitting sound. It's a big fish after all. It actually hides such a good thing. Wright immediately showed a dangerous smile. You keep a close eye on this guy. I will plan to use this big fish to trick the other party. Emily pouted. Is it necessary? Now our combat effectiveness is far greater than that of the enemy. If we just push forward, we will win. Wright shook his finger. Our real purpose is to help the elves recover their lost land and take this opportunity to change the blood of the high-level officials of the First Empire. Killing is not our purpose. If too many civilian soldiers are killed or injured, this blood debt will greatly intensify the contradiction between elves and humans. At that time, if the goddess of holy light forces the Holy Kingdom to establish diplomatic relations with the elves, those believers who bear a blood feud will definitely be shaken in their faith and even have a corrupted faith. In this case, it is putting the cart before the horse and following the wishes of the Tower of Truth. The goal must be achieved. The hearts of the people must be won. Emily thought. Then, don't kill them all? How is it possible? The Black Magician and the remnants of truth will not be spared. Wright sneered, full of murderous intent. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? The elf guards temporarily detained Banda, and Wright waved his hand to send the upper succubus back to hell. From the relieved expression of the succubus, it can be seen that she was really scared just now. There is no way. When Wright summoned her just now, she looked provocative and was ready to seduce the summoner. Then I saw Lilith standing behind Wright, smiling gently at her. At that moment, this charming moist succubus instantly turned into a pure, serious, career-oriented, abstinent, and obedient girl without any worldly desires. If it weren't for the goat horns on her head and the heart-shaped tail tip behind her, Wright would have thought he had summoned the wrong one. Now that she can return to hell safely, the succubus sister really feels like she has survived a disaster and even wants to be grateful. Emily asked somewhat boredly, what should we do now? Wright shook his neck. You, of course, go back to the front line to supervise the battle. I won't go. It's so boring. Emily hugged Lilith beside her. I almost fell asleep over there. And the soldiers in the 6 border towns have been captured. It will take 1 or 2 days for the enemy to replenish its troops. The next war will be at least 3 days later, right? Oh, by the way, those captured soldiers will not starve to death, right? Wright looked at her like a fool. The elves are best at life magic, which is a magic that is more perverted than holy light for healing and survival. It is difficult for those captives to commit suicide. Okay, don't worry about it. Your analysis is right. If you don't want to go to the front line, just stay and help me study the 2nd generation of magical plants. Emily immediately perked up. Really? Me? Can I do it too? Am I qualified? She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help covering her mouth. Having followed Wright for so long, she has always been subjected to Wright's IQ bullying. This man in front of her likes to play tricks on her, test herself with difficult questions, and despise her intelligence from time to time. He has always looked down on her magical attainments. Now, he is finally willing to invite her to participate in the research and development of the project. Isn't it a kind of recognition? Emily was too excited and didn't see the pitying look from Lilith next to her. Poor silly girl, still so easy to be deceived. It's true, she is fooled every time, but it's different every time. Even Wright felt a little guilty at this time, because the deception was too simple and easy, and then it disappeared. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I leave this place to you. If there is any change in the war, please use the intercom to page me. Wait, my lord. The elf princess immediately took out a small notebook. Wherever you are going, please let me follow you. Light smiled and shook his head. You are too weak. You can't go yet. We are going to the fairy tale subspace to do research. Dream subspace? The elf queen next to him was very surprised. Mr. Light, can this magic intercom still contact you? Haha, of course, because I left a magic circle in the Emerald Dream. As long as you don't leave the capital of the Elf Empire, you can contact me. After Light said that, he waved to the two women. Let's go. Alice is still waiting for us. Oh, Alice. My good sister. I haven't seen her for a long time. Emily suddenly became excited, turned around and ran towards the entrance of the Emerald Dream, and turned around and waved, motioning Light and the others to follow quickly. Lilith couldn't help shaking her head when she saw her like this. If she knew what she was going to do, she probably wouldn't be so impatient. But I can't wait any longer. Light smiled and walked away. Lilith sighed helplessly and followed Light out of the elves operations department. The entrance to the Emerald Dream was not far from the operations department. Although the three of them were walking, they still arrived at the entrance very quickly. After the previous experiences, the three of them were already familiar with the route. They first entered the Emerald Dream, then came all the way to the Dream Breach, and from there entered the fairy tale subspace. But this time they didn't go to the direction of the Sea of Mist, but turned to the fairy tale kingdom. The once small fairy tale town has become huge after the expansion of the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh phases. To be honest, Emily is also a lord here. Wright stood at the entrance of the fairy tale kingdom, looking at the majestic city gate inside. After all, you are one of the 7 witches. Really? I didn't care about it before. Emily was rarely embarrassed. This is not good. I didn't do anything, but I occupy so much territory here. Such a high status? Why didn't you contribute? Wright patted her head. You are a precious experimental material. If I hadn't studied you, how could I have figured out the core technology of the witch's curse so quickly? And how could I have such a magnificent fairy tale kingdom? Do you feel it? The surging witch power in it? So, don't belittle yourself. If you don't have any credit, don't you have any hard work? Speaking of which, you are also a technical shareholder, and a dry shareholder. Although I don't understand what you are saying, it feels like you are praising me. No need to feel, I'm just praising you. Emily suddenly took 2 steps back and looked at Wright with her big eyes, like a frightened little animal. Hey, why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? You took me to participate in the research project and praise me. I always feel that you are trying to dilute the strong sense of guilt in your heart. Tell me, are you planning something bad again? Wright couldn't help but sigh to Lilith. As expected of a beauty and a beast, this beast's intuition is really super standard. In a sense, it makes up for her lack of IQ. Okay, don't keep Alice waiting for too long. Lilith dragged the two into the royal city and came all the way to the agreed shooting range. When they arrived, Alice and Pinocchio had been waiting for a long time. Alice. Emily ran over immediately, hugged Alice in her arms and sucked hard. Alice, I miss you so much. Sister Emily, it's so itchy. Alice also smiled happily. Alice misses you too. Brother, Sister Lilith. You are here. The Lie Devil came forward and bowed. Boss, you are here. Everything is ready according to your previous instructions. Look, do we start now? Emily hugged Alice and looked around. Strange, isn't this just an ordinary shooting range? Light, aren't we going to study magic plants? Why do we come to the shooting range? The second generation of magic plants has been studied almost, and now we are going to enter the power experiment stage. Emily couldn't hide her disappointment. She thought she could participate in the core part of this project. Unexpectedly, this project is almost finished. Light, this guy makes things too fast. But in a trance, Emily suddenly felt that this shooting range was a bit strange. What was so strange about it? He couldn't tell for a moment. At this moment, the Devil of Lies took out a card box and handed it to Wright. Everything you want is here. Hey, isn't it a seed? Magic plants are seeds, because magical plants are essentially plants, and they are plants that can be stimulated to grow by the life magic of the elves. But the second generation of magical plants are essentially a mixture of fairy tale creatures and magical plants. Their bodies are magical plants, but their souls and wills come from this card. Emily understood immediately after hearing this. Isn't this the same as my Grey Wolf magic card? Wright shook his head. Technically, it's the same. But the magic druid cards have ranks, and the same series can be advanced. And these cards are very scattered. Even if they can be advanced once or twice, they basically cannot form a unified promotion path. The most important thing is that your Grey Wolf is a contracted fantasy beast, and these cards can be used without a contract. Emily thought about it after hearing this, but soon put it behind her. Never mind about that. Let's try the power of these magical plants. Maybe I can use my intuition to find the problems and flaws in them. Wright didn't say anything, just looked at her with a smile. Emily didn't understand what it meant at first, but when she saw other people, including Alice, looking at her, an ominous premonition surged in her heart. What are you doing? Why are you all looking at me like that? Because everyone is waiting for you. Wait for me? Wait for me for what? Isn't the card in your hand? You. Suddenly, Emily had a flash of inspiration, and she finally figured out why she felt that this shooting range was a bit weird. Because this shooting range, there is no target. No. Emily looked around, her face full of anxiety. But after she confirmed it again and again, she felt relieved. Oh no, I'm a target. Wright immediately took out a pea-shooter card. If you know, get ready. Targets, please take your positions. Emily sighed, let go of Alice, and walked into the shooting range with heavy steps. Lilith was very surprised. You accepted it so quickly? I thought you would resist a little. Resistance, is it useful? Emily took a deep breath. Why not hurry up and think of a solution? Wright clapped his hands. Oh, that's right. The more scheming a person is, the more likely he is to fall into unpredictable difficulties and lose all his previous efforts. To reward you for your cooperation this time, I will help you improve your belt after this experiment is completed. By then, you will be able to completely complete your witch feast and obtain all the witch power of Beauty and the Beast. Emily pulled out her crowbar and entered the magic overclocking state. But you said it. When did I lie to you? Woo. When will you stop lying to me? Put back your tears and grit your teeth. The big one is coming. Wright injected fairy tale element into the magic card and went directly to the shooting range. It's decided to be you, pea-shooter. Chapter 297. This pea is invincible. With a flicker of light, a pea-shooter appeared in the shooting range. But compared with the pea-shooter in the magic plant category, it is smaller and its shape is more in line with the fairy tale style. Moreover, it has a pair of big dark and watery eyes. There are 2 leaves under the big head, and 4 roots below are like feet. It seems that compared with the magic plant, the magical plant pea-shooter has certain mobility. In general, it is difficult to call it a plant, nor can it be counted as an animal. It can only be said that it is a fairy tale creature with a cute shape. Because it is in the fairy tale subspace, the part of fusion with magic plants is omitted. But in terms of power, there should be no big difference. Wright clapped his hands. Then, let's start. Go. Pea-shooter. Use the leaf knife. The pea-shooter shook its 2 leaves violently and instantly launched several leaf knives, heading straight for Emily. Hey, isn't it firing energy bombs? Emily quickly waved the crowbar in her hand and blocked all the flying leaves. The pea-shooter quickly fiddled with his 4 funny little legs, adjusted the angle, and sprayed out 3 energy bullets. HMPH. Flame barrier. Emily was full of confidence. She stretched out her hand and a defensive wall of fire rose in front of her. However, these walls of fire did not stop the energy bullets as she expected. Instead, the energy bullets turned into flames and continued to fly towards her. How could this happen? Emily quickly shot 3 ice cones to detonate the fireballs and took the opportunity to distance herself. In order to deal with a normal-minded magician like you, it sprays powerless magic bullets. When encountering elemental defense barriers such as fire walls and earth walls, it will devour the opponent's element and give itself to itself and continue to attack. HMPH. An ordinary magician? I'm not an ordinary magician. Emily suddenly added the power of the wind and rushed towards the pea-shooter. After all, the opponent is a shooter, so as long as he gets close, he will win, right? Naive. Wright pulled out the second card from the card box and activated it with magic. I activate the effect card, Winter's Wrath. With a whoosh, a fairy tale light shone on the pea shooter. As the cold air filled the air, the pea shooter was covered with frost and his body color turned light blue. Swish. A large piece of ice formed under the feet of the ice shooter, and it slid out very lightly, avoiding Emily's attack, and turned around to spit out several icicles. Emily swung the crowbar to smash it, but the bone-chilling cold air entangled it, and formed a thick layer of ice on the tip of the crowbar. You want to freeze me? You think too much. Emily's witch power surged, and under the effect of the elemental runaway, the ice quickly disintegrated. Sure enough, elemental cards have no effect against you. Then, how about this one? Wright took out another new card, and activated it directly. Advanced card, upgrade, pea shooter. A beam of light shone on the pea shooter, and its body became stronger, its caliber became larger, and its eyes became sharper. Puff, puff. The energy bombs fired by the advanced pea shooter are larger, and it can fire 2 or 3 at a time, which is more aggressive, and has better maneuverability. Emily dodged one after another, and occasionally smashed a few with a crowbar. The energy bombs landed in the shooting range and immediately set off bursts of explosions, which showed that they were powerful. Haha, you want to defeat me with a small pea shooter? Right. You should get a few more. In this way, there will be no pressure at all. Okay. Wright suddenly took out several cards, and activated them all at once. Emily panicked. Hey. No, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, it was too late. Several rays of light shone into the shooting range, and pea shooters rose from the ground, forming a small square formation. And from time to time, the light came on, and these pea shooters advanced from their initial form to various shapes. Some could shoot forward and backward, some grew 3 heads directly, and some even spit out several barrels from their mouths, which was a machine gun Gatling. Some were even more extreme, turning into mortars, bombing the shooting range. The firepower suddenly became fierce. No, we can't go on like this. Emily was immediately dizzy from the explosion. She shouted angrily, wrapped her body in the sanctuary, and killed the pea shooter square formation. However, this time, Wright threw out a new card. A cabbage rose from the ground, and its 2 leaves rolled up, like 2 arms. What is this? Emily saw a new magical plant for the first time, and the answer she got was a crazy waving fist. Da. The speed of this punch was no worse than that of the pea machine gunner. Emily was hit back before she could defend. The cabbage head did not pursue, but instead took a posture to meet the enemy, as if asking for advice. Really? Too much. Emily immediately held the staff in front of her, and several magic circles lit up one after another. She was ready to clear the field directly. Do you think I will ignore defense? Wright pulled out several cards, activated them directly, and threw them into the field. In an instant, a wall of nuts rose from the ground, blocking the other magical plants. Whoosh. Boom. The wind, flames, and thunder came one after another, attacking the nut wall madly, but they could not cross it even a little bit. Seeing this, Wright directly swiped another card. The nut wall, which had already begun to break, began to grow wildly. In a blink of an eye, it doubled in height, and became thicker and thicker, giving people a full sense of security. Damn it. Emily was really a little anxious now. She directly began to gather the power of element, and prepared to complete the elemental armament. However, the next moment, a piranha plant suddenly emerged from her feet, opened its mouth and swallowed her. Emily struggled violently in the mouth of the piranha plant, but the magic power in her body was being rapidly devoured. Although she caused some damage to the piranha plant, her lost magic power replenished the piranha plant, and repaired the injured parts. If this continues, ordinary magicians will basically be killed. Emily gritted her teeth, and took out her belt. Don't think you are the only one with a card. I have one too. Insert the card, arm, and it's done in an instant. Emily, in the form of a flame grey wolf, instantly burned the piranha plant to ashes, and she also escaped. After her body turned to ashes, the piranha plant condensed into a ball of energy again. Fortunately, Wright took out a blank card and sealed it again. Hey, don't damage my precious magical plant. How can I fight if I can't hurt the enemy in a fight? Who said it's a fight? You're a target. Just get beaten. You. Don't even think about it. However, Emily didn't realize that Wright was just stalling for time by shouting at her. At this moment, several bright red cherries the size of a human head rolled to her feet, along with several red peppers of similar size. In the sky, it seemed that several oversized corns were flying towards her. Oh, no. Emily wanted to escape, but she felt that she couldn't escape. She gathered all her magic power together and cast several defensive barriers on herself. Boom. The violent explosion directly blew up the entire shooting range. Lilith, who was watching the battle from a distance, took a breath of cold air. Hey, did you hit too hard? Emily will be okay. Alice also shouted anxiously, Sister Emily, are you still there? The light demon rubbed his hands. These magical plants are really too powerful. With them, the defense of the misty forest will be more stable. You are worthy of being the boss. The things you make are always so crazy. Wright looked at the rising smoke and confidently popularized science to everyone. It's okay, look at how big the smoke is. As the old saying goes, there is smoke but no harm. Cough cough cough. Emily, who was covered in dust, walked out of the dust. The elemental weapons on her body had been blown to pieces, and the whole person was a little listless. At the last moment, she opened her sanctuary to the maximum and neutralized most of the explosion power of the magic element with the effect of the elemental carnival city. But even so, she was greatly affected. It can only be said that fortunately this is a fairy tale subspace, surrounded by inexhaustible witch power. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would be blown to death. The power is beyond words, but the mobility is indeed insufficient. After all, it is a plant. You have worked hard. Wright raised his hand and injected rich holy light into Emily's body, which immediately healed her injuries. She wiped the dust off her face and stared at Wright with resentment. I say, are you really going to kill me? You died so many times during your elemental training. It's okay. Wright knocked on her head, and several holy light spells suddenly bloomed from Emily's body. When I first met you, I cast hundreds of holy light spells on you. Do you still want to die? Unless you encounter an attack above the law level like the last time on Dragon Island. Do you really think I'm kidding with your life? Emily snorted. It hurts when it explodes. You'll get used to it after you've endured hardships. Wright opened the card box and collected all the magical plants on the field. Mobility is indeed a problem, but it's at most a shortcoming, not a defect. I think this thing can be put into actual combat. Humph, the First Empire will suffer a lot this time. Emily brushed the dust off her hair, and Alice ran over to help her. Right, don't forget what you promised me just now. Upgrade my belt. Don't worry, it's not a difficult thing. Do I have to cheat? Wright collected the card box and handed it to the Devil of Lies, waving at Emily. Let's go to the next shooting range. Emily shuddered. It was obvious that she had some stress reaction to the word shooting range. Fortunately, this time Wright did not intend to continue to use her as a target, but really wanted to help her complete the final improvement. Led by the lying demon, the group came to a brand new shooting range. Although it was not as big as the previous one, fortunately there were ready-made targets in this shooting range. This made Emily quietly relieved. Wright walked in front of Emily and stretched out his palm. Emily looked confused and then put her hand on it. Wright looked confused. Who told you to let go? Is this the sequel of your fusion with the Grey Wolf? Emily was aggrieved. It's not a hand, so why are you so fierce? As she said that, she put her chin on Wright's palm and then looked at him with innocent big eyes. And then, Wright pinched her cheeks. Give me your belt. I know. Emily pulled her face out and rubbed her cheeks with tears in her eyes. Then explain it clearly. No normal person would never do those two actions you just did. Emily puffed her cheeks and handed the belt to Wright. Unexpectedly, after he took it in his hands, he didn't even look at it, but directly exerted force with both hands. Crack. The belt was broken in half, becoming 2 even pieces. Ah. My belt. You. What are you doing? Do you know why you can fuse different elemental powers? And why can you fuse elemental powers with the soul of the beast? Wright shook the 2 pieces of belt in his hand. It's not because of this belt, it's your own witch physique. The belt is just to facilitate you to borrow power and do simple preliminary energy sorting work. But after your belt was upgraded, Too much work was given to the belt to do. In this way, the priorities are reversed. The root of the fusion is you, not the belt. Emily was so distressed that she almost cried. Then you don't have to break it. This is called breaking before building. Alice, help me with the shaping. Alice hurried forward. Okay, brother. Wright has both alchemy skills and knowledge reserves, but he just doesn't have the ability to shape at will like the alchemy witch duo. If he really uses the alchemy forging table to cast it, it will waste a lot of time and materials. Fortunately, there is Alice. With the help of Alice's ability, Wright began to refine two halves of the belt at the same time. One of the belts was recast by Wright and turned into a brand new single card belt. The other half of the belt was molded by him into a card inserted armor. Okay, it's done. So fast? It's just splitting and refining the original complex functions. Come and try it. Wright threw the new equipment to Emily and instructed her to put it on. Buckle the belt and then put the armor on your left arm. Then, insert the Grey Wolf Phantom card into your belt. Emily nodded repeatedly and inserted the Phantom card into the belt. With the flip of the switch, the beast's alarming was completed in an instant. Emily merged with the Grey Wolf, and the characteristics of the wolf beast appeared on her body. Then, put a Fire Element Lord card in the armor. Oh. Emily did it quickly. As the card was swiped, a raging flame burned on her body and crystallized into an armed armor, which merged with the wolf beast part. There is a groove here, which is used to swipe cards. When you have conquered other phantom cards in the Grey Wolf path, you can swipe the cards here to complete the blessing of special abilities. This is the charm of the new equipment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Secret of the Demon Slaying Witch, asking for monthly votes. Emily was stunned for a long time, then tilted her head to look at Wright. What's the difference from my previous belt? It feels like you've split one thing into two steps. You have to look beyond the appearance of things to see the essence. Wright pointed at the belt. Let me ask you, if it's the original belt. If you want to change from the Flame Wolf Beast state to the Thunder Wolf Beast, what do you need to do? I need to cancel the transformation and then reinsert the card. By the way, in this case, you just need to replace the element card in the armor. Wright tapped her armor. Your witch's true form is Beauty and the Beast. Beauty represents your full control over the magic element, and the Beast represents the power of the druid. These are two powers in themselves, organically fused with your body as the carrier. What you did before was simply a waste of your witch power, but now, it's different. After you complete the fusion with the Grey Wolf through the power of the druid, your physical physique will make a qualitative leap. Do you remember what you said in Harbor City? You said at the time that you wanted to join the flesh and blood cult, and you wanted to exercise your body, because you found that the body is a basis for carrying energy. Only a strong enough body can carry more powerful power. Yes, the creators of the witch plan at the beginning also thought so. Mastering all element and being able to make them run wild and merge. The body of ordinary humans can't bear it at all. The same is true for elves. Although they are also full system magicians, they don't have the ability to make them merge and run wild. Therefore, in order to allow the demon slaying witch to carry this power and open the demon slaying field for a longer time, they equipped you with a druid. As long as you rely on the advantages of the druid and merge with the beast soul, you can greatly strengthen your body and carry more powerful energy to run wild. This is the truth of Beauty and the Beast. After listening to Emily, she thought, so, that's the case. Wright raised his finger. This idea is right. So I suggest you take it as it comes, and continue to strengthen yourself along this line of thought. I reiterate that the power of the witch is your own power, and the belt is just to help you better sort out these powers. Just like a saddle and stirrup. However, since we are equipped with saddles and stirrups, we should make corresponding improvements on the original witch plan. That is the fairy tale sequence. He lifted Emily's left hand and said, do you see this groove? This is a way for you to surpass the original witch. It will give you new power, and through the combination of different powers, your future is infinite. As long as you swipe enough, you can mix more abilities. There are various ways to play, and you can't think of anything that can't be completed. However, I advise you one thing. Even after being strengthened by the beast soul, your tolerance is limited. Swiping cards is fun for a while, but don't be greedy. Emily's eyes fell on the armor and then stroked her belt. Then, what if I want to break the limit? Then change to a stronger beast soul. Wright took out a stack of blank fairy tale sequence cards. Didn't I say it? The 3 cards of God, Queen and King, must be the same genus of fantasy beasts as your first card, the Grey Wolf. If the King form still can't satisfy you, you can continue to use 2 King cards. But, you have to catch these fairy tale creatures yourself. How about it? Are you looking forward to the wonderful adventure of catching your favorite fantasy beasts while adventuring in the future? Emily tilted her head and looked at Wright. But, I have Ark. If you want a fantasy beast, can't you just pick it up with the card? Wright's smile froze on his face and finally threw his hand down in anger. Damn. There are so many things given to you, I can't remember them all. I remember, isn't it? Emily smiled and happily disarmed. Alice and Lilith immediately came up, congratulating Emily on her new equipment, while curiously holding the belt and armor and looking over and over again. The Lie Demon took this opportunity to pull Wright aside and whispered, "Boss, there is something I need to report to you. Although this magical plant is powerful, the yield will not be too high." Wright waved his hand. "Don't worry, I understand. This kind of fairy spirit with self-awareness cannot be like magic plants, where you can just dig a hole and bury some soil and count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Consciousness cannot be mass-produced, and even God cannot do anything about it. Otherwise, high-level angels would not be sold at such a high price. It is enough to create low-end primary angels, and their consciousness will grow slowly, and they just need to understand the most basic commands. High-level angels are cultivated bit by bit. 10,000 primary angels can only produce a high-level one, and there is no guarantee that it will be successfully cultivated. Then, shall we continue? Of course. This is a fixed asset. Wright pulled out a card and shook it, saying, "They belong to the fairy subspace. The outside world summons them only temporarily, and they will still come back after the end. Even if the magic plants they possess are destroyed, as fairy spirits, they will return to the subspace. You know, the Holy God has arrived? The same principle. Therefore, if there is one more magic plant in the fairy subspace, it is a real one more. Is this cultivating magic plants? This is simply purchasing fixed assets. What's more, real combat does not require so many magic plants. In a field of magic plants, only one magic plant is needed, and it can control the surrounding magic plants. In other words, an entire pea-shooter artillery position only needs one magic pea-shooter to control it. How many magic pea-shooters do we have now?" The lying devil quickly replied, 23. That's it. What kind of war requires the simultaneous control of more than 23 artillery positions? At least, it is impossible in the short term. I understand, boss. I will make this work a top priority. Wright patted his shoulder with satisfaction. You, the lord of the fairy tale subspace, are becoming more and more competent. I hope you can realize the indescribable way to promotion as soon as possible. The lie devil nodded heavily. Although the boss's pie was drawn very roughly and casually, he really had some insights recently, and his understanding of the concept of lies has also deepened a lot. Fairy tales are all lies, but this one is really true. Just when the 3 girls were chatting happily, a buzzer sounded from Wright's waist. Wright frowned and picked up the intercom. The Elf Queen sent a message. Chapter 299. The remnants of truth appear, asking for monthly tickets. Private soldiers? Wright's eyes widened after hearing the report from the Elf Queen. I didn't expect that Prince MacArthur would have such a trick. From the results of yesterday's interrogation, his son didn't even know about this. This old guy is really good. He even hid it from his own son. No one would believe him if he said he didn't have any ulterior motives. At present, the number of these private soldiers is not too large, but each one is an elite. They are well equipped, determined, and powerful. They can be called death warriors, and their individual combat capabilities are strong. It is said that Prince MacArthur has also hired a large number of mercenary corps, preparing to enter the jungle together to search and rescue his son. If this group of people enters the forest, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with them. The Elf Queen handed the information to Wright. This is the news sent back by the leader of the frontline mercenary group. The Death Warriors must be killed. These guys are stubborn element who cannot be united. Keeping them will only increase the burden. As for mercenaries, let the frontline mercenary group convey the news of the Elf Empire through the Mercenary Association. The Elf Empire only wants to take back the homeland that was forcibly occupied by the First Empire, and has no intention of going to war with the human race. If they do not intervene in this matter, they will gain the friendship of the elves. If they choose to accept this mission, they will be the enemy of the elves. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, and life and death are at your own risk. The Elf Queen also agreed with Wright's decision. As the leader of the elves, she did not want to ruin her relationship with the entire human race, because she knew very well that, let alone the goddess of holy light and the divine court, even if the man in front of her was still there, the elves would not be able to defeat humans and return to the world's hegemony. Living in peace is the best vision. Then, what should we do with those dead soldiers? Wright smiled slightly. Don't we have a precious prisoner? Bring him up. I have a way to make his father, who is eager to save his son, obey. Okay. Bring him up. Wright turned to the side. Lilith, call the succubus from last time. Lilith didn't know what Wright was going to do, but she still stretched out her hand to draw a magic circle, then reached into it and grabbed a high-level succubus with a terrified face. My lord. My lord. I. The succubus was so scared that her face turned pale and she couldn't say a complete sentence. What are you afraid of? Wright frowned. You just need to control the target's mind and make him do what I say. Yes. Not long after, Band, who had been imprisoned for a day, was brought up. Before he could even curse, he was controlled by the high-level succubus. Wright snatched the small notebook and pen from the elf princess and wrote something quickly. Let this guy use that magic item to contact his father. The succubus nodded repeatedly and quickly controlled him to activate his magic device. After a burst of sizzling sounds, a middle-aged man's voice came from it. Bender, is that you? Wright saw this and turned to the first page of the small cup, which said, let him talk normally. The succubus understood and controlled Bender. It's me, father. What's your situation now? Are you okay? Where are you? As if he had expected it in advance, Wright turned to the second page and let the succubus control Bender to read according to what was written on it. Father, our team was broken up. Those damn pointy ears set a trap in the jungle, waiting for us to take the bait. Fortunately, the guards around me fought bravely and helped me escape. Since you escaped, why don't you come back? Wright turned to the third page, and the succubus continued to cooperate. Father, I have found a blessing in disguise. I will soon find the enemy's base camp. As long as we can take this place down in one fell swoop, we can not only defeat the elf army, but also rescue other prisoners of war. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But I don't have enough troops now. I hope you can send me some more soldiers. The opposite Michael was very angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Come back now. This is an order. Father, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shut up. Follow the order. But we have already gone deep into the dense forest. Even if we go back, we are likely to encounter other elves or traps on the way. Why don't you send more troops to support me and let me destroy their base camp in one fell swoop? Otherwise, even if I go back now, it will be more dangerous on the way. The magic device fell into silence, and finally the other party seemed to compromise. Okay, I will send a team to the forest to meet you. Where are you now? Wright's finger slid on the map and finally stopped at a place called Maple Leaf Valley. The succubus quickly hinted, and Band said to the magic device, my men and I are hiding in Maple Leaf Valley. Okay, you stay here and don't move. Wait until the rescue team arrives. With a click, the magic device lost its response. Everyone looked at each other, and Emily couldn't help muttering. Does he believe it? Isn't this general afraid of fraud? Doesn't he suspect that the person speaking here is not his son? Unexpectedly, Bender, who was half asleep and half awake, spoke. "Only I can use this magic device. It is soulbound." Emily was startled. Why did he say it now? Why didn't you ask yesterday? What if? Halfway through her words, Emily saw Wright looking at her speechlessly. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Wright looked disappointed. Whether he is soulbound to this magic device. You are a legendary warrior. Can't you sense it? If you can't sense it, can't your sister Lilith? And I sense it either? Why didn't you ask? Because we have already seen it. It's like we won't ask you what color your clothes are today. You are a magician after all. Why do you ignore the most basic questions? Stand outside the classroom. Emily's pretty face suddenly blushed. Then. Even his son himself may have his mind controlled. He is such a big general. Don't you have any doubts? Wright snapped his fingers at the controlled bender. You, explain to her. This magic device of mine has a detection function. Illusions, mind control, hypnosis, body manipulation and other means will be detected, and an alarm will be given if found. Only the user, that is, my own words spoken in accordance with my own will can be transmitted. Emily widened her eyes. Can this be done? Yes, that's why soul binding is needed. Because it can detect from the soul level. Then, didn't you leak all those words just now? I know, right. You are a special person who spreads false information. Wright covered his face. I'll give you a hint. Why I asked Lilith to find a high level upper succubus. After all, it seems that a low level succubus can do this. Because the methods of primary succubus are too common. Basically human mages can detect them. And the methods of high level succubus cannot be detected by the magic devices made by humans. Wright stretched out his hand and pointed at the location of Maple Leaf Valley on the map. As a punishment, you rush to Maple Leaf Valley to set up defenses. If it doesn't work this time, just use firepower to cover it and let these dead soldiers die quietly. Can you do it? Of course there is no problem. Emily agreed without hesitation. She also wanted to leave this place that made her feel stressed as soon as possible. What's more, she just got a new power and wanted to find someone to try it out. Emily turned around and left the elf war room, set off on a breeze, and flew towards the target. At the same time, in the border city of the First Empire, Prince Michael gathered his private soldiers. You are going to Maple Leaf Valley now. You must be secretive on the road and don't alert the enemy. If you see that stinky boy band, don't listen to any of his orders. Remember, your mission is to bring him back to me safely. Yes, Master. After arranging his private soldiers, the prince turned around and looked at the two people in the shadows. You two, please lend a hand and bring back my useless son. He is the foundation of the Empire's future, and he must not be lost. Two magicians, a man and a woman, wearing black robes came out, and the older male magician smiled slightly. Your Highness, don't worry, we will definitely bring His Highness band back safely. Then thank you for your hard work. After the matter is accomplished, there will be a big reward. The two magicians nodded and followed the private soldiers to leave the gate of the border city and headed deep into the dense forest. This rescue team almost followed the route that Banda led the army to advance. Because the traps were destroyed in the early stage was relatively smooth. But in the second half, they were also invaded by some magical plants. However, as shown in the intelligence, these private soldiers are well equipped, with a higher overall combat level, and there are two powerful magicians to support them. Although the journey was hard, they finally reached the outskirts of Maple Leaf Valley, after overcoming all the difficulties. However, what they didn't know was that since they entered the dense forest, their every move was under the surveillance of Wright and others. Because all his armies had been captured, the battlefield transcription magic devices prepared were no longer working. Wright left a few to monitor in the prisoner camp, and the rest basically flew to monitor this private army. There were even 2 times when the private army took the wrong path, but Wright deliberately set off traps and guided them to the right path. In order to send these people to the west quietly, Wright was very painstaking. Moreover, during the observation, Wright saw at a glance that the robes of the two magicians accompanying the army were embroidered with the logo of the Tower of Truth. Although they cleverly used other patterns to confuse the past, Wright who had dealt with the Tower of Truth so many times, still recognized it at a glance. This small bait really caught two big fish. Wright connected the intercom magic guide with Emily. Emily, please reply if you hear me. Emily heard me. Wright, please speak. There are two remnants from the Tower of Truth in the enemy team. You catch them for me, so that we can interrogate some details about the remnants of the truth in the Empire. There are actually remnants of the truth? Okay, I will definitely catch them, don't worry. After Emily cut off the connection, she quietly hid in Maple Leaf Valley, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Sure enough, after a while, a group of private soldiers quietly approached Maple Leaf Valley. They acted very cautiously, and even when they were outside Maple Leaf Valley, they did not rush in. Although these people are private soldiers, they are not fools. The general who led the team is a trusted general who was entrusted with an important task by the prince. When he came here, he noticed something was wrong. Since the personal guards protected His Highness banged and escaped, there should be a small army stationed here. Although the personal soldiers are a level lower than the private soldiers, these personal soldiers are also the best under Master. In such a deep war zone, even if there is a shortage of manpower and no secret sentries, how can there not even be a visible sentry? And there is no sign of crowd activity around here. The intuition of a professional soldier tells him that this is very suspicious. Let's go. Keep going forward. Unfortunately, the two magicians accompanying them are not professional soldiers. They are arrogant by nature and don't bother to think about these things like the weak. Yeah, why don't you go in? You two, there is something wrong here. I'm afraid there is an ambush. After hearing this, the male magician laughed. You look scared. What could be wrong? It's just a group of elves. Look how scared you are. Even if there is an ambush, we are not afraid. Unless the elf queen comes in person, there might be some trouble. But, stop talking nonsense. Our time is precious. We have wasted so much time on the road. We have already reached the destination. What are you doing? The male magician was very arrogant. Do you know that our time is precious? I'm not interested in playing house games with your precious prince here. Take him back quickly, understand? But what if this is a trap set by the elves, and the prince is not in it? Then catch the ambush elves and force them to tell you the whereabouts of your prince. You are waiting here. Are you waiting to see which tree will produce a prince for you? Although the leader of the private soldiers was unhappy, he had no choice. What's more, the other party was right. Now even if he knew it was a trap, he could only bite the bullet and try it. Otherwise, he would not be able to report. Everyone, get ready for battle. Enter Maple Leaf Valley in a defensive formation. At the urging of the two magicians, the private soldiers formed a battle formation and moved into Maple Leaf Valley little by little. However, after entering, there was not even a ghost in the huge valley. Just as they looked around, the pool of water in the valley began to ripple. Then, Emily, wearing a flowing water armor, rushed out with a crowbar in her hand. Chapter 300 The Little Match Girl. Enemy attack. The leader of the private soldiers shouted angrily, and then a strong fighting spirit surged in his body. The soldiers behind him also stimulated their fighting spirit at the same time, echoing their leader. In the entire team, the leader was obviously a 5th level master, and these private soldiers were basically above the 3rd level. This strength configuration was considered very luxurious. Wright was in the war room of the Elf Empire, observing the battle situation in Maple Leaf Valley through the light screen. Back then, Vanessa's Holy Rose Knights were just like this. They were the top elites that she brought from the Holy Light Church as a saint, and supported with the power of the First Empire. It can be seen that Prince Masselser is not as honest as the rumors say. The Elf Queen couldn't help but worry. Do you want me to send people to support Miss Emily? Wright waved his hand. No, although the ants are a little bigger, they are still ants after all. No matter how many people there are below the saint level, they can't fight against the saint level. What's more, Emily is already a legendary strongman. As expected, Emily rushed directly towards the opponent's formation, smashed into the enemy army like a cannonball, and then exploded fiercely. The team that finally formed a defensive formation was instantly blown to pieces. The leader of the private soldiers retreated again and again, with horror written all over his face. Their fighting spirit was taught and trained in the army, and they would echo each other. After forming a formation, the power could be doubled. But in front of this sneak attacker, it felt like soft tofu. Saint. No, not a legend, but a legendary master. The leader of the private soldiers raised the sword in his hand. Run. Everyone, flee. Report the information to the master. Too late. Emily's face was grim at this time, and she snapped her fingers in imitation of Wright's posture. With a click, all the private soldiers, including the leader of the private soldiers, were frozen into ice sculptures, and none of them escaped. This move really made the two accompanying magicians look drastically changed. When Emily was lurking underwater, she was in an overclocked standby state. Now she can easily maintain the overclocked state for about an hour. Therefore, she just rushed into the crowd and blasted the running water around her body just to wrap them with watermarks. In this way, she can use ice magic with half the effort. Poor Prince MacArthur's hard-earned powerful elite private soldiers were all frozen into ice sculptures by Emily in a few seconds. The two magicians who were traveling with them changed their expressions when they saw this. They looked at the young girl holding the iron hammer in front of them in shock. The trembling of their souls made them realize one thing. She was very strong, so strong that they could not compete with her. You are from the Tower of Truth, right? Emily smiled and raised the crowbar in her hand. Don't be nervous, you two are still very valuable. So, you won't die for the time being. However, I'm not sure if this is a good thing for you. After all, if I were you, I would rather die than face that man. Wright's voice came from the intercom on Emily's waist. Hello, Emily. Did you forget that I can hear you? Ahem. Damn remnants of truth. Surrender quickly. Resistance will only lead to death. The male magician gritted his teeth. You are not an elf. Why are you attacking us? Bang. A high whirlwind blade answered his question. It was obvious that Emily had no desire to talk nonsense with him. The male magician immediately built a wall of earth, but it was instantly crushed by the high whirlwind blade. He narrowly avoided the attack, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Level 5. You dare to speak so arrogantly? Emily sneered and walked towards the two of them. The male magician was frightened and turned around to fly into the air and escape towards the border town. However, the girl next to him suddenly raised her staff and pointed at Emily. You are a witch. Emily's steps suddenly stopped, and even Wright, who was far away in the war room, frowned. What's the situation? How did she recognize your identity? I don't know either. I just used ice and wind magic. Dual element magicians seem to be very common, right? Looking at the girl on the light screen, Wright suddenly had a guess. Emily, does the other party smell like a witch? Emily was also startled by Wright's question. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Witches are attracted to each other. Oh. But, there is no smell. If there is, I should have smelled it a long time ago. Whoosh. Just when Emily was distracted, the girl suddenly shot a fiery arrow. Fortunately, Emily's fighting skills had been trained long ago. She instantly performed a wind escape and blocked the enemy's magic. Then the staff bloomed with icy flowers and controlled several cold air to wrap around the enemy. But just when she was about to freeze the enemy girl suddenly laughed. I feel it. You are the demon-killing witch. Your story is Beauty and the Beast. Wright suddenly shuddered, picked up the intercom, and shouted to Emily. Emily, retreat. What? Are you kidding? She is the witch nemesis. She is specially prepared by the Tower of Truth. A witch to deal with witches. Before she finished speaking, the enemy girl suddenly took out a match and lit it gently. Then the fire became brighter and directly wrapped her up and dispelled the incoming cold air. When the flames dissipated, the girl appeared in front of Emily in a dark green robe with a crown on her head. What are you doing? Before Emily finished speaking, she felt that she had no strength in her body. The witch power in her body was out of her control, gushing out of her body crazily, and all of it was injected into the enemy girl's body. And she herself not only lost the witch power, but even the witch curse was silent. In a trance, she turned from a witch into an ordinary girl. What? How could it be? Although Emily once hated her witch identity, she had gradually accepted this power. But I didn't expect that it would be taken away by the opponent so easily now. The enemy girl smiled slightly and raised her staff. All attribute mastery and the power of druids. It's really rich witch power. It is rumored that you have found a new way to replenish witch power, and it seems to be true. Looking at the pale Emily, the girl shook the crown on her head and laughed playfully. Why, haven't you heard the story of the Frog Prince? Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of generations of battlefield transcription mysteries fell from the sky and blocked Emily behind them. Emily, I'll save you right now. HMPH. The girl waved her staff, and countless elemental balls of different attributes appeared in front of her, densely packed and colorful. Then, these elemental balls of various colors merged with each other and were mixed together like a cocktail. Countless magic burst out instantly, blasting towards Emily, as if it was free. Emily gritted her teeth. Is this the real use of the elemental witch? She wanted to mobilize her magic power to resist, but she couldn't exert any power at all. Countless mysteries rushed over and blocked these attacks by exploding. However, the enemy seemed to have infinite magic power, and the elemental balls kept emerging, colliding with each other to produce more magic. Although there were many mysteries, it was not a solution to continue like this. Even if Wright rushed at full speed, it would take 1.5 minutes. But in just 10 seconds, the surrounding alchemical mysteries that broadcast the battle situation were basically destroyed. Such a powerful force is in your hands, it's really a waste. But, just as countless magics were coming again, Emily's holy crowbar suddenly vibrated. Then, Emily felt her soul resonate with the holy weapon. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Yes, although she lost her magic power, she was still a legendary strongman. The holy domain is still there. Emily immediately opened the holy domain, and the effect of the crazy elemental city immediately offset all the incoming magic. No matter what kind of witch you are, grit your teeth next. I'm going to beat you up. Emily buckled her belt and changed to avoid. Because I'm angry. As she said that, she inserted the Grey Wolf card into the belt and inserted the old version of the purple crystal card into the armor. The reason why she didn't use the new version of the element card was because she didn't have magic power in her body now and couldn't support the consumption of the elemental lord. But the old version of the purple crystal card was given to her by Wright. Although it had no attributes, it had a huge amount of magic power. Aboo. With a wolf howl, Emily forcibly completed the elemental armament. Then she took out the new version of the Stormlord element card and swiped it from the groove on her arm. With the use of the effect card, she completed the elemental arming of the Storm Wolf King in this opportunistic way. While she was arming, the girl also gathered a large number of element balls together to form a powerful mixed magic, which she smashed down on Emily's head. Emily jumped up, and the crowbar in her hand danced wildly, and she actually destroyed the mixed magic directly. Such a fierce scene made the opponent's eyes straight. Humph. Although your methods are strange, it's a pity that you haven't become a saint. Even if you get my witch power, you can't beat me. The enemy girl looked ugly, but she still gathered magic power and attacked Emily frantically. Unfortunately, within the range of the Holy Land Crazy Element City, no magic could hurt Emily. At this moment, a holy light fell from the sky and landed in the fallen leaves. Light held the Sunlight Great Sword with murderous intent on his face. Emily, I'm here to save you. How come you're okay? Not only am I okay, I'm in the upper hand. Weren't you almost killed just now? I was even ready to make a deal with the god of death. Hey, I have 3-digit holy light protection secrets on me. Do you think I will die in 3 digits in such a short time? Just in case. Just hope for me. Light looked at the girl holding the staff, his eyes slightly narrowed. Little match girl, I've been looking for you so hard. As a witch, you are still working for the bastards in the Tower of Truth? To say that you recognize the thief as your father is a compliment to you. Huh. Saints in light. It turns out that you are the one behind the abnormal behavior of the Elf Empire. Surrender now, or I will be ruthless. Don't even think about it. The elemental ball in front of the girl suddenly exploded, and she took the opportunity to escape first. Can you be faster than light? Prisoner of light. Several rays of light burst out from Light's hands and instantly caught up with the girl, turning into a birdcage and trapping her inside. Haha. Let you run. Seeing this, Emily put away her armed state. I was going to have a big fight, but I didn't expect you to solve it in a few seconds. You disarm now. My magic power was taken away by her, but now I'm using purple crystal cards to maintain my strength. Every second is burning money. I can't bear it. Idiot. We are working for the elves now. Can't you go back and ask the elf queen for reimbursement? Yes. I'll teach you. You will say that you have consumed a full 10 purple crystal cards. Then, Zilla. Lilith's voice came from the intercom on Emily's waist. Ahem. Have you two forgotten that there are still a few secret rituals running? We can hear you talking in the war room. Emily smiled awkwardly and pointed to the light cage in the distance to change the subject. By the way, how are we going to deal with this witch killer later? What kind of tricks did she use? Can my ability come back? Wright took a deep breath. Witch Nemesis, the little match girl. Her ability is to use the power of the other 6 witches. Because she is the most special witch, she is a fairy tale that uses the power of will to the extreme. She can use other stories similar to the fairy tales corresponding to the 6 witches. She can even take away the witch power of the opponent. Therefore, she is a very dangerous guy, and her strength should not be underestimated. Especially you witches, you will suffer a lot against her. In other words, you have developed out of shape. After your power was taken away, you can still fight. If you have always relied on the power of witches, I'm afraid you have no power to resist now. Emily smiled. If you want to praise me, just be frank. Hey, Wright. What is she doing? Wright was startled and turned his head to look in the direction of the cage. Unexpectedly, the girl was still not honest after being locked in the cage. She waved her hand and struck a match again. The flame instantly engulfed her and burned her dark green robe and crown. Instead, it was replaced by a pure white robe and a pair of white wings. Wright's face changed drastically. Oh no, it's the ugly duckling in the Cinderella. The next moment, the power of the light extinguishing witch bloomed from the girl's body, and the cage of light collapsed in an instant. And she turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.